Chapter 151. The Fear of the Demons. Duncan bent down to check. It was indeed the nun, the one who had been talking to Duncan and Shirley not long ago and was currently theoretically praying in the main hall. But now she had collapsed here, dead near the entrance to the underground church. Even until the last moment when Duncan pushed the door open, she was, in fact, physically leaning against the door. From what he could tell, the nun was trying to block something from invading the underground church and had endured fierce fighting before falling. It seems. It's like she just died. Shirley had dared to come over and poked her head out from behind Duncan's figure. Yes, it looks like it's not been long since she died, and even. Duncan said, reaching out and putting his hand on the nun's arm, even the temperature is warm. The body at the entrance to the underground sanctuary was still warm, and the blood stains on the scarred body had not dried up yet, which gave even Duncan the feeling that the battle was still going on when he and Shirley had just stepped into the church. Perhaps, the nun was still breathing during their exploration. But that's impossible. The church had been abandoned for 11 years. Whatever vision caused its destruction must have occurred back then as well. There's no way the nun could have been alive for all these years. Duncan took on a grim face as he slowly stood up and looked around. The underground chapel of this community church was just a spacious basement as he thought. There were no lights here, and even the oil and gas lamps that were supposed to ward off evil spirits were extinguished. If not for the faint light coming down from the stairs, it would be complete darkness here. Nevertheless, he could still make out the faint outlines of the goddess statue at the end with various scriptures hanging from the wall. Duncan stepped over the nun's body, looking for traces of battle in the basement. He saw the dents on the walls and columns, the potholes made by bullets, and the traces of being burned by flames. They should all be left over from the battle. But he did not find the enemy, the invader that the nun had fought desperately before she died in battle. He then turned his head and looked at the dark hound, who was following behind Shirley and cautiously watching the room as well. Dog, what can you see? Traces of time and space being severely distorted. It doesn't seem to have the overlapping reality effect like on the surface levels. However, the truth is, time and space are far more distorted here than anywhere else in the church. Dog's tone was particularly grim when speaking. As the only supernatural expert in the three-person squad, his analysis was obviously much more organized than Duncan's blind guess. The entire underground sanctuary in my eyes is shrouded in a layer of mist, and the wrong time and space have completely replaced reality. But I didn't find anything other than the phenomenon of space-time distortion. What about the intruders who attacked here? Duncan frowned. That nun can't be here to fight the air, right? There are no intruders. Dog sniffled, though it had no respiratory system, no scent of the living, nor the scent of the dead or demons. Speaking of this, he paused and added, please believe my judgment in this regard. The best thing that we hounds are best at is hunting. Distinguishing the scent of prey in the environment is the basic ability of a predator, unless. Duncan raised his eyebrows, unless. Dog quickly looked around as if suddenly becoming very cautious and alarmed, unless something from subspace came out from here. I can't track such a thing, but if it's something from subspace, you should be more familiar with this subject than me. When Duncan heard this, his face immediately stalled due to how out of the blue this was. Sorry, I'm really unfamiliar with this. Dog quickly lowered his head. You. If you say unfamiliar, then it's unfamiliar. Duncan thought for a bit and understood the dark hound didn't believe his denial. Unfortunately, he had no excuse otherwise because he really didn't know a thing about subspace. He recalled the rift he saw when he observed the statue in the church's main hall, the chaotic light and shadow leaking out of the rift, and the strange visions he saw at the bottom of the ship. Subspace. Is it really something from subspace that came out? If it's really something that ran out of subspace. Duncan frowned as if talking to himself. How did they manage to break directly into the main prayer hall of a storm church? Shouldn't a place like this be the safest? Judging by the traces and clues, the intruders did not attack from the outside but appeared directly inside the building. That's beyond me. Dog shook his head. The secret of the four major churches is a knowledge-blind zone for us shadow demons. We don't know much about subspace, and it's you humans who are crazy enough to study that taboo. Humans have always been a very bold race, Duncan casually added and looked at the hound, but I'm a little surprised now. The deep sea is closely adjacent to subspace. How could you demons be more afraid of subspace than us humans? Isn't that place supposed to be the same thing as your home's front door? It's the same logic as those who live near a volcano. You wouldn't expect them to drink magma, right? Dog curled his tail behind his butt after making that remark, afraid the offensive language would anger the great ghost captain. We live near the edge of subspace, so we know better than any mortal not to dabble with that place. Duncan mused over this detail, figuring out a new question that just came to him. Is that the reason why your kind is so afraid of the vanished that managed to return from subspace? Dog shrunk his neck and nervously glanced up at Duncan. Normally he wouldn't answer such a question, but since it's coming from the owner of the vanished itself, he decides to be honest on the matter. Actually, if the vanished had just returned from subspace once, then it wouldn't be so terrifying. The key is that the ship kept dropping back and forth between reality and subspace. It's like witnessing something oscillating between the two dimensions. Duncan didn't expect much initially, but after hearing this new and important piece, his heart jerked to attention, oscillating between the real world and subspace. Yes, every time the ship would directly penetrate the spirit world and the deep sea, dragging everything it encounters along the way like a rampaging cannonball. Dog obviously felt uncomfortable speaking of this and curled up on the floor. I still remember the terrible scene when the ship dropped down from the upper levels like a meteorite. The flames that wrapped around the ship were screaming with twisted souls of you humans. Even us demons were caught up in the carnage and had to flee everywhere. This happened many times. It smashed through all of the dimensions until it fell into subspace. Then it would pop back out several days later. Imagine seeing this occur on a rinse and repeat cycle, going up and down, up and down. Even us demons were traumatized afterward. Dog gulped with great difficulty after spelling out his woes. Oddly enough, it felt good for the dark hound, like he just went to therapy. I want to emphasize something. Prior to that event, we demons didn't know what fear was. Our instincts were always about fighting and fighting, but afterward, our kind learned what fear meant as an emotion. And I am one of the parts from the Netherlord that had the deepest ingrain of fear due to that event. Duncan almost became lost for words after hearing the story. That. I see. I now understand why you have such a big psychological shadow hanging over your head. You. Don't you know this? Duncan almost broke his face, and blurted out, how the hell am I supposed to know what the original captain did? Why am I always the scapegoat for all the blame? But no matter how big the complaint was, he could only stuff it in his heart. I probably didn't pay attention at the time. Dog. Seeing the devastated appearance of this dark hound, Duncan sighed and added, I'll pay attention next time. His tone was very sincere, which left Dog to the point of being touched and unable to move. On the other hand, Duncan himself was briefly stuck in deep thought. If what Dog said is true, that's to say the vanished had at one point completely fell out of control. It kept returning and going from subspace. Chapter 152. Undecided. Duncan did not expect his casual question to reveal so much about the vanished from a hound's mouth. Although he had heard this description before, but who would have thought that this infamy was smashed into existence using such crude and simple methods? A ghost ship that constantly oscillated between subspace and reality was like a cannonball shuttling between the roof and foundation. Every vibration damaged the spirit world and deep sea, leaving a trail of carnage by dragging everything along with it into subspace. As a cherry on top, the incident occurred over a long period as well. It's no wonder a shadow demon like Dog would have its fear ingrained into his bones. Who wouldn't be traumatized if they had to witness something that crazy? But compared to the shocking mess that the vanished once made, Duncan was more concerned about the ship itself and the real Captain Duncan. Was that shock intentionally done by the real ghost captain? Or some kind of uncontrolled trek caused by madness? Did the goathead know what was going on back then? If all this was intentional, then what purpose fueled this crazy venture? The vanished. Will it get out of control again? For a long time, the vanished has been Duncan's biggest backbone, his safest hiding harbor. The safety of that vessel was equal to his own safety. It's the reason he explored the ghost ship and took control. It's to ensure his own safety in this weird and dangerous world. But now he learns the greatest threat was in fact that very ship? Will I be able to pull a ghost ship back from subspace if it plows straight into it? After the idea of being unable to control the vessel started to sprout, the man was shaken to the core. He's not delusional enough to believe a story merely based on hearsay, but there's that door down at the lowest cabin on the vanished. And the way the goathead reacted after learning there was an open crack. There's no question about it. The subspace had never stopped calling out to the vanished. It's always been trying to convert it back into madness, like Dog said. Taking a small breath to forcibly calm his irritated mood, the man clenched his fist and felt powerless. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't have the ability to meddle with issues related to subspace at the moment. He knew far too little and lacked manpower. Perhaps the 4 main churches could help, but that's for another date. Let's focus on what's here first. Duncan shook his head to dismiss the trap he made himself. If something from subspace really invaded this underground church, then things from 11 years ago are far more complicated than everyone had assumed. He raised his head and looked at the door that's no longer there. The nun here barricaded herself here before dying in battle, probably to prevent the thing from running outside. But can a simple door prevent an invader from subspace from leaving? The invasion of subspace is also situational, Dog said thoughtfully. In most cases, the real world is protected by the gods. All right, I admit I don't like them very much, but they've effectively protected the mortals from many dangerous beings. Like a shadow of subspace, they must first locate a medium before influencing the real world. It could be a polluted item, a fleshly body, or even the human heart. As Dog went on, he suddenly halted and glanced up at Duncan nervously. What invading shadow of subspace? In my view, you are the greatest threat of all here, damn it. Go on, and then what? Duncan, the walking subspace invasion, cluelessly pressed the dark hound without knowing what he represented. I mean, subspace invasions can normally be blocked off by the sacred facilities in the churches. And since the invasion is not from the main body, one only needs to cut off the connection to stop it. Of course. Dog gulped when reaching this part. The price needed to do this is another matter entirely on its own. I see, so that's what happened, Duncan nodded nonchalantly. When he faced the nun who had fallen to the ground, his eyes now showed admiration. She must have done everything she could to prevent that disaster from further exploding. But she probably didn't succeed, right? Shirley's voice suddenly came from the side. Due to the discussed subjects being too high-end or too scary, the girl hadn't found a chance to interject herself until now. 11 years ago, the fire still happened. The fire 11 years ago was caused by the sun fragment, yet we found traces of a suspected subspace shadow in this church. It is not clear how these two things are related. Duncan shook his head, then he seemed to have thought of something and slowly came to the goddess statue at the center of the underground sanctuary. But I am suddenly quite curious about something. He raised his head and peered at the slightly different stone face to the one on the main floor. What are you curious about? Shirley followed, glancing cautiously at the weird statue as well. This storm goddess, what was she doing during all this? Duncan raised his hand and pointed at the statue. The church was invaded, the priest died in battle, and only a phantom soul remnant was left outside. Why did the gods here not react at all? At the very least, she should have warned her believers of the dangers and threats here. Why not send help? I don't know much about the gods, but this matter is indeed a little suspicious, Dog grumbled when he heard this. Although the connection between the gods and the earthly world is not close, they are indeed always concerned about their respective sanctuaries. These buildings where the followers gather are like the anchors of the gods and the earthly world. Now that one of the anchors has been silently unplugged for 11 years. It's weird that nothing has been done. Duncan mused again before raising his right hand. Rubbing his finger, he summoned a small flame from the tip to illuminate the statue. You. What are you going to do? Dog started to shiver and rattle his chain while cowering backward. If one can't make a decision, just make a little fire. Duncan forms a mischievous grin, maybe the burn will drag out something that's hiding here. Dog was shocked by what he heard. Wanting to remind the boss that it's the church of a god, the dark hound stopped at the last second after recalling the situation. He had no right to stop a shadow of subspace. Besides, the church had already fallen. What's there to protest about? Nevertheless, that doesn't mean Dog wouldn't take protective measures. He had quietly distanced himself from Duncan and dragged Shirley along. If there's really divine punishment coming down from overheard, he and Shirley wouldn't be able to bear it. Duncan noticed Dog's movement, but he didn't care. Of course, he didn't want to attract the attention of the storm goddess either, but in the church's main hall just now, he had already confirmed that this sanctuary had already eroded to the point of no return. So if something was watching the church, it could only be some evil force. The ghost fire silently burned as it fell to the ground like a droplet of water. It's hazy and illusory, quickly rippling along the sanctuary floor to instantly fill the entire room. However, just as quickly as it spread, the flame silently extinguished itself once it hit the end. Shirley and Dog exchanged a weird look with each other, and after a long while of this eeriness, Shirley finally broke the silence. You. What did you find? With some surprise, Duncan looked at the little flame that was still jumping on his fingers. Is there really nothing here? Or to say, the power of the flames is not enough to pry apart the curtain that shrouds here? He frowned, and at this moment, a very slight, almost hallucinatory murmur suddenly entered his ears. Who's there? Duncan was startled and suddenly looked up in the direction of where the voice came from. It's the statue of Gamana, standing quietly in the darkness as usual. Chapter 153. Time and Space Lock. Within the darkness, the statue of the storm goddess Gamana continues to stand quietly at the center of the underground church, covered with tulle and overlooking the earthly world. Of course, according to strict doctrinal distinctions, the goddess in the underground sanctuary was the other side of Gamana. It should be called the Maiden of Tranquility. Duncan stared at the cold stone sculpture, certain he had not misheard the voice. It sounded like a whisper from a dream, illusory yet real. However, Shirley and Dog, who were close at hand, had not responded at all. Apparently, only he had heard the voice somehow. Mr. Duncan. Shirley had picked up on the man's strange behavior, causing her body to shiver and cling to the hound. Did you find something? Say, did you hear anything just now? Duncan casually extinguished the flame at his fingertips and asked. He drew closer to the statue to look for oddities. Hear something? Shirley and Dog exchanged looks, then both shook their head in unison. No. The goddess did not respond to Duncan's approach and left him worried he might have been a little reckless this time. He assumed the goddess's connection had been severed from this church due to nothing happening when they summoned Dog. It's the main reason he loosened up and went wild. To think he would actually attract Gamana's attention was something he didn't expect. I need to keep a better guard next time. This is too reckless. And while he reflected on the blunder inside, the ghost captain had other questions that popped up. Looking at the situation of this church, this place was obviously abandoned and forgotten. At least before Shirley and I came in, Gamana's connection was also blocked since she didn't react to my flame. So what's going on? Instead of completely erasing the goddess's connection with the church, my flames instead strengthened the connection after it burned? The more Duncan thought about it, the more confused he became. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on the issue for long. In the end, he couldn't be sure whether the vague whisper just now was genuinely Gamana's voice or not. It's just speculation on his part, and the priority remains to be on what to do with the church here. After so many findings, Duncan has gotten enough information to conclude this to be an important node for the veil shrouding over the 6th block. He would love to pry apart the curtain, but neither he nor Shirley had the power to do so. Well, he technically could, but the power transfer was limited due to the distance from the vanished. After weighing his options, Duncan got a faint idea of what to do. It's time to be the enthusiastic Mr. Duncan again. This church has been hidden to this day, and some inexplicable force blocked prying eyes from looking inside, but what if? He forcibly lifted the lid off. He's curious about how the storm church would react and even more curious about what the storm goddess would do. Since he couldn't open the curtain here, why not blow it up in the news and let someone else do it? Of course, it may not be enough to merely find a few patrolling night guardians to make the report. The shadow here may simply kill off the first batch of investigators who come in. Now, what's the most reliable and effective method to slap this onto the news? That's something worth deliberating. After thinking over his options, Duncan unconsciously formed a grin. This was the smile of a happy person planning something fun. Unfortunately for Shirley and Dog, this smile didn't escape their eyes, especially the latter, who had clamped his tail behind the butt. Mr. Duncan, do you have something in mind? Dog stutters this out. It's nothing much. I'm only planning to make a contribution to the order of the city. Duncan waves his hand like it's nothing special. Dog gurgled like he just ate a lemon, thinking not a single demon in the deep sea would believe this saying. Just now, the big boss was obviously planning sinister. He's sure of it based on that creepy grin. Okay, there's nothing else to see here now. Duncan didn't care about the reactions of Shirley and Dog and turned around to give one final glance at Gamana's face. After leaving a meaningful look, he ushered the two to begin going. This place is not suitable for staying any longer. The group quickly moved, but just before leaving the underground room, Shirley couldn't help but stop and ask, Mr. Duncan, this. What about this dead nun? Duncan also stopped and quietly eyed the lady that died in battle. She was still very young, so young that it's a pity to have such an ill-gotten fate befall her. But then Duncan suddenly realized a problem. Nun. Why is it a nun who guards the church? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't there be a team of specially trained guardians stationed here? He recalled what he had seen in the main hall. The group of guardians seemed to have died in the main hall of the church. They weren't killed in battle, at least not in a struggle. Instead, they just suddenly died while praying on the bench. Then none here. Instead of overseeing the prayers, she's down here alone and fighting a battle on her own with a huge sword. None of this made sense. I'm sorry, I can't put you to rest. You will have to stay here for a little longer. Maybe someone will come to investigate and figure out the truth later. Duncan said softly to the nun's body. In his view, a professional's hand was necessary in this matter. With his mind made up, Duncan didn't give any more room to stall. Placing his hand on the girl, he began to push Shirley out with the girl protesting, are we really going to leave her here? It's called preserving the crime scene. Duncan didn't look back. Let's go, the investigation here is not over yet, but we don't need to do it ourselves either. Shirley merely nodded and followed the ghost captain's direction. The party of three quickly made their way up the stairs, but just before they exited, a slight creaking sound suddenly came from behind them. Duncan abruptly stopped and returned his head to the source. It's a dark wooden door with reinforced steel and rivets. Sacred rune patterns were also faintly etched on the door handle. Shirley also glanced back after they stopped, which caused her eyes to widen in horror. The door! The door! Shirley raised her finger and pointed at the door, her mouth ajar at not knowing what to say. I can see it. Duncan interrupted the girl, then walked back to the dark wooden door that should have burned away due to his ghost fire. He tried gently pushing like in the first round. It's locked, and there's clearly something holding the door on the other side too. Duncan didn't know exactly what's happening, but after a few seconds of contemplation, he resisted the urge to light another fire. They already got the general idea of what happened inside, and the strangeness here made him give up any desire to keep trying. The warp space here is really strong. At the same time, in the main storm cathedral of the upper city, Vanna had just finished her daily routine of praying to the goddess with her subordinates. Following this would be to do some paperwork inside the church's archive. In a sense, the library not only contained the administrative works of the church but also the history of planned. Chapter 154. Archives. The church's archive was managed by an elderly priest in his later years. Due to the nature of his profession, the senior had somewhat of a hunchback due to past injuries and a constant smell of oil and gears. Right now, the old priest was sitting behind a dull circular table and concentrating on a mechanical creation in his hand. It was an item that looked like a Rubik's cube, and with the help of some ingenious tools, he disassembled it into a pile of parts for further examination. When Vanna approached, her tall body had blocked the lamplight next to the old priest, causing the latter to look up at the person coming over. Oh, it's your excellency. What help can I offer from these old bones today? I like to know where the records for the various disasters and accidents of 1889 is. Vanna nods to the old senior as her way of saying hello. Disaster records from 1889. The old priest hummed as he knocked on the wide circular table. In the next instant, a slight mechanical friction sound came from beneath, followed by the retreat of the table board to reveal a machine with many round digital dials and paddles. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the machine running, the old priest began to operate this delicate machine with the help of those paddles and digital dials. After inputting the necessary information, Vanna heard the low characteristic noise of larger machines running beneath her feet. Through the vibrating floorboard, where countless gears and rods were happily running with steam, she then heard the expected crisp ding from the mechanical device from the front. With this sound, a printed tape was then spat out of an opening next to the operator. From this path, turn left in the third aisle of bookshelves, then take a right at the end. One of the lit aisles is the one you seek. The records aren't organized though, so it's a mess. Everything from big events to small steam accidents was recorded there. Ring the bell if you need more help. The old priest said as he handed over the note with his prosthetic hand. It's a brass construct with delicate working parts that reached up to the shoulder. Vanna of course didn't miss the guardian's missing hand that had been hidden away from view until now due to the long sleeves. Such veterans weren't uncommon in the civilian department of the Storm Church. Those who fought at the front line against the shadows of this world are all like this. More often than not, they have to sacrifice their flesh and blood in battle. When they could no longer serve the church as a combatant, the best home for these old servants was the backlands in the civilian departments. In this case, the old priest had clearly lost a limb and now uses a steam-powered magical prosthetic on his job. In a certain sense, this would of course be considered preferential treatment for old soldiers who could use a relatively relaxed and high-paying job. However, in another sense, it's also an excellent use of allocating talents. Their bodies may be unfit for battle, but their wills are strong, and the work of guarding books and archives always required a strong will. A trace of respect appeared in Vanna's heart as she took the paper with both hands. Thank you. Remember to pack up the books after reading them, and don't touch those books that are not on the list. The old priest waved his hand. There are many books here that haven't been touched in a long time. Best not to them. After that, he returned to his work and subtly ignored Vanna. The female inquisitor didn't care and just took the paper tape with the long list of books printed on it. She walked towards the depths of the archives, where she quickly found herself confronting a series of bookshelves that were tall enough to be described as majestic on both sides. For a moment, Vanna even imagined herself running through an initiation gauntlet of guardians here, the shelves being the guardians and her being the new recruit. Before long, the lady had found the bookshelves mentioned by the old priest. A row of small light bulbs lit the shelves to indicate the files that she could flip through. The files were not low either, but fortunately, Vanna was a very tall woman herself, so she didn't need a ladder. This brought great relief because running around with a ladder in such a huge library was no easy feat. She took a light breath, found the beginning of the file on the shelf, pulled out the numbered book, and quickly flipped through it. What she's looking for was simple: the fire from 11 years ago or the fire packaged as a factory leak. In fact, this was not the first time she had investigated this matter as an inquisitor. She was already sensitive to all unusual phenomena, including what happened to herself. After finding out that only she remembers the fire in her childhood, she has privately investigated some more on her own, but those superficial investigations have not yielded anything. Before long, she had quickly put the matter behind her and thought nothing more. Because no matter what, she was only 12 years old when she encountered the accident. She was neither a believer in the goddess nor a person of outstanding brains. It was not impossible to have some false memories in the mind of a child who panicked and inhaled poisonous smoke. Therefore, it didn't take long for her to put the matter down after consulting some public files. But now, she suddenly discovered that there were still people in the city-state of Pland who had experienced the fire like herself. The doubts and countless speculations that had been put in the back of her mind instantly surged up, and her professional vigilance as an inquisitor was frantically blaring in her mind. It was precisely because of this professional vigilance that she rejected Heidi's suggestion to return to the antique shop and quietly waited until today. Here, she could investigate the original documents that are sheltered by the goddess and not made public. The reason was simple: there's a dangerous atmosphere in this matter. Erasing a fire sounds easy, but in fact, it involves the cognition and memory of thousands of people at an enormous scale. What's more, there are cultists involved as well back then with the sabotages that year. If all this was really done by a hand hidden behind the shadows, then this hand would never sit idly by and watch someone detect the truth. The memories that remain in her own mind, the memories that remain in the mind of the girl named Nina. These residues are most likely the omissions of the masterminds behind the scenes. The person hidden behind the scenes may not have discovered these omissions yet, but if he did. She herself wasn't afraid, but Nina and her uncle, and the girl named Shirley, they're only ordinary people. So, she rejected Heidi's suggestion at the time and asked her friend not to mention the matter again. On the one hand, she did not want to startle the snake while investigating in secret. On the other hand, she wanted to avoid involving the innocent. Until I have more information, I mustn't show any more attention to that antique shop than necessary. Slowly flipping through the file in her hand, Vanna's mood kept fluctuating. For some reason, there's this inkling sensation that something was spying on her while she's here, a ubiquitous eye of unknown origin. Naturally, this left her irritated and uncomfortable since this was the goddess's realm. No shadow could invade this place, at least according to her own perception. Under this atmosphere, she placed the file down and picked up another one next to her while going over the recent happenings in the city. Currently, many active scientists in the city have been captured. It seems that the resolute action of the city-state has effectively deterred those heretics, or it may be that the channels they infiltrated have really been completely destroyed. In any case, the numbers have been significantly reduced, and the prisons under the cathedrals are filled to the brim. Better yet, the purpose of those sun heretics operating in the city-states has long been ascertained. Look for the sun fragment that appeared briefly 11 years ago and may still be hiding somewhere. Sun fragment. The fire of 11 years ago. the vision that Heidi had glimpsed into at the museum before. Vanna stopped flipping through the pages, and some clues that hadn't caught her attention suddenly joined together, becoming more and more prominent as she began to examine the fire in her memory again. There is a connection behind these events. The fire of 11 years ago is definitely real. The young inquisitor lightly gasped, and at the same time, her gaze inadvertently swept over some words on the file. On X day of X month, Block XX, a vicious heretical worship incident occurred. 3 residents built an altar in their home, sacrificed blood, and prayed to some evil thing that's not on record. This caused panic and nightmares among a large number of nearby residents. The sacrifice ceremony was eventually reported and destroyed, but the clues left at the scene could not point to any known evil god or spirit. In theory, the sacrificial ritual should not have been effective since blind worship doesn't yield effects. Nevertheless, the ritual worked and caused panic and nightmares among the local population. Follow-up investigations confirmed that the area had indeed been affected by supernatural forces at that time. Chapter 155. Suspicion. Vanna's gaze lingered on the record for several seconds more as her keen nose picked up on the whiff of a plot. Heretical sacrifices suddenly appeared among ordinary citizens, the target of the offerings pointed to an unknown existence, and the ritual eventually attracted the attention of supernatural forces despite not meeting the criteria. Yet, despite all these abnormalities, no follow-up investigations were taken. It's then a flash of clarity hit the woman. Putting down the file in hand, she hurriedly opened another record she had just read before. It was also in 1889, but a little earlier than the factory leak. An armed attack had taken place in the lower city, which was handled by the police force during the day. Such case files wouldn't usually be kept in the church's archive since they only dealt with the supernatural, but here we are. According to the record, the victim was a customer who suffered a mental breakdown inside the shop. The suspect insisted he saw the shadow of blasphemy on the window and fought back with a knife. This caused the officials to search the shop. There, they found sacrificial symbols etched along the basement walls. However, no one could figure out who the offerings were meant for. Then through interrogation, it was later learned that the shop owner carried out sacrifices in private due to some unknown guidance. This was also a random sacrificial ritual, which was theoretically impossible to take effect since it had no proper worship target. Despite this crucial factor, small-scale insanity did occur in the neighborhood afterward. Vanna frowned at the similarity between the two events. From the surface, it may appear to have little to do with the factory leak 11 years ago, and they did not correspond at all in terms of timing. However, her instincts are telling her otherwise. As a leading inquisitor of the Storm Church, her instincts are an extension of her holy powers. If it's blaring an alarm, then she must trust it. After finding nothing more, she returned the 2 files and continued rummaging through the subsequent documents on the shelf. This time, she deliberately paid closer attention and actively searched for records related to heresy worship. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stopped. There's a third record. It occurred at the edge of the upper city limits and before the factory leak as well. According to what's written in the report, a maid working for a wealthy man's home suddenly went berserk and attacked the household, injuring 3 other servants and the master of the house. Afterward, the maid locked herself in the warehouse when the church guardian and police arrived. Unfortunately, by the time the authorities broke down the door and barged in, the maid had already committed suicide with a dagger used to carve heretical symbols along the warehouse walls. They later found evidence in the deceased's room to back the claim that she was a heretic. However, the investigators found something amiss though and left an important note in the document. The offering was pointed at an unknown existence that's not on record. That's already the third one. If Vanna was only slightly concerned when she found the first 2 cases, then now, she's completely sure she's onto something serious. She quickly arranged the information in her mind, analyzing them according to when and where they occurred. The events were scattered, independent in time, and unrelated in location. Therefore, there should be no theoretical relation between the parties or the factory leak from 11 years ago. Vanna continued to rummage through the follow-up files, and it didn't take long for her to find the documents about the factory leak. It was a major event with a wide-ranging impact, and the number of heretics captured in the follow-up sweep was almost the highest in the past 20 or 30 years. Therefore, a separate book file was used to record the whole thing. The thick document was quite heavy, and it included a large number of pictures and interrogation reports from back then. Such a large volume would take ages to get through, but Vanna had no trouble skimming through everything. She had read this many times in the past in other places. It seems that even in the church's archives, there is no more information about the factory leak than what's made public. Vanna placed the document back and rummaged through the other stacks of papers until she noticed something peculiar at the end. Aside from the 3 cases that occurred before the big event in the middle of the year, nothing else happened afterward. It's like the strange events were all just building up to the grand finale. Then poof, it all mysteriously disappeared. Of course, this could also be explained by assuming the authorities had captured most of the cultists in the huge sweep afterward. But for some reason, she got this inkling sensation that it couldn't be that simple behind these seemingly unrelated events. With the seed of doubt planted in her heart, Vanna knew she couldn't let this go until the truth came out. Stopping, she quickly returned to the front to start anew. But just as Vanna was about to pick out the first documents again for a second read, an unheard sound of footsteps caught her ears. She could pick up the faint scent of gear oil and incense in the air. Stopping to look up, the lady noticed it was none other than the old priest charged with overseeing the archives. The man was limping over. Apparently, his leg had also been changed to a prosthetic one. "There are no people around this time, so came to take a look," the old priest said with a smile. "Have you found the information you wanted?" Vanna gave a soft sigh and placed the file in her hand back on the shelf. "I found some information, but I didn't find the answer I wanted." "Answer?" The old priest now sounded curious. "What kind of answer do you want? How long have you been here?" Instead of answering directly, Vanna suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "Ah, it's been a long time. Let me think. It's been almost 20 years, the old priest chuckled. "I've been in this place since I was blown up by a homemade bomb by those heretical maniacs." Vanna mulled over the pain that must have caused before asking more. "Is it always this deserted here on weekdays? Will anyone else come like I did?" "Most of the weekdays, yes, it's like this. However, some do come on occasion, but not many," the old priest replied frankly. "The files here are the memories of the past, and the archive is the deepest part of that memory. Once sealed, they are no longer suitable for public disclosure. Besides, new things are happening every day in the city. Nobody is going to have the free time to flip through old documents and sealed files." The old priest suddenly paused when he said this, then raised his head to peer up at the dome overhead like he was reminiscing the past. "And sometimes, the archived files are not just records of the past, but the actual history sealed within those pages. The past, the present, and the future of our world, it's all built on a precarious foundation. It's not good to meddle with such a frail thing. The way you speak, you sound like one of those flame bearers." "Yeah, the flame bearers always did preach in this fashion. They guard our history and constantly worry about ancient beings spilling over to contaminate our modern world. You know, some even suspect the Enders are the byproduct of a flame bearer being polluted by subspace. They're always so sensitive." The old priest smiled and shook his head at the silly thought. "When I was young, I had a close relationship with several friends from the Flame Bearer Church. It's how I ended up speaking like them. Although their teachings are different from the Storm Church, everyone is still a follower of the light. It's not bad to learn from them when possible." For some reason, Vanna's heart felt a little calmer while listening to the old man's story. "Are you still in touch with those friends?" "No, not anymore." The old man shook his head slowly like he was lamenting a fact. "One morning, I suddenly found myself unable to remember their names. I suspect they were probably martyred on the job." Chapter 156. The Year That Disappeared. The old man's tone was flat in the same manner as someone telling a story. The fact that he's also a character in it was a mere coincidence. "Sorry, it's easy to talk too much when you're old," the old priest apologized with a smile at Vanna. "Do you have friends from the other churches too?" "I have a good friend who is a member of the Truth Academy," Vanna thought for a moment, "but she doesn't tell me much about the teachings of Lehem, the God of Wisdom." "Oh, a believer in the God of Wisdom. This is normal. Their creeds usually require a university degree or higher to understand. Sometimes they even need to pass an advanced mathematics test as well." The old priest nodded his head as a matter of course. "In contrast, it is the followers of death who are easier to deal with after all. Everyone has to die eventually one day." Speaking of this, the old archivist paused and eyed the neatly arranged files behind Vanna. "Your Excellency, mind telling me what you are looking for?" Vanna suddenly grew hesitant. She didn't know whether telling the old priest the details was a good idea or not. The erased fire could potentially be a point of great danger to all of them. Alarming the secret entity wouldn't help anyone, especially those who learn the truth without being prepared. But after a brief hesitation, she decided to reveal something. This was the deepest part of the church, the sanctuary of the storm goddess. This priest may be old and unfit for battle, but she has no doubt that his determination as a warrior of the light remains true. I'm looking for a file. Actually, calling it a file is inaccurate because I don't know if it exists in the first place. Vanna began to slowly explain her reasoning. Strictly speaking, it's a clue that happened in June of 1889, probably pointing to a great fire, but the information has been erased. A great fire of 1889. The old priest pondered. I don't remember any fires. He stopped abruptly and gave Vanna a thoughtful look. So, the erased material also includes our memories, right? Likely yes, Vanna nodded solemnly. Aside from my own awareness, I don't have anything else to prove the fire's existence, nor do I know who's manipulating things behind the background. This is all based on my own suspicion. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. As an inquisitor, she was used to questioning and investigating cases, but the situation was completely different this time. Not only did she not know who or what's the target, but she also didn't even have enough to confirm whether it was a ghost or the living. Furthermore, she launched this entire investigation based solely on her own whim, which was very different from her usual rational style. However, the other party in front only nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Your faith and character are evident in itself, Your Excellency. After saying that, the old priest quickly limped over to a column between the nearby bookshelves. Then, tapping several specific bulges on the pillar with his mechanical prosthetic hand, a low rumble of pistons and cogs came from beneath the floor. The doors to the archive promptly swung closed while many shelves started to interchange in various ways to make space for the pillars of runes from below. During this mechanical transformation, the subtle sound of the waves echoed softly in Vanna's mind, a sign that the barrier had been activated. There is no need to be so alarmed, Vanna was a little confused by the old priest's actions. I'm only conducting a preliminary investigation. Past experience tells me that there is no preliminary investigation of a great threat, the old priest said as he limped towards Vanna. Then raising his mechanical brass hand to point at the records, and I believe what we are facing is worthy of my security measures. Something that can interfere with the cognition of an entire city isn't just some small variable. But your hasty blockade of the archive may cause concern to many. No, it won't. The archives are randomly rearranged several times a month. This is to keep the sacred blessings from being corrupted. The old priest guffawed like a hearty old man with those jagged teeth of his. Don't let these old texts stay quiet for too long. That's the rule, remember. Then I have no more objection. You have checked many reports just now, and judging by your expression, you must have discovered something, right? The old priest nodded. I can help. I found some records about heretic worship. Although it is not directly related to the incident I want to investigate, and the records themselves are scattered, I believe it's not so simple, Vanna said frankly. Those heretics had a common characteristic, they all happened in the first half of 1889. Then when the factory leak occurred in the 6th block, they all came to an abrupt halt. The old priest listened carefully to Vanna's description and then found the corresponding archival materials under the guidance of the other party. That's it. Vanna pointed to the documents that were dug up, the sacrificial rituals that should be invalid, the substantial mental damage, and the small-scale madness, are all real acts of heresy worship. The closing reports all look normal too. But I keep getting this sensation that the investigation wasn't done properly. For a case of this scale, capturing and trying those involved is already tantamount to an investigation. But you are right. When several similar incidents are compounded together in such a short period, then it's no longer a coincidence. The old priest frowned at the documents. All of the individuals who held a sacrifice were inexplicably bewitched, but the source of the temptation could not be identified. He muttered and suddenly raised his head like he had just caught onto something crucial. Your Excellency, you only examined the archives of 1889, didn't you? Yes, Vanna nodded and immediately caught on as well. You mean? The incident you are concerned about did happen in 1889, but have you ever wondered if these strange cases may not necessarily start in 1889? The old priest quickly acted on his suspicion without waiting. The earlier records are here. You can read them all from the bottom to the top 3 rows. Vanna immediately went to the indicated shelf and examined the record files. Moments later, both of them found similar records of heresy worship in the documents they examined. 1888, 1887, and even backward until 1886. There's also a case report here. The sacrifice that took place in the port area. Here too, it's only 2 months apart from the last. Vanna quickly flipped through the pages in hand, her heart pounding from the excitement and thrill of discovering something crucial. However, it's precisely then that she noticed the old priest next to herself acting weird by staring up at a bookshelf. "Did you find anything?" Vanna frowned and asked with a hint of unease. "There is no record of 1885, the old priest murmured. "It should be here, in this row, after 1884. But after 1884, it directly goes to 1886. "Let's stop here," Duncan said as he glanced back in the direction of the freaky church. "There should be no more to investigate here, so you can go home. They stayed in that chapel for far too long. If they want to make another breakthrough in the case, they must search for outside help since none of them could break the time-space distortion." Can I really go home?" Shirley nervously eyed Duncan, her tone apprehensive and unsure. "Of course, I have never restricted your freedom to leave," Duncan smiled and ruffled the other's hair. Although Shirley was about the same age as Nina, the girl's too petite and thin, so he couldn't help but treat her as a little kid. "Today's investigation is over. You can go home." Shirley subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of home, only to pause after taking 2 steps forward. "Then, will we continue to investigate in the future?" "That's a given. This matter is far from over." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you reluctant to leave?" No. Shirley quickly waved her hand in denial. The next time we investigate, I will find a way to contact you, or you can take the initiative and come to me." Duncan smiled again and rubbed Shirley's head some more. "And not just to investigate, you can also call for help if you encounter other difficulties." Shirley blinked, thinking it was odd to nod reflexively at the offer. Then, as she was about to turn and leave, the girl suddenly threw out one last question. "So, what is your next plan?" "Me?" Duncan was stunned as he mused over the question. "I'm going to buy a bike in the afternoon." Now it's Shirley's turn to be stunned. "Buy a bike," Duncan earnestly repeated. "I've promised Nina before. It's been a few days already, so I better hurry if I want to keep my promise." "Something wrong?" Shirley dropped her mouth for the longest time before blurting out a reply. "D-Dog thought you would do something like invading the subspace or something." But before the conversation could go further, a burst of black flame suddenly materialized into the air and shouted next to the girl, "I didn't say that." The next second, the black flame went poof again without giving them a chance to retort. Apparently, Dog was so afraid that he would be seen that he didn't even dare to pop his head out. Unable to hold back the inner laugh anymore, the man decides to play along. Okay, this one here is going off to buy a bicycle for his niece within subspace. Let's leave it at that." Chapter 157. The Captain's Big Purchase. Duncan was telling the truth after saying goodbye to Shirley. He actually went to the store near the crossroad to buy Nina a bike. At the same time, he also managed to tick off a task he's been putting off for a while due to various reasons, opening a bank account for himself. Inside the planned city bank, Duncan was waiting for the clerk at the front desk to prepare the last form for him. The waiting process was boring, of course, so he humored himself by paying attention to the surroundings instead. Perhaps it was because it was a work day, and not many upper and lower city citizens needed to handle business with the bank in general. The small lobby, which was not large in itself, seemed quite deserted, with 3 of the 5 service windows idling. The staff in black uniforms were busy chatting behind those unoccupied windows, and the bright electric light shown on the glass counter gave off a lazy and comfortable haloing effect. Following the light, Duncan's gaze moved upward and saw long casting pipes protruding out from the counters. They went straight to the ceiling like tiny pillars and extended somewhere to the halls behind the front. He didn't know what their uses were, but the low rhythmic click from beneath the floor indicated a mechanical device was likely running the whole operation underground. After confirming everything is correct, sign with your name and seal at the end. The handling fee is 6 solas and 5 pesos. The clerk confirmed the last item and handed the form back to Duncan while pointing to the last line. Duncan took the paper and quickly skimmed through the content. He's no expert in the banking world, so it didn't take long for the muddled lawyer talk to confuse him. After a short and painful read, he signed his name and handed the form back with the fee attached. The clerk took the form and glanced at it casually. Then, putting it into a large punching machine next to herself, she stuffed the document into a metal cylinder she had prepared before throwing it into the pipes. The sound of metal colliding, the closing of the pipe connections, the hiss of steam pressurization, and the sound of objects sliding rapidly through the tubes promptly reached Duncan's ears. One of the bent pipes even shook slightly at a bending corner when it slid off to some far-off place. "Wait a bit," said the clerk behind the counter casually, "if the steam pipe doesn't break down today and the machine on the other side happens to be in good condition, you'll get the receipt in half an hour. But if the blinker next to the pipe lights up, you'll have to come back tomorrow." The man inwardly thought the process was incredible. It may not be very efficient in his eye, but for this world, this could already be called advanced technology due to the limitations they had to work with in the deep sea age. Besides, what's so bad about waiting? He could eavesdrop on the conversation of the employees, who were chit-chatting about various topics not discussed on the streets. "I heard the Truth Academy is in contact with the head office. Word's going around that they're going to install a new machine to increase the processing efficiency of the head office several times over," a younger female clerk says. "That's called a large sorting machine. The City State Bank in Moco has long been using it. There are a few smaller ones on the side of the tax office and the Institute of Mathematics, but I heard there's an even bigger one in the main Storm Cathedral. It's supposedly very good at sorting the documents inside the archive," the older clerk sitting across from Duncan mentions to her peers after the topic was brought up. "If you ask me, the sorting machine in the head office should have been replaced ages ago. It's always breaking down and slow." "Well, that's not up to us to decide," another clerk from an idle service window joined in, "that thing is expensive and bulky. Just counting the steam cores used to support the punching boxes is enough to fill the entire hall here." "But didn't they say the Truth Academy is developing a newer generation of sorting machines? They say the size is half as big, and the performance is on par with the big ones. Oh, it's also rumored to be powered by electricity instead of steam." "Electricity? Are they not using a steam core? What are they supposed to do if the machine is corrupted by evil spirits? That thing goes through so much information at once. Without the divine blessing of steam, it's going to attract dark things to its gears and bearings, right? How am I supposed to know? Maybe they intend to put a priest next to it and constantly purify the gears every day. If that's the case, it doesn't feel all that useful. Aside from making it smaller, it also occupies the work of a clergy. Ha, what do you know? How much space can a single priest take up compared to a single steam core? Do you have any idea how expensive the current housing market is at the city center? It seems that no matter which world one is in, the gossiping nature of office workers never ceases to amaze. From the bank's aging machinery to the city's housing price, these bank clerks were all over the place to the point that Duncan had lost track of time due to how fascinated he was by their conversation. But the small talk didn't last long. With the banging sound coming from a nearby transmission pipe, everyone's topic of which one was more expensive, the housing price or the priest, was finally interrupted. The clerk opposite of Duncan popped open the pipe and took out a small cylinder. This small metal tube was obviously not the same model as the one sent away before. Instead, it looked thicker, and the seal had a complicated locking feature. It took a little fiddling with a special tool, but the clerk eventually popped the lid and took out the contents. It was a rectangular metal plate half the size of a palm, with letters and symbols stamped on it like a regular bank card. However, one side of the card had holes punched into it like those old punch cards used by ancient computers on Earth. "This is your ID card," the clerk lady handed the metal plate over to Duncan. "It can be used within any bank of Plant and the branches belonging to the Chamber of Commerce. However, if you use it outside of Plant, it will take 3 to 7 days to process the transaction." "Thank you." Duncan took the metal plate and examined the creation that seemed to represent the current technological level of the city. There's no picture and such, only a few punch holes with his name mainly at the center. A simplistic form of identification, but effective nonetheless. At the very least, it represented a different type of advancement from that of Earth. "Is there anything else we can do for you?" An inquiry came from behind the counter. "Ah, no, nothing else. Thank you." Duncan woke up from the little stupor and got up from his seat. But before leaving, he seemed to recall something and asked the clerk, "By the way, can machines really be possessed by evil spirits?" "Of course it will. What's so strange about that?" The clerk behind the counter immediately replied, as if the question was something she didn't need to think about at all. "Isn't it common sense that everything in this world can be polluted except for subspace?" Duncan was startled by the quick response, but at the same time, it triggered something inside his heart. A new idea. After a moment, he nodded lightly. "Indeed, Everything in this world can be polluted except for subspace. He then left the bank. According to the plan, he still has a big purchase to make today. In addition to buying Nina a bicycle, he also has a lot of things on his purchase list that could scare Nina into a mess. The income from the dagger sold to Mr. Morris, plus the bonus for reporting cultists, added up to a number that's capable of supporting a family of 3 in the lower city for 2 to 3 years. Since most of the money had not been touched yet, Duncan felt it was time to put them to work. So for the next half day, Duncan almost swept through every market and shop near the crossroad. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the shadow of an alley near the crossroad, Duncan dropped the luggage with a dun sound before issuing a long, heaving breath. He's very satisfied with the mountain of things he bought. Flour, vegetables, seeds, spices, fresh meats, pickled ingredients, various dried mushrooms, drinks, and cheese. Edible, normal, cheese that's younger than him. In addition, there were even a whole bunch of pots and pans and a lot of things that Duncan thought might be useful. After transporting these things to the ship, the living environment of the Vanished would surely take a drastic change for the better. At the very least, the kitchen could produce edible food. Duncan nodded gleefully and called out, "AI!" The sound of fluttering swiftly came from a nearby building, followed by AI landing firmly on his shoulder. In the next second, this dove glanced at the things on the ground and exclaimed, "Are you messing with me?" Before her words could stop ringing in the air, the bird had tilted her head and dropped dead towards the ground. Although Duncan hadn't said what he intended to do, it's clear as day to the witty creature. Duncan just smiled and grabbed the free-falling dove in mid-air. "It's okay. If once is not enough, you can go for several trips back and forth." Chapter 158. Rose's Dollhouse. Truthfully speaking, there are not that many things piled up in the alley. After all, Duncan was only one person. Even if he bought a bicycle in advance to carry the goods over, there's a limit to the things he could bring at once. As for AI's reaction, it's even easier to understand. She wanted to bargain for more fries. From a certain point of view, this bird was so easy to read. "Do you know what this is?" Duncan grabbed the dove and brought her to a basket of potatoes. "This is called potatoes." AI blinked her green beanie eyes, staring down at the basket of things until she finally connected the dots. Then stretching her neck up and chirping vigorously, "It's so fragrant. It's so fragrant. If you know, then work hard. This basket is for you. The fries we can make from this batch are enough to fill you dozens of times." Duncan tossed the dove down so she could get a good whiff of paradise. "Send these things back to the ship and leave them on the deck. I will pick them up over on that side." AI flapped her wings in glee and promptly wrapped herself in the green flame, turning into the undead form in the process. She needed no more persuasion now and was about to transport the goods when she suddenly stopped the act. "Do I need to memorize more web addresses?" Duncan was stumped by the odd phrase before realizing what she meant. The thesaurus of this bird is too large and weird. How did the internet ever come up with these verses back on Earth? I'm probably guilty of it too, but trying to guess the meaning is such a brain tumor. Can't she learn some proper language for once? But the bemoaning quickly died down as he gave a confirming nod that there's more to transport. "Send these away first. I still have more things to buy." This time AI was really frightened and took off into the air, sweeping the grocery away along with her powers. Terrifying. How terrifying. Shrugging at the bird's antics, Duncan turned and rode the bike back to the main street. It was an ordinary bike with a black frame, shiny silver wheels, a bell, and a sturdy basket in the rear. Nothing special or good-looking, but not ugly either. If Duncan had to point out its good points, it would be that it's built well. Duncan originally wanted to handpick a beautiful and feministic bike for Nina, but after taking a look around the shops in the lower city, he abandoned the idea because there weren't any. In the lower city, bicycles are bicycles, a tool for assisting production. There's not going to be any design in mind for different sexes or road use if they're meant for work. Aside from the adjustable seating and handles, Duncan couldn't find anything else he could change. In this deep-sea age where life was hard, there are bound to be limiting factors in the pleasure of its people. It's also a constant reminder for Duncan that he's not on Earth anymore and that this world has its only way of doing things. He pedaled harder after accepting this truth. There are still many things to buy in the commercial district, and there's not enough time if he dallied around. Leaving the crossroad district to head up, he cycled past several streets until he was in the upper city where it's considered to have a higher standard of living. Unlike Duncan's initial imagination, there were no physical barriers between the lower and upper segments despite the clear administrative division. Well, there were police posts at the intersections, but that's obviously not meant to prohibit the citizens from passing through. Of course, this was only the setup during the day. According to Duncan's inquiry, there will be a strict ban on passage after nightfall. Even with a permit, there are extra administrative procedures if one wishes to pass. Duncan went straight in for his first visit to the high society of Planned, and he had to admit it was very different from the poorer sectors of the lower city. It's reflected in almost every aspect of life here: cleaner and wider streets, taller buildings, more advanced urban facilities, and a clear outnumbering of street lamps and night shelters. Eventually, Duncan stopped the bike in front of a small kiosk near the first intersection he came across. This was a nighttime shelter to help citizens unable to return home in time for various reasons after nightfall. The description sign at the entrance read as follows: "Night shelter with gas lamps, sacred oil, and the storm codex inside. Please lock the door after entering, wait for rescue, and the night guardian has a safety key." In the lower city, Duncan had seen similar facilities near his home, but there were only one or two in almost an entire block that looked mottled and old to the point it was questionable if it was still usable. Duncan withdrew his gaze, got on his bike, and continued slowly up the street that's filled with shops and display windows. It gives him a good idea of their goods without the need to enter. He still had a lot to buy, and buying supplies for the vanished was a matter that had been delayed for far too long, and Duncan suddenly hit the brakes after finding the shop he wanted. Some things cannot be bought in the lower city. Only the decent people of the upper city have the energy and wealth to spend on luxury goods. Locking his bicycle, he stepped forward and went inside, following a crisp chime from the bell as his entrance. "Welcome to Rose's dollhouse. Oh, a gentleman. Are you here to choose a present for your lover or junior?" The chubby older woman who was actively reading the newspaper welcomes him with a kind and friendly smile. "Just taking a look for now," Duncan replied and examined the goods on display inside. Everywhere the eye could see, there were dolls littering the shelves: exquisite ones, elegant ones, mysterious ones, cute ones, and playful naughty ones. When he was outside on the street, he apparently only got a glimpse of what the shop had to offer. There were more than just dolls here: dresses, shoes, skirts, trinkets, things that Duncan couldn't even fathom. This extensive array of goods bedazzled the poor man. Naturally, since Duncan was the only visitor right now, the owner would of course be drawn toward the strange customer that's getting overwhelmed. It's not uncommon for men to visit doll shops. Many decent men in the upper city had this habit of gifting such items to their partners or juniors. In fact, it's not unheard of for men to collect dolls as a hobby. However, what really piqued this shop owner's curiosity was the plain-looking outfit the customer wore. It didn't look like someone that's financially capable of making a purchase, and dolls weren't cheap in these parts. However, the woman only glanced at the clothes for a second before quickly withdrawing her gaze. Judging what customers are by their attire wasn't a polite thing to do. As a mature and experienced businesswoman, she had better judgment than to commit such a blunder. Besides, everyone has the right to appreciate the goods in her store. Duncan finally retracted his gaze from the shelves after getting blinded by the amount of inventory. He knew a doll, but he never knew there could be so many accessories for one. It exceeded his understanding. Turning to face the chubby woman and giving a humble bow with his head. He knew better than to tackle this problem on his own. When you don't know what to do for a hair transplant, ask a professional. But before he could speak, Duncan was suddenly startled by what he saw. The reason? It's because the woman had long, pointed ears coming out from the side. Not missing a beat at the astonished look from the customer, the elvish woman merrily advanced the conversation. "I understand, elves are indeed a rare sight in Planned." He admits that elves in the city-state of Planned may indeed be rare, and yes, it's his first time meeting one, but the bigger reason for his shock was that he didn't expect a blessed elf to be an old lady. What happened to the super-hot model stereotype of elves? Chapter 159. Who's forcing who? Humans are not the only intelligent races that survived from the old world when the Deep Sea Age arrived. Take elves, beastkin, and orcs to name just a few. This was the knowledge written in Nina's textbook that Duncan had read a while back. Of all the races though, he's most interested in the elves since they are described as a species with a high visual standard and an exceptionally long lifespan. However, he apparently didn't factor in the part of them aging just like humans do on the surface. Talk about a soul-crushing reality check. The owner of Rose's dollhouse was an elf, a chubby, smiling elvish oldish lady apart from her signature pointed ears and turquoise pupils that faintly indicated at her youthful beauty in the prior years, she's no different from the friendly old lady next door. Duncan quickly realized he's been staring and swiftly withdrew his overly curious gaze. Scratching his cheek with some embarrassment, this is the first time I have seen an elf. He was not worried about what his rudeness would bring, because elves were rarely seen in the city-state of Pland. The major races had their own city-states, and due to the inaccessibility of the deep sea, most commoners rarely left their homeland during their lives, with only the brave daring to do so for trade and such. In the rare cases that they do, they are usually only passers-by, and almost never do they stay in one state for long. This is normal, the old elvish woman giggled in delight. I am afraid that there are no more than 100 elves in this city, including the dozen or so who have been squatting in the Mathematical Institute for 200 years without going out. Is there anything I can help with? Listening to the old woman's reminder, Duncan reflected on his original purpose and glanced around the shop. I want to buy a few things for a doll, and if I can, I want to ask some questions as well. But as soon as I came in, I was overwhelmed. Oh, it looks like you're a novice, the old woman nodded. Is it a female doll? Is it your own collection, or? Female, it's a part of my own collection, Duncan replied casually. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man regretted it because the words left a weird taste on his tongue. This hobby isn't strange, is it? Of course not. Collecting and caring for dolls is a tasteful interest. The old woman didn't tease him and unleashed her century-old knowledge in the field. Do you want to buy some clothes or accessories for your doll? Duncan thought for a moment before nodding. Let's get a wig first. Over here, the old shopkeeper led Duncan to the corner of the shop. How big is your doll? 4 points? Or 3 points? Duncan. As big as a real person. The old woman's pacing faltered for a second before peeking around. This is quite rare, a life-sized doll, Is it worth a lot? Actually, I'm not sure how much she's worth. Duncan tried to keep his face straight while enduring the awkward feeling in his heart. It was sent to me by someone else. Then it seems that you have a friend who is quite wealthy. The old woman broadened her grin as she circled around to open a wooden box on the counter. Large-sized dolls are rare, and there are even fewer accessories out there for them. Thankfully I kept a few in storage just for these occasions. Duncan coughed dryly, muttering as he leaned over to see. I don't know if they're rich or not, but they're a captain. It's complicated. The items shown were beautifully crafted and well maintained, evident that the owner has gone through great effort to keep them pristine. However, as soon as Duncan imagined Alice wearing some of these fine trinkets and realistic wigs, he would inadvertently imagine her also going bald in the future. No matter how calm and experienced he was, Duncan still gave a shudder at the picture. Oh, screw it. If I'm going to buy something, then let's make it nice. Watching a bald headless doll walking around me is too creepy no matter the circumstances. Immediately, Duncan's gaze fell upon a gorgeous blonde wig with matching silvery hair accessories in the box. According to his biased perception, a Western noble should always be a blonde, and not just any blonde, but a blonde female with fine accessories, just like in the old Western chick flicks from Europe. By the way, can I inquire about how I should go about maintaining a doll? He casually asks while picking out the items. Of course, the old elvish woman smiled kindly. Dolls need to be cared for with a fine touch. Then, what should I do if the joints of the dolls are often coming loose? Duncan gestured at his own neck while organizing the language. The main part is around the neck where the ball bearing is. It always comes loose and the head pops off. The wear and deformation of the connecting ball bearing is either because of neglect or mishandling by the user in the later stages. If not, the only answer would be that the original design or material is not up to standard, the old elvish woman explains. If it has reached the stage where the head is constantly falling off, then ordinary repairs are pointless and ineffective. I recommend replacing the joints entirely to solve the issue. Speaking of this, she thought for a while and added, but replacing the joint bearing around the neck area wouldn't be easy if it's as big as you mentioned. If you can't figure out how to do, our business here can also offer that service. The parts used will be at cost with a little extra as the service fee. Duncan contemplated the feasibility of the suggestion and found it not possible. It's one thing for an ordinary doll, but Alice was anomaly 099. Could her parts be easily replaced? What's more, there's a strong chance that Alice would openly make a run for it if told she's going under the knife. So, Duncan quickly dropped the topic and inquired about making a hair transplant instead. The old shop owner patiently explained many things to him, and after the brief lesson, she added, after listening to what you said, I want to make a different suggestion. Dolls are a difficult thing to repair. If you wish to transplant a new wig onto the head, it will be hard to achieve a perfect job unless the doll maker themselves personally do it. In addition, you also mentioned the head joint to the body is constantly dislocating. That implies the tear is already at the last stage of acceptable furnishing. I suggest you order a new head sculpture instead. Duncan. The old lady grew quite enthusiastic after seeing the reaction. Judging by your face, you are unsure if you are willing? Don't worry, I can reassure you our business here can perform such an operation. We have 100 years worth of experience and reputation to our name. No complaint has ever come from our regulars so far. Despite the reassurance, Duncan didn't feel the same way. In his view, the elvish lady probably didn't have much regulars to begin with, and if they were, those people had likely gone to the grave by now. Showing an awkward smile, but, if I changed the head, it wouldn't be the same doll anymore, right? Unexpectedly, the remark only made the old lady's enthusiasm grow stronger. Lighting up in her eyes, ah, that is quite the way of viewing things. Most people would only treat their dolls as an object. Even if they like it, they won't think about it in such a manner. Duncan was a little embarrassed all of a sudden. Ahem, I'm a little embarrassed if you say it like that. I'm merely stating the truth, the old lady sighed. Dolls need to be taken care of, and the moment they are given a human form, they should no longer be treated as inanimate objects. There is a saying among puppeteers, puppets that are carefully treated have their own souls, and you should even think of them having their own joys, sorrows, and anger. Duncan's mind immediately brought up the image of Alice's harmless hee-hee act. Nodding repeatedly in agreement, you're right, you're right. Chapter 160. The Most Outstanding Puppeteer. On the vanished, the bright sun shone hard on the scrubbed upper deck as a swirling green flame gradually dissipated over the surface. Alice watched the clearing with stunned silence as many items appeared before her. This? What is this? The puppet lady exclaims. You're stuttering as if your head is going to pop off again. Haven't seen pots and pans before. Duncan teases from the side. Alice stiffly swung her head around and faced the ghost captain who had just come out from the inside. No, I haven't seen these things before. I haven't seen them before, Alice continued reasonably. I've been in the box for so many years, where can I see these things? Duncan was shocked for a moment and then facepalmed himself. I forgot. Okay, in some ways, you're better than Shirley. Alice was about to step forward at this time to study the large number of things when she picked up on the name, Shirley? Who? Someone I met in the city-state. Maybe one day you will have the opportunity to meet her, Duncan thought for a moment. I think we're quite relatable. Oh. Alice hummed merrily and quickly forgot the matter after circling around the pile of items. This is flour. Is this meat? It's really different from the jerky on the ship. Is this vegetable? It feels so fragile, and it's cold. What is this round? Ah, it broke. Don't crush the eggs. Duncan realized how chaotic this puppet was once she started crushing an egg. Without delay, he stepped forward and swatted the lady's hand back. These things are supposed to improve the living condition on the ship. Hee, Alice let out her signature giggle and withdrew her hand. I'm just a little curious. It's my first time seeing so many things. Duncan glanced helplessly at the puppet and understood what she meant. Alice's brain, if she really has this organ in her brain to begin with, has a lot of innate knowledge. She knows how to communicate with people, knows things that exist in the world, and even accumulates the first impression of the world by listening to the voices outside the box. However, she had always been in a sealed state. Strictly speaking, her real contact with this world only started not long ago, and as soon as she came out, she contacted the Vanished, a ship that's absolutely not suitable for a novice who's just starting out. She lacks knowledge of the real world to the point a single piece of leafy green is an incredible object to Alice. The human city-state is such an incredible place. Miss Doll issued a sincere sigh after taking in the colorful packages on the deck. It must be much bigger than the ship, right? Large, but much smaller than the boundless sea, Duncan replied casually, remembering what he promised Alice after seeing the anticipation in those eyes. He said he was going to take Alice to the city-state. I will solve the trouble on the city-state side as soon as possible and figure out your secret, he said seriously to the puppet in front of him. Until then, be patient. Okay, Alice showed a bright, carefree smile. Being carefree does have its good points. Duncan had been accumulating a bunch of negative vibes from the things he discovered and planned. With the doll's interference, he's finally able to relax for a moment. Come help me move them into the kitchen. This pile over here can go into my personal quarters. Ooh, okay. Alice immediately agreed with a salute of a proper sailor for some reason. Will you use them for tonight's dinner? Duncan turned his head and narrowed those eyes suspiciously. It can be, but are you able to use them? Nope. Alice said of course, but I can ask Mr. Goathead for help. He said his skills are better than 90% of the cooks in this world. And you dare to believe him? Duncan popped his eyes in disbelief, like he was hearing the most insane comment. You better not touch the ingredients until I go over there. I'll make dinner instead. If you want to seriously learn how to make something edible, don't learn it from Goathead. He doesn't even have a digestive tract. Oh, Alice nodded meekly, then glanced at AI who was pacing on the deck next to them. Will AI still go over to that side later? Of course, there's more stuff for her to transport later. Are you still shopping? Alice asked curiously, what else do you want to buy? Duncan raised a raised eyebrow at the puppet's face before forming a smile. Based on the glint in those eyes, he could easily guess what Alice wanted. I'm buying you something. The city-state of planned, inside Rose's doll house. Duncan thought that the kind elven old lady might have misunderstood him, but no matter, he didn't intend to explain in this case. The main thing was that there's no way to explain it. How was he supposed to tell her? Say that he really has a doll with a soul? That it could jump with joy and cry with sorrow? Say it's balding, and now he needs to change out the old wig? In the best case scenario, the shop owner would only run to the church and report him. Worst case scenario, she might lash out with some elven magic or something and exorcise him like in the fantasy books. So what exactly was the old elven lady thinking right now? To her, she's found a confidant who loves dolls and is willing to devote a lot of energy to this area. In Plan's high society, many people buy dolls, and many are really keen on collecting, but few showed such heartfelt affection and concern for dolls as this gentleman today, which gives her a feeling that it was as if the other party was not talking about objects when they mention their dolls, but a living person and a friend. Even many puppeteers don't necessarily have this attitude. The two talked happily from that point forward, and Duncan finally got a lot of knowledge about dolls from a professional, although he doesn't know how much of this knowledge could be used on Alice. The owner obviously hasn't met such a close customer for a long time. After some conversation, the old lady couldn't help but laugh and sigh. I have lived in this city for up to 400 years and survived 17 city admins, but none of them really understood dolls. Alas, it may not sound right for me to say this, but it seems to me that humans are a much more indifferent species than us elves. I don't know much about elven society, Duncan said, trying to guide the other party to say more about her kind, but I heard, the Wind Harbor is gathered with the world's most outstanding craftsmen. The elves' unique craftsmanship is world famous. Elves are indeed good at elaborate crafts, and we are a race that is naturally sensitive to mathematics and art, so most of the famous puppeteers in this world are also elves, the old woman said frankly with genuine pride in her tone. However, it quickly changed in the next second, but when it comes to the profession of a puppeteer, many peers from the other races have a prejudice against us elves. It is often said that elves are not so talented in craftsmanship, and the reason why we can produce so many puppet masters is entirely because of our lifespan being long enough to grind it out. Duncan suddenly didn't know how to pick up from there. Well, I guess everywhere is the same. They're your colleagues and peers but also your competition. So, what's your evaluation of their opinion? The old woman bellowed out a laugh. Me? I think they're right. Duncan. I think they're right, the old woman repeated with a pleasant smile on her face. Every year on the Day of the Dead, I have to go to the graves of a few of my old colleagues to say hello. I would always tell them they were right, and if they have the ability, come up and beat me. Duncan. Are all the elves of this world like this? Why do I feel like there is something wrong with this trajectory of the conversation? Ache. I'm just joking, probably noticing the expression on Duncan's face, the old woman shook her head and moved on. There's no way we would have that many people to hate. The idea only came to be because everyone in our field likes to talk humor when we meet during our brief encounters. If you ask me, the most outstanding puppeteer is not among us elves but a human. A human? Duncan asked casually. Yes, not many ordinary humans know this name now, the old woman said slowly with a slight emotion. Her name is Lucretia Abnamar, the daughter of the famous Captain Duncan, the most outstanding puppeteer I have ever met. Chapter 161. Another connection. In the eyes of the owner of this dollhouse, the world's most outstanding puppeteer was a human named Lucretia Abnemar, the daughter of the famous Captain Duncan. As soon as the old lady uttered these words, the entire store had fallen quiet for several seconds. It wasn't until Duncan issued an earth-shattering cough did it break. Dumph, dumph. Customer, are you okay? This reaction took the shopkeeper by surprise. Just like every elf who has been dealing with short-lived races for a long time, her face instantly showed an expression of worrying about the sudden death of the human in front. Do you need me to ask for a doctor? Ahem. I'm fine. Duncan finally stopped coughing, but it took a while before he could finish the sentence. I accidentally choked on my own saliva. What did you just say? Lucretia. Lucretia Abnemar, the mistress of the Bright Star, one of Captain Duncan's children, the shopkeeper said with an expression of someone not understanding the big fuss. The world's most outstanding puppeteer. It was very hard for Duncan to regain his breath, but after this second burst from the old lady, he choked hard to the point that his face went red. At the same time on the deck of the Vanished, Alice, who had just been frightened by Duncan's violent coughing, was now startled by the other party's sudden and chaotic cursing. Are you okay, Captain? Miss Doll asks with a worried face. I'm fine, Duncan gasped, trying hard to calm his swirling mood that's been flipped upside down. Managing two bodies at once was not a simple thing. If he suddenly gets hit with a shock, it does affect his ability to control their bodily functions. Go to the cabin first with the grocery. I have something to deal with. Are you really sure you're all right? Alice still looked skeptical and didn't feel right to leave the captain alone. Do you want me to check your body or massage your back or something? Do you know how? No, I don't. Then go. Oh, okay. Finally sending away the unreliable puppet away, Duncan quickly refocused his mind back to the city where he was facing an incredible adversary of innocent ignorance. You mean that famous Captain Duncan? The legendary captain of the Vanished? SHH, don't just say the name. The store owner quickly interrupted Duncan's words. Ordinary people like you don't know, but just pronouncing the name of that great horror will bring a curse upon yourself. You better be careful, otherwise that ship might just visit you in your dreams. You're right, Duncan choked again, trying to endure the strange feeling in his heart, that Captain, not only does he have a daughter named Lucretia, but also a son. Yes, I met them 100 years ago. The son is called Tyrion Abnemar and later became a general under the Frost Queen. Sadly, it wasn't long before the Frostbite Rebellion took place and pulled that kid into piracy. The daughter did better though. Lucretia Abnemar eventually became known as the most outstanding puppeteer back then. The old lady chattered and finally paused to sigh again, but this is some old story now. Many humans wouldn't even remember such a thing. Few in Planned like to discuss affairs related to that ship, let alone the children of that captain. But in my opinion, that's just wrong. Those two kids are doing fine and living a life of the sea as their own ship captain. Wait a minute. Duncan immediately widened his eyes. You said they are still alive. Alive, yes, alive. It is said that they were cursed by subspace and became immortals. The old lady heaved another sigh. It is estimated that they can live longer than me. Duncan. Are you really all right? The old lady of the shop finally couldn't help but ask again. I see that your face has not been quite right since I brought up the topic. Maybe I should drop the matter and talk about something else. No. Please go on. I love to hear more. Duncan immediately cut in and pushed himself to regain his composure with burning heat in his eyes. Tell me more about those siblings. You said you met them before. A century ago, the old woman said slowly with a tone of reminiscence. I had only just opened shop on this street back then when the brother and sister came in. Lucretia bought a 3-point doll from me, and Tyrion paid for it when they were young. Their father at the time was still normal too. Oh my bad, we mustn't mention him. No. Then more than 10 years later, I met Lucretia alone again on my way to Lanza to communicate with my colleagues. By that time, she had already become an outstanding puppeteer and mechanic. Her clockwork-driven puppet is something that even I can't make. The shopkeeper chattered again, talking about life stories that were history to most of humanity. It seems that regardless of race, older people have the habit of reminiscing the past like it's some fond memory. Duncan's choppy mind still hadn't calmed down, but his expression had flattened out to avoid giving the wrong impression. Tyrion Abnemar was loyal to the Frost Queen. About half a century ago, not too far back. Some of the older humans still remember the event, you know, the shopkeeper said casually, but it is only hearsay at most. Back then, the northern states were relatively closed off, so the information we got down in planned is limited. Duncan felt his heart pounding. Of course he knew who the Frost Queen was, and he even had a one-to-one Frost Queen doll jumping up and down on his ship. Still, he never could have imagined that the queen who had been executed by the rebels half a century ago would make another connection with him in such a way through a firstborn who even he had just learned of their existence. The Frostbite Rebellion half a century ago, he pondered, trying to appear like an ordinary gossip-loving guest. I've seen it in the history books, but it's not clear. That incident is a mystery to begin with. The shopkeeper waved her hand. It is said that it is related to that ship. Who would dare record it clearly? Tyrion Abnemar went on to become a pirate after the Frostbite Rebellion. Duncan asked again. He's still active on the other side of the cold sea. It seems to be, the shopkeeper recalled. Anyway, I only heard this saying from a peer 20 years ago after they conducted business in the north. Then, are the siblings still speaking? How do I know? The shopkeeper waved her hand. I'm just an ordinary old lady who opened a shop on the streets of Planned. At most, my connection with those two is that I met them earlier in my years. You're right, Duncan grumbled at his own silliness. He's clearly assuming too much. Ah, by the way, speaking of Lucretia, I suddenly remembered something. It has been here for many years. Maybe you're interested. The old woman says after getting a light bulb. Without waiting for the man to speak, she promptly walked behind the stairs and rummaged inside the storage room. From it, she pulled out a half-meter-long box from the deepest parts and placed it on the counter. This is, Duncan looked warily at the old dusty box. A doll, the old woman kindly answered as she carefully opened the lid. Her name is Nilu. Remember what I just said? Many years ago, Lucretia and her brother bought a doll from my shop during their teen years. The doll actually came in a pair, and this is that one's sister. Chapter 162. Nilu. Duncan quietly stared at Nilu, who was placed in the box. It was just an ordinary joint doll, very much in line with the court girl style that was popular in the city-state a century ago. With beautiful golden curly hair and a lace-encrusted dress, the joints of her arms were more pronounced in an old-fashioned spherical structure than Alice's. Her face was made of ceramics, and her mouth and eyes showed the signature seam structure of old-fashioned dolls. To be fair, the doll was so delicately crafted and well kept that it's hard to believe it's been lying in a box for a century. Although it's far from being a lifelike doll like Alice, the little one named Nilu could also be described as beautiful. 100 years ago, Lucretia once bought another doll called Looney who was paired with this little one from this store, and now, Nilu, had come before Duncan. He didn't mean to make this encounter, but it just happened. Destiny was a wonderful thing. It doesn't look like it's been preserved for a century, Duncan said thoughtfully. She's only a little bit old. Elven products have always been known for their durability. After all, we usually use them for a long time. My puppet-making skills should be beyond many of my peers, and I don't want my carefully crafted children to be separated from me after only a century or two. I understand, but it's an antique in terms of human years. Duncan raised an eye only to realize this well-preserved doll wasn't some simple commodity. I don't think I can afford this. He hasn't forgotten about the profit he earned from selling the dagger to Mr. Morris and reporting the cultists, but in comparison to this beautifully crafted piece of craftsmanship, he knows it couldn't be cheap. Antique? I wasn't thinking about that until you mentioned it. The shopkeeper smiled with a pleasant expression on her chubby face. It's not expensive. In fact, if you buy that wig and matching silver hair accessory, I can sell you for 142 salas. This time it was Duncan's turn to be surprised. Why? Maybe it's just fate, the shopkeeper said slowly. Nilu has been lying quietly with me for so many years. I do not want her to remain lonely forever like this. Then you came along. It's rare to find someone who loves dolls as much as you do these days. So consider this fate's guidance. Fate, the corner of Duncan's mouth visibly twitched. He usually liked to use this word to fool others in his own store, but he didn't expect to have this phrase used on himself. So the real situation is that you can't sell it, right? Shopkeeper. It's fate. Because it's more or less connected with the cursed Abnemar family, so it can't be sold at all, right? It's really just fate. Does this doll have other traits like curses? For example, will it come back if you toss it away? Or they will go to the kitchen while you are sleeping and grab the kitchen knife. The old woman's eyes finally widened, and her voice now sounded an octave higher. I specifically asked the priest to exorcise any evil spirit from it. I kept all the certificates too. Duncan chuckled. See, it's really because people suspect this doll is cursed. That's why it can't be sold, right? Old woman. I opened an antique shop in the lower city. Duncan exhaled. An antique shop in the lower city, you get what I mean. That's why I don't like dealing with businessmen, especially those like you, the old woman grumbled and sighed. All right, fine, it's exactly because of that reason. She keeps getting older and older. Eventually, Nilu can only sit in my storage room. If you really want her, I'll forget about giving a discount and sell you at cost for 75 salas. At least let me recover the fee for calling the priest to perform an exorcism. Deal. Duncan didn't wait for the other party to finish and agreed. In any case, he did have a huge interest in the doll. So even if there was no evidence of any connection between the little one and Lucretia, he figured he should buy her merely based on the fate factor alone. This was his knee-jerk reaction after learning he actually had a pair of children in this world. Perhaps the kids would one day pop up from God knows where. At that point, bringing out this twin doll would help get the conversation going. In addition, he might even be able to find a connection using this doll. After all, the supernatural of this world often delivers itself in the strangest fashion. It's not in his interest to assume too much otherwise. Then Nilu is yours. The old lady was a little stunned by Duncan's quick response. She's probably regretting why she didn't keep a higher price and shoved the doll box forward. You have to take good care of this child. Although I can see that you are a gentleman who really loves dolls, I still want to warn you not to think of Nilu as a cheap commodity. Of course, Duncan took the wooden box, closed the lid, and then looked up at the wig and hair accessories he had just chosen. How much do those two add up? 425 salas, upfront price. Duncan now got a toothache. In the lower city, this was the living expenses of a whole family for 2 months. But in the upper city, it was only enough to buy 2 accessories for the luxury of the rich. To be honest, to say Duncan wasn't shaken was a lie. But before his wavering heart could falter, he steeled himself to pay the price. It was a gift he had promised Alice, and considering the gain he got from this doll shop today, the price seemed acceptable. After comforting himself, Duncan exhaled softly and prepared to pay the money obediently. It's just that when he was paying the money, he suddenly remembered something again and couldn't help but ask, by the way, why did Lucretia only buy Looney back then? Did she know about Nilu as a sister? Do you really want to know? When the shopkeeper heard this, she showed a slightly unfathomable expression. This matter is another secret related to the Abnamar family. Duncan subconsciously inched closer. Then I'm even more curious. Then settle the bill first. Duncan was taken aback by the demand but quickly adjusted his face into a smile while handing the money over. Can you tell me now? Oh, it's actually nothing, the old lady said casually while collecting the money. Those 2 children didn't have enough money back then. Lucretia was in tears when she left and said she would take Nilu with her when she had the money in the future. But from the way things look, it seems the lady had forgotten the matter. Duncan. Is this old lady in front of me just special, or are all the elves in this world sick like this? Back on the Vanished, which swayed slightly due to the undulating sea, Alice had returned to the upper deck after transporting the last of the things to the cabin. Captain Miss Doll happily leaned over at the thoughtful-looking ghost captain. I sent everything to the cabin. Ingredients and kitchenware were delivered to the kitchen. Everything else I've left to the captain's quarter. Well done, Duncan returned to his senses and sighed softly. Then focusing his eyes on the doll, you've worked hard. Captain, how are you now? Alice peered up at Duncan and asked hesitantly, your face suddenly became very strange before. Are you really okay? Duncan shook his head, don't worry, just some small problem. His mind was actually still a little bit troubled over the troubles that might arise from Tyrion and Lucretia's existence. Then looking down at the cursed puppet in front of him and the connection she has with the Frost Queen, he couldn't ignore the sheer coincidence of it all. As the old saying goes, when there are too many coincidences then it's no longer a coincidence. Heaving a long sigh, Duncan forcibly calms himself to stop the irritation. Then he turned to the resting bird on the deck and summoned her. In a flick, AI burst into flame and disappeared from the ship again. Did AI go to deliver goods again? Alice eyed the spot where the flame was mere seconds ago. Not much this time, Duncan nodded slightly, then looked at Alice with a hint of a smile. It's a gift for you. Alice's eyes lit up. Gift? A gift for me? Captain, you really? Before Miss Doll's voice could finish, a green vortex of flame suddenly appeared above the deck to cut her off. AI had completed her teleportation from planned with a new batch of materials. This time, she's carrying a wig that instantly enraptured the doll's eyes. Chapter 163. Exhausted communication. Seriously, Duncan almost thought Miss Doll was about to cry and run away based on her stoned expression. Thank you. Alice cries in astonishment. Duncan. You really bought me new hair. The next second, Alice's face was full of smiles as if she had received the most heartwarming gift. I thought you were just saying it and didn't mean it last time. Mr. Goathead said the wig used by dolls are very expensive. Duncan. What he had been waiting for did not happen. No jumping with horror, no fainting from shock, not even a weep from the doll. There goes his anticipated fun. Captain? Captain, why are you in a daze again? Alice's voice suddenly came from the side, bringing Duncan back to reality. She's so close now that it's only inches between their noses. You've been in a daze many times today. Duncan blinked and retreated a little to gain distance. Then showing a weird and strange face, I didn't expect you to have such a carefree heart. Weren't you quite upset when I told you about the wig? I thought you would put up a fight about using a wig. I'm frustrated with my hair loss, but why should I be frustrated with getting new hair? Alice blinked her eyes as if something was wrong with Duncan's view. I'm a puppet. Duncan finally knew what the problem was. He had taken Alice as a human being since she looked so much like a person. Of course, there's the occasional head popping here and there, but that's dismissible due to her carefree attitude. When in reality, he should have viewed the doll as a genuine puppet. What does it matter to a puppet if they changed a wig out? Heck, it might not even matter if she changed an arm or leg. Forget it, I was overthinking this too much. Duncan facepalmed and waved his hand for her to continue. As the natural moving disaster on the boundless sea, he's no match for this wacky doll. Anyways, it's good that you like it. I like it. Alice held the wig happily and jumped around like a child, and what about the rest? They're for you too. Duncan sighed, trying hard to suppress his inner complaint after seeing how visually impacting it was for an elegant Gothic doll to behave like a child. Open it and take a look. Alice curiously opened the delicate wooden box. In there sat a set of silver hair accessories made of diamond-shaped flakes lying quietly in the velvet lining. Last time, I took away the feather pin you found in the cabin, Duncan said lightly. This is my present for that. See, I kept my promise. Alice was stunned for a long time. Eventually, she revealed a wide smile that overshadowed her childish antics. Thank you, Captain. Captain, you are so nice. Don't be so loud, Duncan couldn't help but shush her due to all the buzzing glee in his ear. It's just a hair ornament, no need to be so excited. Not only hair accessories but also a wig. Duncan faintly flushed with embarrassment. Don't mention it. Alice did not notice the delicate mood of the captain and fully immersed herself in the new gifts. Eventually, she finally found her eyes landing on the last wooden box on the deck. The container was about half a meter long with an elegant yet simple decoration of brass lock and hinges. In addition, the doll kept getting this strange sensation that it reminded her of her own coffin box. What is this? Alice put the wig down and curiously peered down at the thing. I bought it from the doll house, but this one is not for you, Duncan said casually. If you want to take a look, go ahead and open it. Alice nodded and lifted the lid with a curious face. Immediately, the lady came face to face with her own kind inside the container. Alice. You can call her Nilu, Duncan's voice came from the side, but unlike you, she's just an ordinary doll. Probably. Alice froze for the longest time. Eventually, after nearly 10 seconds, she suddenly moved with a click-click sound before her head fell into Nilu's box. Help! Duncan sighed and lent a hand by picking up the head. With a shameful expression while screwing her back on, do you have to behave like this every time? Alice, however, reacted much more strongly, with her face showing disbelief and sadness. Captain, you have a new doll. What nonsense are you going on about? Duncan instantly picked up on the weird vibe from those words. Without waiting, he lashed out, didn't I say Nilu is different from you? She doesn't run or jump like you, and what do you mean by a new doll? You make it sound like I have some sort of weird fetish or something. Then why did you bring a new doll home? There's a very special reason for this. Duncan exhaled softly and got up to stare off into the sea. This doll Nilu has another sister called Luni. My daughter took Luni with her many years ago and left Nilu behind. As it so happens, I visited that shop by coincidence today, so I figured it's fate that I bring Nilu back with me. Duncan did not hide the information he had just learned and said it naturally. He's playing the role of Captain Duncan of the Vanished anyways, so there would be a time when they would learn of his kids. In that case, he might as well be the one to break it out. Without surprise, Alice popped her eyes in stunned shock at the captain. "Ca Captain, you have a daughter." The doll cusped her mouth in utter shock. This is the first time I've heard it." Duncan inwardly sighed, moaning that it's also his first time as well. "Is this strange? I also have a son, and I haven't seen them in a century." He kept a straight face without breaking character. "You still have a son?" Alice nearly fainted at the repeated shock. Her eyes now widened to a tangerine size as her tongue stuttered. "Then does that mean you also have a wife?" Duncan. At this moment, both occupants of the ship were staring wide-eyed without anyone to answer them. "I kind of regret opening this topic with you," Duncan finally broke the awkwardness and grumbled, "I don't want to talk about this." "Oh. Ooh. Okay." Alice didn't know what to say, so she just kept nodding her head. Then looking down at the new doll named Nilu, she suddenly made an enlightened face like a light bulb just went off. "Ah. Does that mean the feather hairpin I found is your daughter's?" Duncan didn't answer her. Honestly, he wasn't sure either. But based on the speculation, it's most likely as Alice said. Then he noticed the sneaking peek from Alice. "Go ahead, tell me what you're thinking. I don't like it when you're acting all weird like this." "Ah, it's nothing, it's nothing. Alice waved her hand and grew hesitant, I get the feeling you're more humanistic now." "Duncan. Are you praising me?" Alice was stumped for a moment until she recalled the lesson from the goat head, which caused her to make an apologetic bow. I'm sorry Captain, I shouldn't have scolded you by calling you humanistic." Thank you," Duncan twitched in the mouth before shooing her off due to the exhaustive conversation. "Take the gift and go have fun. I want some alone time." "Oh, okay." Chapter 164. Call no answer. Duncan watched in silence as Alice merrily pranced off the deck. After confirming he was alone, the ghost captain shifted his main consciousness back to the second body inside planned. He needed to get it back to the shop to work on this side. Of course, Duncan made sure to get as much information out of the shopkeeper as he could. From what he learned, those two fell out with their old man at some point in the past. But what exactly was the issue? An argument? Or something much worse? At the moment, he had no way of knowing. That leaves the issue of how he should behave when they meet. Act as a kind and gentle father reuniting with his kids, or behave indifferently like in the tales. Duncan sighed softly at the options. Regardless of the real situation, one thing seems certain, though it's unlikely they are on good terms. He bent down and picked up the wooden box containing Nilu, the newest member of the Vanished. Is she really connected to Lucretia? In fact, does Lucretia still have the twin sister doll after 100 years? Duncan mused over the possibilities of that happening. He didn't think much of it when he first bought Nilu, but the speculations were running wild now that he's begun. With the box in hand, he returned to the captain's quarter. As usual, the goat head inside was waiting for him on the mapping table. "Ah! The great captain has returned. You seem to have brought a lot of supplies back from the city-state. Your loyal first mate here is very concerned with the food and health of the crew. If you don't mind, I would like to personally guide Miss Alice into being a qualified." "Quiet, don't mess with that puppet with any more of your recipes. I don't want my next meal to look like a pot of ghostly demonic vomit," Duncan glared at the goat head to warn him. "Where are we now, and how far are we from planned?" "Oh, we're still moving towards planned at full speed, and we've had several successful spirit world accelerations in between. It's like floating in the water on the edge of the real world, and now the Vanished is only 10 days away from that city-state, Mr. Goathead immediately answered with a chirpy note. "It is estimated that it will not be long before you can feel a noticeable power-up as you walk through the spirit world. The influence of the Vanished will be the biggest help for your activities in the city-state." "Very good," Duncan nodded in approval. With the wooden doll box in hand, he was about to head into his bedroom when he paused to ask, "Hey, how will Tyrion and Lucretia react if they see me again?" It was a test by him after careful deliberate consideration. This was the most normal, least suspicious, and informative question he could come up with. The goat head was visibly stunned for a moment, and his voice grew hesitant before answering, "You mean, your children?" "I'm sorry, Captain, I don't know if I should talk about your family affairs. You rarely mention them to me, but if I have to say it." Despite usually being particularly sharp-mouthed, the goat head gulped and finally continued, "If I have to say, I think there may be another battle between Tyrion and us, just like that time near the Frost City State. He does like to use artillery fire to solve his problems. As for Miss Lucretia, she'll probably get away and watch from afar." Duncan kept quiet but realized two things from the conversation. First, the goat head mentioned a battle near the Frost City State with his son. Second, he specifically emphasized that Duncan rarely mentioned the brother and sister to him. Judging from this sentence, it would indicate the statue wasn't around when the siblings were still on good terms with the father, meaning the goat head's not an original member of the Vanished. In light of the shocking revelation, Duncan's appearance showed nothing as he continued into his bedroom. Once the thick oak door finally closed with a dunt, he heaved a long deep sigh and pulled Nilu out from the box. After placing it on the table, he finally greeted the new member of his ship, "Hello, my name is Duncan." The doll, of course, did not respond. "She's really just a joint puppet." Duncan found it silly for him to speak to a lifeless object. Fortunately, no one was around to spy on him, at least not in his personal bedroom aboard the vessel. Then with one hand, he popped open the drawer and rummaged through the content. It was a small and delicate hairpin with the shape of waves and feathers that he pulled out, the item Alice found in the lower cabin. Duncan quietly stared at the small hairpin. Like before, he got a strange sense of nostalgia permeating his heart. "From the looks of things, it's really Lucretia's," Duncan whispered. "Is it a gift that she didn't take with her, or is it the only memento she left on this ship after she left?" He slowly picked up the hairpin and flipped it gently against the limelight shining through the window. Then with a summon, a small cluster of green flame spread from his fingertips, wrapping around the trinket before extending itself to Nilu the doll as well. Using these two items, Duncan wanted to see if he could connect with his daughter remotely. However, the flames quickly faded after trying to create a line. Neither the puppet nor the hairpin reacted to his power as well. Is it because they are really just normal items, or is it due to Lucretia being too close to the border of the civilized world that my power is ineffective? Duncan frowned, spreading the flames out again and calling out with his voice this time, "Lucretia." Nothing happened again. This brought a wave of disappointment to Duncan. At the same time, in the distant borderland near the Eternal Curtain, the clockwork doll Looney, who was busy wiping the table, abruptly froze. Then her gears and bearings started to rotate wildly, followed by the grinding sound of something going terribly wrong inside before the key behind her back popped out of the keyhole with fizzled green smoke spewing out of the seams. Chapter 165. Lucretia's Pressure. Accompanied by a series of weird noises, the clockwork figure completely stiffened and stopped like a rusted machine without a soul. Almost at that exact moment, Lucretia, who was in a nearby cabin, noticed the abnormality of her creation and became alarmed. Without delay, the door slammed open with stacks of flying paper whirlwinding out of the room. It eventually found its way over to the clockwork doll and reformed into the form of the sea witch. "Looney." Lucretia leaned down and picked up the key, plugging it back into her clockwork doll. Then after a quick winding, she asks, "What happened?" A series of intermittent cranking noises came from Looney's body, and after a while, some of her parts finally resumed function. "Old Master is looking for you," the doll answers with a very out-of-tune voice from the chest. With a clunk, Lucretia dropped the wind-up key due to shock. Looney turned her head following the sound, instinctively trying to reinsert the key to no avail because her limbs had stiffened again. Lucretia's complexion turned dreadfully white after hearing the word "Old Master." She's an absolute mess, but she still has enough wits to pull herself together after hearing Looney's failure. Shaking it off with a shudder, she hugged the doll to suppress the chaotic thoughts and muttered, "Looney, standby mode." The clockwork doll slowly closed its eyes, command received, Looney going on standby mode. Minutes later, deep in the cabin of the Bright Star, Lucretia was busy at the workbench inside this brightly lit room. This laboratory could be evaluated as complete and advanced even by the standards of the Truth Academy's headquarters. It's equipped with intricate mechanical devices and pressure pipes used to power various equipment. One could even see magical runes, crystal containers, and reactors shimmering with light among the countless machines. Currently, more than a dozen automatic dolls were currently taking care of these pieces of equipment, allowing Lucretia to focus on the work in front of herself. Right now, Looney was lying quietly on the large workbench in front of the Sea Witch, disassembled for repair. Repair. From Looney's chest came a somewhat out-of-tune voice. Don't worry. The transmission device jammed suddenly, causing part of the bearing to warp. Lucretia busied herself without lifting her head. It will require a lot of time to repair the area, but the repair itself is simple. Your heart isn't damaged. Looney slowly rolled her eyes sideways to look at the heart placed at the center of the workbench. It was a delicate floating brass ball made of countless intricate metal pieces set together. From time to time, the surface would change positions to reveal the inner structure, and if watched from the right angle, one could even see the shiny engraved runes swirling around the tiny thing at the center. Well, calling it a tiny thing was a stretch. It's in fact a finger, a very slender and fragile finger. About a toddler's size that's been elaborately crafted by a certain puppeteer a century ago. That's the true core of the clockwork puppet known as Looney, the true essence, the final proof that a puppet born 100 years ago remained in this world. Lucretia noticed Looney's gaze and followed it, causing her hands to stop as well. After a while, she resumed work and spoke as if without intent, I changed you into this. Have you ever resented me? Looney, resent. The head of the puppet on the workbench made a dull voice, Mistress, gave Looney life, for this. Looney is happy. But all this was originally done on my own whim, and for that whim, I destroyed your original body, Lucretia said lightly. For a long time, I didn't realize you had developed a real ability to think because of the influence of the border. Back then, I only thought you were a machine and carried out many reckless experimental modifications on you. Looney took a moment to reply, your emotions are tense. You have something on your mind. Under normal circumstances, Mistress wouldn't suddenly say such inexplicable words. Now it was Lucretia to go silent for a while. Do you remember what you said just now? After I just arrived at the deck and woke you up. Memory retrieval failed. Looney doesn't remember. You told me that the old master is looking for me. A series of strange noises came from the chest cavity of the clockwork doll again, but not due to a malfunction, it's confusion. Do you really not remember? Lucretia raised her head and quietly peered into Looney's eyes. Memory retrieval failed. Looney doesn't remember. It seems that my terrible father didn't want me to have any chance of reverse spying on him. Lucretia had a complicated expression as she said this. He just sent a unilateral signal, telling me, he knows where the bright star is, and he knows how to find me. You're afraid. I'm scared to death, but more than scared, I'm more saddened. Sad? Why? Lucretia stopped and met Looney's gaze before shaking her head dismissively, this emotion is too complicated for you right now. You won't be able to understand. Okay, Looney will try to understand in the future, replied the clockwork doll. Do you think old master is giving you some kind of warning? I don't know, but it does feel like a warning, Lucretia said softly. In fact, it feels like some sort of declaration before a hunt. He's back from subspace and even more elusive than the last time he returned. Maybe I should remind my brother. You should indeed remind Mr. Tyrion. He had already set out for planned, and the admin of that city-state mentioned the vanished is near their island. Lucretia nodded lightly and didn't say anything more to continue her work. Duncan carefully put Nilu back into the antique wooden box before putting the feather-shaped hairpin into the drawer as well. Once done, he kept staring at the wooden box with a worried face. As a grown man, he always felt something was wrong with putting a girly-styled doll in his bedroom. But apart from putting it in his bedroom, he couldn't think of a better place. Although the first test failed to achieve any results of Nilu being a supernatural item, this was still something related to Lucretia. If he's not careful, it might open a passage to the other party without his knowledge. After some struggle, Duncan sighed and temporarily placed Nilu's box at the end of his bed. If you really have something special about you, then hurry and show your hand. He glanced down at the box again, don't be like Alice. I don't want to throw you overboard and see another wave-surfing fiasco. The wooden box certainly didn't react, but Duncan didn't care about it either. He came to the window and glanced at the sky outside. Night had fallen today, and the pale and dim glimmer of the giant crack in the sky gave the ocean a shimmering appearance. The mighty exorcism power brought by the sun has subsided in the real world, and those distorted, ominous, and corrosive forces are gradually rising in the world. At this time, humans will enter their dreams to avoid the world's corruption in their sanity. But for Duncan, he had never felt any discomfort in the night, nor had he seen the shadows that frightened the ordinary people. The night was his realm, the time when he's at his sharpest. Returning to the desk, he quietly spread a blank piece of paper out and grabbed a pen from the side. These are things he bought today from the city to write down what he found. After a little hesitation, he begun once he sorted through the details. In 1889, a sun fragment appeared, triggering the planned Great Fire. Through Dog and Shirley's help, I found the veiling curtain of the factories inside Block 6. It hides a different reality destroyed by the flame back then. The origin of Dog's humanity is still unknown, but it is clearly not the influence of the sun fragment's power. There is also a distorted space-time in the neighborhood church of Block 6. It's causing two opposing realities to lapse and superimpose upon the chapel grounds. I suspect the statue of the goddess inside that church is corrupted by subspace, and the nun discovered in the underground sanctuary had likely died fending off the invasion back then. Chapter 166. The Captain's Waiting in Your Sleep. Duncan went over all the clues he had discovered recently. Then through the connections they each had with one another, he reorganized them into various chart groups that are interlinked together. First and foremost, everything inside this world can be corrupted. The only exception is subspace. Second, the reality of this world is built on unstable foundations. The space is unstable, time is unstable, and even reality itself is not necessarily as unshakable as people perceive. Third, the forces of subspace have invaded planned. The vision in the chapel of the 6th block is proof of this. The sun fragment from 11 years ago is probably not the most critical link in the whole event. In fact, the likely culprit is subspace. Duncan placed the pen down and reviewed his three main conclusions. Eventually, his gaze shifted back to the first point, which caused him to recall something he had heard at the bank. Without hesitation, he jotted down the details about the corrupted church in the 6th block on a separate paper. Pollution began with that church, causing two different realities to lapse over one another. It's so strong that even the goddess's monitoring is affected. It's unsure how this was achieved or happened. Was the church itself first contaminated, or was something else inside the cause? At this point, Duncan suddenly remembered what he had told Shirley about blowing this up across the city. With a grin, he turned to the dove pacing around the windowsill and narrowed his eyes. In response, AI abruptly froze at the added attention and swung her bird head over, murderous intent. Not minding the wacky phrasing, Duncan snapped his finger and caused a flame burst from the compass hanging around AI's neck. The pointer spun and spun, shifting the room's occupants from reality and into the spirit world. As usual, Duncan had come into the dark void that's filled with a billion starlights. Taking a small breath, he calmed his mood and allowed his subtle perception to guide him toward what he wanted. In no time at all, he had come before a small starlight. Even without touching it, he could tell this belonged to the female inquisitor, Vanna. Compared to when he first discovered this star, Duncan could clearly tell his connection with Vanna had become much stronger. Her last visit to Heidi's antique shop had strengthened their bond, and those strengthened connections would now come in handy. Turning his head to face the ethereal AI, the ghost captain didn't even get to say anything before the bird cried out, "Who is calling the fleet? Remember the last time we connected Shirley's mind?" AI thought for a while and tilted her head, "Gotta add money. This time will indeed be a little more difficult, after all, the other party is a devout saint. Her mind should be stronger than Shirley's, and it may also attract the attention of the storm goddess." Duncan nodded slightly but still slowly stretched out his finger and approached the cluster of starlight little by little. "But now that the connection between Vanna and me has been strengthened, it should not be a big problem if there is only a shallow communication without causing damage. After all, this is just a righteous complaint from an enthusiastic captain." In the next second, his fingertips touched the starlight. The layers of illusory waves seemed to come from an infinite distance, but they were fleeting, and Duncan didn't even have time to notice the presence of the waves when his mind connected through the line. Vanna rubbed her eyes as she looked down at the thick file in her hand. By the time she looked up again, she was already sitting in front of the dresser mirror inside her room with a tired face. A momentary trance floated up from the bottom of her heart, but she soon shook it off and recalled what she was doing. After leaving the archive with some borrowed documents, she had been investigating the heretical cult materials predating 1889. While there, she and the old priest had discovered some anomalies regarding the lack of information from 1885. Sadly, they could not find the missing materials, which alarmed the Inquisitor here. As the leading figure in the combat against heretical entities in Planned, Vanna had every reason to pursue this matter at the highest level. Firstly, the lady had already arranged for civil priests to search for the files inside the other archives around the city, hoping to extract any information from other sources since the Church wasn't the only entity keeping records of the past. She also ordered a guardian team to monitor the heretical places that were affected back then. Of course, she also informed Bishop Valentine of the matter and requested he acquire further instruction from the goddess. That's about everything Vanna had done thus far on a surface level. Until she finished reading through every document between 1886 to 1889, the Inquisitor had no other leads to go on. Sighing at the heavy burden on her shoulder, the lady glanced at the window and toward the giant crack in the sky. The faint glow was soothing to her senses, something she desperately needed under the recent discoveries. Then she glanced back down at the thick files in her hand to find the words starting to blur and become unreadable. Perhaps it was due to fatigue, but she wanted to look away and stop like something's nagging at the back of her head. Wait, no. Vanna jerked to attention. Slamming the document closed, she swung her head like a bat and glared out the window. It's midnight, the most influential time for the world creation and the most dangerous time to read any book or document. There's no way she would take a dangerous historical text out of the archive and read it in the middle of the night when she's so tired. Professional clergies do not make such a mistake. This is not reality. It is your own dream, a dream that is being influenced. Vanna's eyes widened with blood filling those veins. She realized her dream had been invaded by some unknown intruder. As if on cue, the oval-shaped mirror in front of her suddenly started to ripple. From within the reflection came a majestic figure standing quietly in the darkness, the illusory green flame quietly burning on the edge of the mirror. The figure calmly observed Vanna through the mirror, and after finding Vanna had noticed him as well, the being faintly smiled and greeted her in a deep voice. Good evening Vanna, I believe this is our first meeting, but I have been watching you for some time now. You can call me Captain Duncan. The words did not even get the finish when the female Inquisitor leaped into action. As a trained fighter, she jumped several meters into the air and kicked the dressing table back to put distance between them both. Then without hesitation, the lady drew her giant broadsword out and slashed down in a somersault. With a loud bang, the entire dressing table split into two, the mirror directly shattering into pieces by the huge force. Duncan's phantom was also scattered with the mirror shards that went flying. However, this wasn't enough for the lady. Like a finely tuned machine, she clutched her giant broadsword in hand and vigilantly scanned the room like a prowling lioness. She's also whispering the prayers she learned from the main church to awaken herself from a corrupted dream, as per protocol. Your reaction surprised me a little. Vanna's eyes widened as she followed the source of the voice. From what she saw, it's coming from the mirror shards littering the room. Relax, child, I just wanted to talk to you about something, came the voice of the infamous Captain Duncan. It's about Planned. Is it the mirror? The young Inquisitor suddenly muttered to herself. Duncan, hey. Without replying to the man, Vanna raised her broadsword into the air again and smashed down with crushing force. Under the loud explosive impact, a shockwave reverberated across the room, sending every mirroring item in the room to dust. Now that silence returned to the room, Vanna spent another minute scanning the room before issuing a long sigh. But then she froze due to what's in front of her. Instead of hiding behind a mirror, the infamous Captain Duncan was now standing openly in her field of vision. Your guess is not exactly correct. It's not just the mirrors, but everything smooth that has a reflective surface. The ghostly captain's voice directly entered her ear. Now, I'm inside your eye lens. Chapter 167. High Standard Report. To be honest, Duncan regretted it as soon as he said this sentence. He was terrified that Vanna, a straightforward girl, would rip her own eyes out on the spot after his explanation. What do you intend to do? The young Inquisitor began, her voice cold as a piece of steel. How did you invade my dreams? Her attitude was hostile, but Duncan only found it funny because it contradicted the polite and peaceful character she used inside the antique shop. I wonder what her reaction will be if she ever learns the truth. Nothing much, merely to tell you one thing, Duncan said bluntly and without nonsense. If you really care about the safety of the city, you might want to go visit the 6th block and investigate the chapel there. After speaking, he closed his mouth and stood quietly with the flames burning around him, maintaining a mysterious and majestic aura. As if something pierced a curtain to reveal the hidden truth, Vanna fell into a faint trance over those words. But compared to this momentary lapse, the reality that the dream was polluted by Captain Duncan touched her heart more strongly. She tried to pray to the goddess in her heart for help, but the power of the goddess could not penetrate this layer of the dream. After a few seconds, she finally gritted her teeth and tried to act calm. You invaded an inquisitor's dream just for this. It's up to you to decide, Duncan said lightly. I'm looking forward to what you will find out there. After saying this, he began to feel his connection to this dream rapidly diminishing. A strong repulsion was at work here. Vanna may appear quiet and willing to listen from the surface, but this high-level female clergy of the church was not one to give up. Instead, she's been mustering her willpower to repel the intruder, and now, she's at the critical point of awakening. This made Duncan realize that the exchange must end as soon as possible. There's no need to give more than what's necessary, and leaving now could keep his mysterious image. As the ghost fire converged to fade away with the captain's figure, Vanna suddenly cried out at the last second. What are you planning for planned? In the end, the lady couldn't resist the temptation. Duncan looked up in the darkness as a sudden devious desire flooded his heart. Make some fries. He utters the most outrageous sentence he could think of before the dream completely collapsed. In the dark space of the void and chaos, Duncan took half a step back to watch the twinkling starlight in front of him. Whatever she's going to think about next, at least one thing is certain. Duncan glanced at AI, who had landed on his shoulder, and muttered softly as if to himself. The sixth block, chapel, these two key pieces of information have entered the site of planned Storm Cathedral. Whatever the reason, they will definitely conduct the most intensive investigation there. Duncan's idea was simple and effective. He just needed to lift the lid off the chapel in the sixth block. As long as he could draw the attention of the Storm Church, it didn't matter how Vanna and the priests behind her worked. After all, he's the largest mobile natural disaster on the boundless sea. Those poor clergies would be frantically searching for him. Until they figure out it's nothing, they would pour all their resources into digging up the secrets of that chapel. Finally, thinking back to the last comment he made to Vanna, Duncan couldn't help but grin like a naughty child. Make some fries. AI tilted her head in confusion after noticing the odd smile. Carefully mince the meat. Your language is getting more and more fragmented, Duncan frowned, but we can make you some fries tomorrow morning. This is a good chance to teach Alice how to make some normal food. Vanna suddenly popped her eyes open. There was no light in the room, only the pale and cold glow of the world's creation spilling through the window as she glanced around. The nightmare had clearly taken a toll on the Inquisitor's state of mind. In fact, even the nightgown she wore had been drenched in cold sweat, leaving her all uncomfortable and sticky. But these discomforts were nothing compared to the sudden intrusion in her dream. Vanna pulled herself up, looked around very cautiously, blinked her eyes slowly, then closed them again before repeating the action several times. Each time, her heart would beat violently as if the ghost captain would suddenly reappear in her field of vision. It wasn't until she finally confirmed the terror wasn't returning that she could breathe properly. It's been a long time since Vanna became so nervous. Getting up from the bed, she swiftly came to the dressing mirror. Unlike in her dream, it's still intact and unbroken. After several seconds of staring, she shook her head vigorously to pull herself together. Then pulling the drawer open, the lady takes out a small dagger with runes depicting the storm and waves engraved on the blade. It's not a weapon meant to harm others but more of a ceremonial item used in prayers. First, she cut a tiny hole in her thumb and allowed the droplet of blood to soak into the runes before praying to the storm goddess. During the brief prayer, she heard the gentle sound of the waves ringing in her ears, and the protection of the goddess, as always, soothed her restless heart. After reconnecting with the goddess, Vanna now truly relaxed, and then she neatly changed out of her sweat-soaked pajamas and into the church uniform. She also picked up the giant broadsword next to her bed before departing the bedroom. Moments later, a private car powered by a steam core broke the tranquility of the upper city downtown area. It's Vanna driving her car to the cathedral. She had to tell Bishop Valentine as soon as possible what had occurred in her dream. The complexity of the matter had far exceeded expectations, and it was no longer an incident that could be solved by her alone. It may even require their branch and plan to contact the main Storm Cathedral patrolling the boundless sea if necessary. Vanna's gaze was firm on this, her breathing steady and her thoughts clear. But suddenly, a little hesitation came to mind. She recalled the strange scene near the end of that dream. Make some fries. What the hell does it mean? Chapter 168. The Warning Signs. The sleepy-eyed Bishop Valentine did not expect to find Vanna making a visit so late into the night. However, his drowsiness was instantly wiped away the second he heard the first sentence out of her mouth. Captain Duncan entered your dream. The old bishop dumbfoundedly gawked at the Inquisitor. He's even doubting his own sanity like he's still in a dream of his own. That ghost captain took the initiative to seek you out, just to tell you about a location to investigate. That's right. I know how it all sounds, but you must believe me. Vanna nodded vigorously and didn't beat around the bush. She knew how the old bishop would act, so she readied the story while driving over. The 6th block chapel. The interaction was short, but the most important piece of information is that the old bishop fell silent for a while. He turned around and looked up at the goddess's statue like he's remembering something. Vanna, do you remember the pollution you suffered at the cult site in the sewers? Afterward, we carried out a purification, but now it seems. I get what you mean. Vanna took a soft breath, her expression still flat. It seems that our purification has never succeeded. The Vanished is still chasing me, and the ghost captain has extended his power to my dreams. Is clarity still with you? Valentine turned and stared into Vanna's eyes. Absolutely. I tried reciting my name, and the goddesses during my drive here. I also managed to recite the quotes from the Storm Codex. The lady nodded firmly. At present, the pollution is still shallow, and only my dreams are affected. The pollution is shallow but cannot be completely removed like an irretrievable countdown. Valentine's tone sounded grim. You are still the Inquisitor of Planned, and no one can take your place at such short notice. Vanna knew what the old bishop was trying to say. She has been polluted by the powers of a supernatural force. As an Inquisitor of the Storm Church, showing weakness could prove fatal for herself and others in their ranks. Of course, no one would question her faith. That's not a variable in this matter. I can't leave my post. Vanna shook her head after a brief thought, knowing she was giving the old bishop a problem that he didn't want. However, she still had to continue to perform her duties. I have a very bad feeling that we have a real crisis on our hands. It may not necessarily be caused by the Vanished or Sun fragment but by a bigger shadow lurking within the city. Valentine definitely picked up on the seriousness of Vanna's tone. Immediately frowning, crisis beyond the Vanished and Sun fragment. Have you discovered something lately? I investigated some materials inside the archives, which should have been told to you the next morning, but now it seems the situation is more complicated than expected. The urgency needs to be adjusted upward, Vanna nodded and said with a particularly grim voice. I became suspicious of the timing of the Sun fragment's appearance all those years ago. After consulting some materials from 1889 and earlier years, I found a large number of less urgent but strange and dense, heretical worship reports. Most importantly, the yearly report for 1885 is missing. As Vanna spoke, Bishop Valentine's eyes finally widened a little. These materials were just sitting in our archive. The old priest exclaimed in disbelief, and no one noticed 1885 is missing. That's right. It's as if someone had stolen that part of reality from the city, removing it from the eyes of everyone. Vanna's expression now got dark, and I can be somewhat certain this phenomenon isn't caused by the Sun fragment. Valentine tightened his grasp around the scepter in his hand, causing the knuckles to go faintly white. Then what is your take on Captain Duncan's message? Uncertain, but the records show no indication the Vanished is capable of stealing reality from us. Secondly, if this is the work of that ghost captain, then there is no reason for him to invade my dreams and tell me this crucial clue. This is not in line with the chaotic and mad style he portrayed a century ago. Vanna calmly analyzed what she knew and deduced the most plausible answer, unless he had a sudden change in his character and became more vicious and devious, or become an enthusiastic person concerned about the safety of the city-state. Vanna spread her hand in the fashion of someone that's unsure. He did come and report his findings after all. Humph. Please don't make such a horrible joke. Valentine coughed vehemently at the sad attempt to lighten the mood. You always had such poor humor, you know, Vanna. It really makes me doubt your mental state sometimes even on a good day. After complaining, the old priest smashed his chest and straightened that back to prepare for the next step. So who else knows about the abnormality in the archives? Vanna thought for a bit and shook her head. Only I know. I went to investigate the matter myself, but as she said that, the lady paused as if a cog had just malfunctioned. Shaking it off like it's nothing, that's right, I found the files myself. That's good to hear. If there is a black hand pulling the strings behind this matter, then they won't know about us being aware yet. Valentine exhaled at some good news. Do you have a plan for those archives? Yes, including actions with City Hall as well. Starting immediately tomorrow, I will provide you with the church's assistance as well. Valentine immediately nodded. I will also report what happened here to Her Majesty the Pope. Let's hope the Grand Storm Cathedral can provide us with some assistance from their end out at sea. While speaking, the old man thought for a few seconds and asked, "Can you still pray to the goddess as usual?" "Yes," Vanna replied immediately, "my connection with the goddess was not affected by that dream." Valentine frowned, "But the goddess didn't make a revelation or warning about the spiritual pollution you suffered." "That's right," Vanna hesitated but nodded in acknowledgement, "the goddess did not warn me." Valentine rubbed his chin, and after a moment of deep thought, he suddenly looked into Vanna's eyes. "During this time, you must return to the church at night to rest. Do not fall asleep outside the church, and be sure to carry the Storm Codex with you at all times when you are outside. Also, if you ever feel unusually sleepy or tired while moving outside, head to the nearest chapel immediately, understand?" "Absolutely. Alas Vanna, I hope you don't think poorly of me for making such harsh demands of you." The old bishop somehow appeared slightly older, like he's stressed by the matter. "There is no priest or nun capable of replacing you at the moment in planned. As the Inquisitor and leader of the Guardians, you mustn't fall at any cost. Perform your duties as per your vow." "As per my vow, always." Vanna faintly smiled but also grew firm in her face like a warrior confronting combat. "I know full well how dangerous of a thing we are facing. I will not commit the same mistake my predecessor did when fighting the dark evils in the world." Speaking of this, she paused before continuing, "But what about the chapel in the 6th block? We have to investigate. There's no question about it. No matter the purpose of that ghost captain's visit, we must leave no trail untouched." Valentine grimly nodded at the image of the infamous pirate, and "I somehow can't remember who is in charge of the chapel in the 6th block. It's as severe as we imagined. I'll personally lead a team over there tomorrow," Vanna states. "Very well," Valentine bowed in gratitude to his peer, "but is there anything else that ghost captain mentioned besides the chapel?" It would have been better if the old bishop didn't ask, but Vanna's expression had turned weird the second he did. "Valentine, why do you have this expression?" "He did. It's a very strange message." Vanna's face now looked hesitant and unsure. "I don't know if we should take it seriously." "What's wrong with it? The more bizarre the content, the more likely it is to be the key to everything." Valentine's eyes grew sharp. "What did he say?" Vanna hesitated for a few seconds before sighing heavily. "Make some fries." "Valentine." After a moment of silence, the old bishop finally spoke up again. "Really? It is absolutely true, as true as my belief in a goddess." "Ah, then this is indeed a bit too weird." Chapter 169. Stepping into the curtain. "Do you see? Make the fries like this. It's very simple. Just be careful not to over-fry the potatoes or undercook them. You don't need to stick your head in the oil or taste it either, okay?" On the early morning of the vanished, Duncan was busy pointing out how to cook up a batch of fries to Alice, who was seriously trying her hardest to learn inside the kitchen. Remember. She's obsessed with the sizzling pot of oil, ready to make her move at the slightest signal while clutching the kitchen knife in one hand. Duncan looked at the oil pot and then back to the doll next to himself. With a slight nod, he was ready to go do something else when he noticed the gleaming knife in Alice's hand. Can you put the knife down first? You don't have to keep holding it unless you're cutting something." A cursed puppet standing in the kitchen with a knife staring murderously at some potatoes. The picture was unlucky and frightening no matter how he thought about it. The only missing thing now was a spooky BGM in the background. That would be the perfect horror flick. Oh! Alice came to her senses and quickly hid the kitchen knife behind herself. Waving at the captain confidently, "You can go back now, Captain. I've learned how to do it now. You and I will get to eat in no time." Duncan stared at Alice for a long time, trying to confirm the doll really won't mess this up. It's no longer boiling water anymore, but oil. If things go to hell, the pot would actually explode and cause a genuine kitchen fire. But as insecure as he was about leaving, everything has to begin somewhere. Heaving a light sigh, he waved goodbye and departed for the deck. "Good, I can finally have some decent food on the ship." On the second floor of the antique shop, Nina watched her uncle with a curious gaze while keeping a medicinal bag on her forehead. "Uncle, I wanted to ask this before, but why do you keep frowning in the morning? And just now, you sighed like you're suddenly relaxed or something. Hey? Was I? I wasn't paying attention. Duncan was startled by the attention and quickly adjusted himself. Smiling at his niece to keep a face, it's nothing. I merely remembered something about the account books. I'm fine now that I've solved it. Oh, Nina nodded, that makes sense then. Duncan didn't comment and left it at that. He's been careless about how observant Nina has become and didn't want to rock the ship. Shirley didn't come today, it's then Nina said something unexpected as she glanced out the window. Everyone has their own place to live. Duncan almost wanted to laugh at how readable the child was. She's clearly lonely and wants her friend by her side. And you still have school today. Where are you supposed to find time to go out? I should have inquired about her home address, Nina added, that way I can visit her instead of just having her come here. Now that's something Duncan didn't think about. Softening his voice to be more relatable, do you like this new friend a lot? I know you haven't known each other for long. Shirley is a nice person and saved my life in the museum, Nina said immediately, and what? And the place she lives in. I asked Dog about it at night and their living conditions. It's in a small alley inside the slums. There are no night street lamps, and the house leaks when it rains. Nina, Duncan cut the girl off right away and made a stern face. Friendship cannot be based on sympathy, especially for a child like Shirley. Nina was startled by the harsh wording. Raising her head to meet Duncan's gaze, she didn't speak for a good while before uttering a random remark. Uncle, how come your words are so philosophical lately? Duncan. But you're right, Uncle. I do feel a little sympathetic towards Shirley after hearing about their background. Nina instantly returns to her old self, but I merely want her to live better. I can feel it without her telling me. Although she was always inexplicably nervous when she lived with us, I could tell she was very happy. Am I being too presumptuous by judging her like this? Now it was Duncan's turn to be startled. Honestly, he didn't expect Nina to be so thoughtful at her young age. Shaking his head, it's not our place to decide that, so let's not worry about the matter. Actually, let's ask Shirley where she lives the next time she visits. Now hurry up and finish your breakfast. It's almost school time. Okay. Nina immediately nodded obediently, and then she seemed to have thought of something else that caused her to grow excited. By the way, can I ride the bike to school? Absolutely not, Duncan pricked his eye and answered without hesitation. Have you forgotten how bad you fell last night? As he spoke, the scene of what happened yesterday instantly returned to him. As soon as the girl saw the brand new bike, she jumped with glee and wanted to try it out. Then 30 seconds later, in front of the shop, she fell over, hard. Now she still has a medicine bag on her head for the bruise. I thought it would be easy to ride a bike, Nina lowered her head and moped, I saw my classmates. Duncan sighed. He should have thought of that beforehand. Nina doesn't have many friends outside this antique shop, so where would she have the opportunity to learn? That's a failure on his part. Take the bus to school today, don't run. Our family is not short of this little bit of money now. Duncan rummaged through his pocket for a few coins and put them in front of Nina. I'll teach you to ride a bike when I come back. It's really not difficult. With your cleverness, you will learn it in a few days. At first, Nina was a little frustrated but soon became happy again and nodded happily. Yaa. After a while, Nina happily jogged out of the antique shop while Duncan watched from the small shop window on the second floor. He could see her turning at the corner and towards the bus stop not far away. It's a beautiful morning. He had to admit this despite the various shadows lurking at night. The glistening light of the sun and the permeating noise of bustling life in the form of burning embers through his senses gave the impression of a thriving city with a golden curtain blanketing it. But then Duncan's expression froze when his sight schemed over a row of houses in the distance. Ai. He beckoned to the air and summoned the undead bird from the ship. Next second, a tiny burst of flame materialized in front of his eye and transformed into the dove. Hiccup. Who's calling? Hiccup. Fleet. Ai flaps around in a circle to land on the man's shoulder. Showing a weird face, Duncan turned and raised an eyebrow at the bird. How much did you eat aboard the Vanished? Ai flapped her wings and cooed vigorously, the time to eat has come. Hiccup. Duncan blandly eyed his partner with a face of incomprehensible nature. No wonder Alice was in the kitchen for so long. You cleared out the storage room, didn't you? Forget it, at least you didn't waste the food. Can you still fly to the 6th block? The dove issues out a roaring chip of a commando, making sure to salute with her wings as well. Mission will be achieved. Mission will be achieved. A fireball shot out of the small window in the next second and flew staggeringly toward the 6th block. At the same time, 2 dark grey steam cars were driving through the empty streets deep in the 6th block. Sitting in front of one was none other than Vanna, who had brought along a small team of elite guardians for the investigation. She didn't want to ride a steam spider walker for this trip because that would be too eye-catching. So until she gives the signal, the main battle force would remain outside the block and await her command. Frankly, that's a good idea on her part. She didn't realize it at first, but after coming here, she immediately picked up on the abnormal atmosphere in this area. It's very wrong and creepy, a neighborhood that's too lifeless, a population that's sporadic and unresponsive to outside stimuli, and old facilities that have fallen into disrepair to an unacceptable level. The best way to describe this place would be a world frozen in time and forgotten by its people. Chapter 170. Loose end. It took a long time for Vanna to withdraw her gaze from the car window after witnessing the weird state of the 6th block. The main purpose of her coming here today was to investigate the chapel, but now, it appears she might have to increase the investigation radius. After a little hesitation, she stretched out her hand and picked up the thick stack of materials placed on the seat next to her. These were the files she asked for from City Hall before the operation, using the authority as Plans Inquisitor and the relevant provisions of the Special Enforcement Regulations for Unusual Events. She obtained all the municipal records related to the 6th block for the past few years. She's finished reading part of the records along the way here. These documents from City Hall are not top-secret documents, nor do they involve any high-level supernatural events or unsolved cases. On the contrary, these documents only contain the most basic of things regarding daily life. Gas meter records, electricity bill payments, shop taxes, water supply, heat supply, garbage disposal, security patrols. If the life as an inquisitor had taught her anything, then it's that daily life often hid the most obvious clues pertaining to supernatural events. All of the mortal civilization was surrounded by the boundless sea, and there was the constant threat of anomalies and visions, so merely being able to enjoy daily life was in itself a treasure worth protecting. Like bathing in the morning sun, eating a hot meal on the table, buying a snack from a street stall, and having a warm bed at night, were all evidence of this continuous miracle only achieved through 10,000 years of mortal efforts. If a supernatural force had done something to this collective miracle, it would definitely leave a mark on this world to be found. Did you notice anything? The voice of the guardian who was driving interrupts after noticing the lady's frown. Is it a missing file? On the contrary, all the municipal files are all here. Vanna shook her head slightly. The plumbing and sewage records are all here and maintained at a very balanced value, which is very reasonable. Then your expression. There are no police cases. Vanna raised her eyes slightly. The public security files are blank. In addition, the newborn record is also blank, and the residents' death records here are also empty. The driving guardian nearly lost his wits after hearing such a review. This didn't go unnoticed by Vanna, who had managed to see the shocked face through the rear-view mirror. An obvious abnormality, Vanna said softly, a neighborhood that hasn't had a population change for multiple years. There's no fighting or crime reported by the security forces either. Even in the wealthiest district of Planned, such a low crime rate is impossible to achieve. And then the utility bills, they're too normal. She paused and peered out the car window. It's as if all the inhabitants here are nothing but a bunch of tamed phantoms. They live quietly in this encircled space, neither increasing nor decreasing, with no internal conflicts, no external communication, just quietly carrying out their normal resource consumption to provide feedback to the authorities. Everything is business as usual, so don't look here. Something is clearly wrong in this place, yet no one ever paid any attention to this area. Only the dull sound of the steam core running could be heard now, and after an unknown amount of time, Vanna felt a sudden jerk to her body as the vehicle came to a halt. We've arrived at the chapel, the driver states. From the outside, the chapel looked as if it had been abandoned for more than a decade. Vanna's mind couldn't help but recall the burning ghost flames and the majestic figure through her peripheral vision at the deplorable state of the church branch. She gasped out of reflex, reflexively whispering Gamina's name as she pushed open the car door to get out. Immediately, a cold, bleak wind swept over from the other end of the street, rolling up the dry leaves beside the roadside as it did so. The black-clad guardians promptly followed the Inquisitor too, cautiously approaching the abandoned chapel from each side in a circling formation. As the team moved under the crunching sound of dry leaves under their feet, which sounded strangely close to burning embers. A series of flapping wings could be heard from above. Vanna's gaze followed the sound, finding a white dove perched atop the spire and curiously eyeing their group. A white dove. An auspicious omen for calm weather. For some reason, this strange thought suddenly crossed her mind before she gently pushed open the chapel's door. Immediately, a warm and bright light met her eyes, and a nun with a gentle smile on her face appeared in front. "Hello, sister, it's rare for a visitor here." The gentle voice of the nun reached the ears of the guardian that sounded spookier than warm. Gas lamps lined up neatly between the behemoth shelves of the archive, the bright light dispelling any form of shadow between these ancient files. During this, only the old priest's slightly heavy and slow footsteps gave any form of life to these inanimate objects. Seventh row of the sixth columns, seventh row of the sixth columns. The record of 1885, it should be here, it should be here, the old archivist mutters as he went over the files again and again. Finally found it. His voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. "It's actually hiding here. But how did me and Inquisitor Vanna miss this before after searching for so long?" In the second his fingers touched the books. Seventh row of the sixth columns, seventh row of the sixth columns. The scene repeats itself over and over again until it suddenly doesn't. Raising his head, the old archivist stiffly looked around at the familiar yet distant bookshelves lined around him. It's the same old oil lamps lighting the texts, the same old domed building, but the protective pillars that depict the pattern of waves were shimmering with light. A sobering calm swept over the older man's chaotic mindset at that very moment. The protection barrier? Who started it? Why did it activate? Did I do it? What was I doing again? The old fella instinctively raised his hand to grasp onto the large caliber revolver around his waist, only to discover something unusual with his body. The originally flexible arm that he used had become so stiff and heavy that the gears inside were now grinding against each other. It's only possible after years of neglect and rust. Astonished and shocked by his mechanical arm's deplorable state, he also looked downwards towards his mechanical leg. There, seeping black motor oil was dripping down the sides. There's no doubt about it. They're all rusts and unmaintained, as if he's been trekking through this archive for years on end. Finally, the last barrier keeping him from seeing the truth was lifted like a curtain. He could remember everything with clarity, how he and Vanna searched the archives, how she left with the documents, and how he continued to search for the missing 1885 record by himself. He may be old, but he's no fool. The priest instantly realized what might have happened. A supernatural force was at work here, mostly a vision. Pland was at the center of a huge vision. "Shit!" the old priest exclaimed and dragged his now ragged body towards the main desk. However, his movements froze the second he came out of the shelved aisles. A strange black figure had appeared inside the archive's main area without his awareness, and it's holding an ominous black umbrella as if to block out the ubiquitous sunlight. Chapter 171. The Crossroads of History. The person was tall, even taller than Inquisitor Vanna. However, the person had a thin, scrawny build with the appearance of dried flesh wrapped around a dark trench coat. Even with only a glance, the old archivist could tell the blasphemous distortion oozing out of the other side's existence. "Remnants of the Black Sun," he mutters, astonished and outraged by the intruder, "you dare to step into this sacred ground?" Without a second of delay, a loud bang shattered the tranquility within this domed structure. It's the old priest drawing his large caliber revolver and firing off the blessed bullet from within. Unfortunately, this came as no surprise to the umbrella man. In exactly the same moment, two shadowy tentacles had whipped out from underneath the trench coat, the first deflecting the bullet, the second lashing out to smash into the old priest's shoulder and sending the guy flying across and into the nearest bookshelves. Seemingly pleased with his deed, the dark, gloomy umbrella man proudly stomped towards the mound of books that had dumped over the priest from the impact. But that was a mistake. In the following second, a deafening roar of a battle cry blew up from beneath the pile as the old priest jumped out. He had drawn his vibrating sword at some point and used this opening to slash down at the invader. The intruder didn't fret though. Instead of jumping aside to dodge, the person only tilted that black umbrella slightly and met the blade head-on. This caused a series of screeching sparks to fly between the two weapons of choice as they clashed together from the force. But a veteran of light wasn't one to be fended off so easily within his own realm. The old priest expected his assault to fail, so he promptly flexed his arm and swung sideways in his follow-up attack. He kept going and going, leaving arcs of silvery grey in the air as he continuously slashed at the foe like the battering waves of the ocean. That's how storm priests fight, wave after wave, slash after slash, without giving up a second of momentum they've built to increase their blade's strength. Unfortunately, the black umbrella in the intruder's hand was more durable than it seemed. Aside from being pushed back due to the sheer physical force of the exchange, the umbrella suffered no damage at all. Even so, the mere fact that he's been forced into a corner enraged the shadow. Issuing a long gurgling growl of incoherent murmurs, this heir of the Black Sun was obviously mustering a counter-offensive with whatever spell he's conjuring. But this didn't matter to the old priest though, because he had already closed off any unnecessary perceptions within his sight. He didn't care about the noise emitted by this intruder, nor did he care about his own safety for that matter. As the only defender of light here in the realm of the Storm Goddess, he had the duty to defeat this blasphemous entity to regain his honor for today's failure. Nevertheless, the old archivist couldn't deny the swirling doubts sprouting from within his heart at the moment. For example, how did something like this thing infiltrate the grounds of the main church? This was the epicenter of Gamina's influence within planned. Even if the goddess herself didn't detect it, the patrolling clergies outside should have. On top of that, countless protective wards are also in place to signal the alarm. The fact that it all failed pointed to a fundamental weakness in their defenses, a flaw that would be fatal if left unchecked. Can it be, this remnant didn't enter the church through normal means? Exactly then, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. Before the old priest could react, his lower thigh muscle had tensed up out of reflex due to years of experience in the field. He slightly adjusted the angle of his vibrating sword and readied it for the assailant's sneak attack. But then severe pain came from under his ribs, a spot he least expected because he had readied his posture for that area. He stopped his pose, glanced down, and saw a black squirming tentacle poking through the front of his stomach from the back. He wanted to touch the wound to confirm it's true, but even that little maneuver was deprived from him as the rusted gears inside the prosthetic limbs grinned to a crawl from overheating. Finally, things dawned on the poor veteran: he's gotten too old. He and these gears on him are too old. With a disgusting squishy sound, the ugly tentacles retracted back into the intruder's trench coat as he approached. Now, all that remained supporting the old defender was the long sword that could barely remain upright due to those shaky arms. Go tell your god that this disgusting era is over and that the sun will rise again from history. The barely recognizable flesh that was the face of the shadow finally spoke. History, the old priest's body shuddered at the word. His physical body may have failed, but his brain's not broken yet. You polluted history. Somehow, despite the warped, twisted face, the intruder still managed to show a devilish grin with those crooked teeth. On the day when the fire rose, the wishes of us all were granted. The remark didn't reach the old priest's ears at this point though. The wound had been lethal, and it had caused the poor fella to begin his departure into the afterlife. His time was near. This outcome bored the intruder due to losing his only audience. Then, as he's about to rehold his black umbrella and leave, something unexpected occurs with his back turned. A loud roaring grind of metallic friction had suddenly ramped up, followed by the pressuring noise of oil pumping and steam whistling. Swinging his head around to check, the intruder was taken aback by the blistering sword coming down over his head. "Goddess, please bear witness!" the old priest yelled with a look of absolute devotion. His entire body felt so weak right now, but his soul burned with the ferocity that no evil could tarnish. He's the sword and shield of mortals. When the darkest moment befalls his realm, it's his duty to shine at his brightest, right up to the last second of his life. No matter the cost, no matter the price, he will pay it. Due to the abrupt nature of this turnaround, the old priest finally landed a critical blow to the shadow, slicing him from the head down and into two. This should be lethal to any ordinary foe, but this was a sun heir, the vilest and most evil of those out there. The severed halves suddenly emitted a disgusting sound of flesh and blood squirming together. Afterward, tiny tentacles shot out from the wound and merged the body back together like he was never harmed. This dashed the last glimmer of hope in the poor defender's eye. That's his last struggle, the last glorious fight for the light, but he could do no more. The goddess did not abandon him and blessed him with strength for the last blow there, the proof of another miracle. But even so, it frustrated him to no end knowing he couldn't fell this abomination. After several seconds later, the intruder was now up again and ready to exact revenge for the insolent struggle. Extending the tentacles out, the umbrella man bared his teeth and was ready to rip apart the opponent for good. He didn't like surprises, least of all from a storm clergy. Unbeknownst to the assailant though, something else was occurring beyond the boundaries of the archive. In this twisted and warped reality, clusters of green flames had engulfed much of the crumbling ruins of Planned, seeping into every facet of the city. Now, the only parts left untainted were none other than the church grounds, and even that wouldn't be true for much longer. That's the sort of picture the old priest saw in his final moment before moving on to the afterlife, the green flame driving up from behind the unaware assailant. How should he describe it? It was like a hound finding its prey, and its head was now baring its fang at the perfect moment to strike. This confused the old priest dearly, of course. He didn't know if this was real or just a hallucination on his part, but if it was real, he could only applaud with satisfaction. The umbrella intruder thought he had won today, but no, the serpent-like green flame had silently bit down with such a force that it trapped the twisted man in it like a cage of burning hell as he melted away. If the old priest could still hear his surroundings, he would be covering them from the horrific screams of panic and terror due to this execution. And then, everything went quiet again. The sea of fire faded like it never came, the polluted history temporarily returned to the depths of the curtain, and the archive, located between the crossroads of two different histories, fell into a dead silence. No one visited, and no one knew. Whatever happened today, it's gone forever. Chapter 172. Vanna's Discovery. Vanna stood quietly in front of the stairs leading to the underground sanctuary, her eyes locked onto the black door that had just been restored before everyone's eyes. 3 hours earlier, she had led the team to the deserted chapel and examined the interior. It was business as usual. Warm with bright lights, a silently praying nun, and a clean and tidy pulpit. 2 hours ago, she got rid of the nun who was obviously abnormal before leading the guardians to the underground sanctuary here. After prying open the black door, that's when she saw the truth: a dark underground space, a sword-wielding nun who seemed to have died in battle not long ago, traces of combat all over the walls and floors, and the missing intruders. 2 minutes earlier, she had completed a detailed investigation of the underground chapel, and together with her subordinates, they had taken the deceased nun out of the underground chapel and prepared to send the corpse for autopsy and burial at the main cathedral. However, right as the body had left the chapel grounds, it crumbled into dust in plain view. In addition, the basement door, which had been violently broken 2 hours earlier, returned to its original state as if mocking the explorers still standing at the staircase. Inquisitor, a bearded guardian approached Vanna from the side. There seems to be some kind of space-time closed loop here. Vanna nodded lightly and said nothing. What came to her mind then wasn't how freaky the chapel was, but rather the words she heard from the terrifying Captain Duncan who invaded her dream last night. If you really care about the safety of the city, then why not go to the 6th block and check the chapel out? I'm looking forward to what you will find there. Is this what that Captain Duncan wanted me to see? A locked space-time loop, a chapel polluted and isolated by some unknown force, a nun who fought to the death against a mysterious invader? And what does everything mean here? The frown on Vanna's face had deepened. When she set out this morning, she only had the vanished and its ghost captain in mind, but now, she's starting to doubt her own judgment at being so wrong. Could it be, is that ghost captain really just trying to give me a clue? Like an enthusiastic passerby, reporting heresy when found? The thought was meant to be as a joke with Bishop Valentine before, yet she couldn't shake off this notion that it might be true. In the next second, the young inquisitor shuddered as her expression froze in horror. It finally dawned on her how ludicrous the idea was in the first place. As a nun of the Storm Church, such an idea should never have even crossed her mindset. Inquisitor. The subordinate's voice came from the side again, waking Vanna from her distraction. Did you hear or see something? No, I'm sane. Vanna shook her head and said to the seemingly reliable subordinate. She knew that this subordinate had been in contact with Bishop Valentine before departure, and most likely charged with supervising herself during these trying times. Naturally, the lady didn't have any complaint about the arrangement. In fact, if she was to be shackled during the operation, it would still be normal in her eye. The time and space here have been reset, shall we go down and take a look again? The subordinate asked again. Vanna faintly sighed and shook her head. What is the situation with the fake nun inside the main hall? She's still praying, said a guardian who had just returned from the main hall, as if any of our activities outside is unrelated. I see, Vanna nodded slightly, her gaze falling onto the black door leading to the underground sanctuary. We'll go take another look. She led the guardians to the entrance again, stepped forward and once again felt the familiar resistance from the black door. The body of the nun was barricading it from the opposite side. Last time, she had to order her subordinates to pry it open with a crowbar. This time though, she intends to do things a little bit different. First pressing her hand against the door panel, she takes a gentle breath before clenching her hand and starting knocking rapidly. Within 1/100th of a second, the entire door vibrated at a speed imperceptible to the human senses. Next thing they knew, the solid barricade had crumbled into a pile of dust like its magic. This was the easiest and quickest method of removing the obstacle without damaging the nun's body on the other side, which did the job as the nun fell over from the lack of support. Only after all this was done and finished did the guardians hear the hum of the vibration. A sound that penetrated into their brain and dissipated in a flash. This drew a series of reverent glances from the guardians present here because it's not easy to perform such a skill. Not minding the worship coming her way, Vanna unsheathed the broadsword from her back and strode forward with the lamp in hand. The glow of the lantern once again illuminated the dark underground space, and the scene was exactly the same as when they remembered. As expected, time and space here have returned to the original point. After another meticulous investigation, Vanna and the guardians returned to the dead nun lying next to the doorway. Not long ago, Vanna had tried to take the nun out of the underground sanctuary, but now she had realized that the body might have become part of the circular loop. The nun could no longer leave this place. Quietly gazing at the nun's blood-stained face, Vanna didn't know how long she had been pondering before she suddenly whispered, "Are you still fighting in this cycle?" A brief silence fell over the underground sanctuary over her words. That was until the voice of one of the guardians suddenly broke the silence. "Inquisitor, what do you think she was fighting against?" Vanna contemplated the possibilities, and after a long while, she raised her head and analyzed the existing information one by one. The underground sanctuary is a perfect sealing environment, and when the gate is closed, it becomes the perfect cage. The whereabouts of the church's guardians are unknown, but it is clear that they did not participate in the battle in the underground church. The nun locked herself here and came in with a weapon, which shows that she foresaw a battle before entering. There are no traces of the intruders left here. Considering that the space-time here is a closed structure, the intruders should also be constantly looping along with the nun. If this is true, the intruders should have been inside when we entered regardless of their speed. The guardians next to her listened to the analysis before one of them suddenly reacted. Only under one circumstance will the priesthood take the initiative to block themselves off and prepare for the final battle like this. Yes, there is only one situation that can warrant such drastic measures, Vanna said softly. Slowly standing up, her expression turned grim, when the priesthood discovers that a subspatial door is about to open from within their soul. Subspace invasion. Another guardian exclaimed in a low voice, "She's here, to fight the shadow from within." Buledin, but how is this possible? This is a church, and no one has ever received an alarm from this branch. Vanna finished the sentence for her subordinate. Of course, she knew how wrong that sounded. The priesthood who is completely polluted by subspace will become a carrier and open the door for evil to use. However, there is usually a process, especially in an environment like the church. Even if the matter is urgent, the watchman here should have had the opportunity to sound the alarm to those outside. However, it appears the contamination progressed so rapidly that she couldn't do anything else aside from grabbing a sword to lock herself away. Speaking of this, she paused and added another theory that just cropped up. It may also be that the alarm was issued, but due to the interference of subspace, the alarm never reached the main cathedral outside. But this is not a sailing ship out on the sea, the guardian next to her muttered in disbelief. This is land, and the church is under extensive protection. How can the power of subspace corrupt a priest so quickly and cut off external communication of the entire region? You're right, something terrible occurred here. I can sense this the second I entered. Vanna glanced around the underground room by using the lantern's light. Even from her distance, the walls and pillars making up the space was oozing with sinister secrets that she couldn't fathom. If subspace did pollute this chapel at some point, where did it all go now? Chapter 173. The fire is spreading. The pollution of subspace does not subside on its own, just as justice does not assert itself. After so many years of fighting the distorted shadow of the deep sea, Vanna knows this all too well. If this chapel had been polluted by subspace, and the nun on duty in the church had already lost in the event, then what invaded here would never have died on its own. Considering the weird remnants of the nun in the church's main hall and the atmosphere that was not quite right in the entire 6th block, the door to the underground sanctuary obviously failed to block the intruders inside. In that case, where did the invading subspace forces run off to? Vanna raised the lantern in her hand that's filled with the whale grease containing divine power. Wherever the light shone was what she saw, blade marks and bullet holes. It's as if someone had a story to tell by writing down these markings. Writing? Vanna furrowed her forehead as a jolt zapped her brain. If the nun had foreseen her death when she closed the door, wouldn't she have tried to leave a message to those coming to investigate later? That's the basic taught at the priesthood. Examine everything here again, she raised her head abruptly and instructed the guardians beside her in a loud voice. Check all the details. Sword marks, bullet holes, blood stains, all of them. This sister probably left some kind of message before she died. Yes, Inquisitor. The guardians moved with swift familiarity. They each carried a lantern of their own, so it didn't take long to cover most of the underground sanctuary. Vanna herself was certainly not idling either. After realizing that the fallen nun might leave a message somewhere, she returned to the place where the other party had initially died. Her first point would be the ground and walls near the main doorway beside the stairs. As to why she doesn't believe the message would be on the destroyed door, it's rather simple. The runes used to put up a protective ward were also on the door. If the deceased nun had written something over the runes, it would only decrease its potency. Vanna crouched down next to the nun and carefully examined the whole body. Then, going by the posture and orientation of the body's position, she's able to figure out the angle at which she was leaning before they came inside. Using this knowledge, she crouched down to the most likely spot to investigate. Suddenly, her movement stopped at a spot next to the nun. There's a series of small sword marks, which at first glance seem to be just a messy depiction made by a dying person holding a sword unsteadily. In previous inspections, Vanna and her subordinates had dismissed these findings as nothing, but this time, the young Inquisitor finally realized that these seemingly messy scratches were actually a message that had been repeatedly carved at after failing to get an imprint on the first try. Here. She raised her head and shouted to the guardians who were searching around, 1885. Turns out the message was just a string of numbers. The gathered men all stood beside Vanna right now, their faces obviously unable to figure out why the nun would go to such lengths for this number. Eventually, it was the bearded guardian who asked with a confused voice, Inquisitor, this string of numbers. Inquisitor. He saw the stunned look on Vanna's face, then the latter's eyes had widened the moment she saw the number and couldn't contain the shock of what the message implied. Vanna did eventually wake up to the cries of her subordinates. Taking a sharp gasp, she promptly recalled back to the memory of her rummaging through the archives alone. She remembered finding strange records of heresy worship, remembered taking out the files of 1889 and earlier, and the missing 1885 records. It was 1885, she's reminding us that she actually died in 1885, Vanna muttered softly and caused a series of weird looks among the subordinates. But why did she emphasize this specifically? The bearded guardian still didn't understand. In order to prove that she didn't die in 1889, Vanna said subconsciously, but as soon as she was halfway through the sentence, the lady realized something was terribly wrong with that theory. Showing an incomprehensible expression, yes, why did she emphasize that year specifically? If she had died in 1885, she wouldn't have known that there would be a catastrophe in the city 4 years later. The young Inquisitor was so confused now. A large number of clues had emerged through the investigation, and it seemed to be faintly conjoining in one place, yet a huge ravine had appeared in the middle to prevent the crucial connection line. If the number left by this nun is to illustrate the year of her death, then this year must have a special meaning. It must hold the warning she wants to convey, but, what kind of warning that it must correlate with 1885? Was it because the nun saw something before she died? Had she foreseen the 1885 record would disappear from the cathedral's archives? Or does she know why the record disappeared? Unfortunately, the truth has long disappeared into history with this cold case. All that remained was this series of difficult-to-understand numbers. I have been to the cathedral archives before, Vanna explains to her wary and concerned subordinates. In the archives, all the materials from 1885 are somehow missing, and now it seems that this year is absolute. She stopped suddenly. For some reason, the scenes of rummaging through the archives had cropped up again. Then, the sound of gentle waves hit her ears, causing the lady to widen her eyes in astonishment. She still couldn't recall anything other than going through the archives alone, but she realized that something may be wrong with her memory. Her spiritual gifts were warning her, and the goddess was warning her. Back to the cathedral, she suddenly orders, I'm going to the archives. The guardians all looked at each other, not knowing what could cause the Inquisitor to become so alarmed. Even so, it won't hinder them from following orders. Just as these guardians were about to leave, one of them glanced down at the ground next to him, which caused him to exclaim, the numbers are disappearing. Vanna immediately followed the directed voice and choked at the sight of a subtle green spark vaporing up into the air. Imagine a pencil mark being erased from a piece of paper. That's exactly what's happening right now. The pencil marks are the numbers left by the nun, and the eraser would be the ghostly green flames. At this moment, endless speculations appeared in Vanna's mind, including the theory about the vanished and its captain being involved. However, she still couldn't figure out why the flames would erase the clues in her face like this. She's already seen it, so what's the point in doing so now? I must return to the main cathedral immediately. This place is too dangerous to linger around. Don't go near that plot of the floor, and keep your distance from that flame if you ever encounter it. Vanna reminded her men, now evacuate this chapel this instant. The second team will stay outside the church and set up a blockade until further notice. The others will return to the cathedral with me. Yes, Inquisitor. The guardians all replied in unison. Vanna nodded before issuing another order. In addition, inform the standby troops in the neighboring block to barricade the entire 6th block. Done with the arrangement, the lady began leading her team back outside. First, they went up the stairs, then through the chapel's main hall. However, right as they're passing the goddess statue, one of the more youthful guardians had subconsciously glanced to the side out of reflex. Immediately, the guy exclaimed in shock and caught everyone's attention, the praying nun is also gone. Chapter 174. Before the storm. The nun praying quietly in front of the statue had disappeared, leaving only the bright gas lamps illuminating the empty hall. Of course, Vanna knew that the nun was probably non-existent from the very beginning. The other party's body had obviously died in the underground sanctuary many years ago. The one praying in the main hall was likely a phantom, an echo still lingering due to the corruption. There's nothing in the corridors and rooms either. The last two guardians who had gone to search returned with this finding. Vanna's brow furrowed as she pondered what this implicated. The phantom disappeared, but when did she disappear? Was it the second time we entered the underground church? Or was it after we discovered the string of numbers beside the body? Or, the moment when the green flame erased the message? The former likely mean we disturbed the illusion by seeing through to the truth. If it's the latter, it must be that ghost captain making a move. Enough. I need to get out of here and inform Bishop Valentine of the current information I have. Afterward, investigate the archives to confirm why I'm getting such a strong warning from the goddess. Vanna quickly led her team out of the church and came before the steam cars. But right before entering, she glanced back and saw the dilapidated church and the white dove perched atop the spire. For some reason, she couldn't take her eyes off of that bird, the only sign of life in these parts. Why is this dove still there? Vanna couldn't help but mutter in her heart. However, she quickly squashed that doubt and arranged for everyone to depart. Overthinking something so small was unlike her, especially when she's been compromised. Meanwhile, the white dove had also taken to the air with the rumbling of the steam cars. She did not fly far though, only to a nearby alley that was out of view from the guardians. Following a swoosh of green flaming vortex, Duncan stepped through the burning door that AI created for him. It was the right call to pull the lid off this matter. Compared to Shirley and Dog's investigative abilities, having professionals take a look is far more yielding. When close enough, Duncan could directly monitor the movements of those he imprinted beforehand. In the case of Vanna, he's already reinforced the connection during the last visit to the shop, therefore, he could hear and see everything she did within the chapel earlier. Right now, the man's sorting through the information he obtained in his head. So the nun likely didn't get attacked by an intruder, but instead she had to fight against her own doppelganger from subspace. And a clergy can become a direct gateway into the real world if corrupted. That's something new. The last bit was the most concerning for Duncan amongst all the intel he had obtained thus far. It surprised him and confused him because it didn't really make sense. Duncan didn't know much about the gods of this world and their churches. But nevertheless, he could confirm the position of these religions was on the side of order and light based on his observation. The fact that a clergy of such a righteous faction could fall so deeply if they slipped was worrisome. But most of it begs the question of why? It appears the connection between the subspace and the real world is more complicated than I first thought. In addition, there is the number 1885 left by the nun. If Vanna's judgment is correct, the nun died not in 1889 but in 1885, and the chapel should have been consumed by the distortion since that year. What does this all mean? Duncan's thoughts process was getting muddy by all the contradicting new information. Heaving a long sigh, he rubbed his fingertip and summoned up a cluster of green flames. He could clearly feel the ghost fire spreading beyond the curtain on the other side due to the constant feedback. This was his third puzzle. Unlike Vanna's theory of him interfering and wiping away the string of numbers from the floor, he didn't. In fact, the guy was more confused than the lady in this regard. The reason? It's because the feedback he's getting wasn't from the present but from 1885 itself in the past. Duncan fell into a sudden stupor at what this hinted. Maybe, it's not an illusion. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the first time he studied Alice's coffin box and how the Frost Queen spoke to him. Please don't pollute history. Duncan's face sank like a murky puddle at remembering another sentence he heard not long ago, everything in this world can be polluted except subspace. Vanna made it back to the cathedral in record time. She wanted to confirm what was going on in the archive and why her memory was in discord, however, she still made sure to meet Valentine first to give the old man her report. After listening to the Inquisitor's story, Valentine didn't comment and only furrowed his forehead in deep thought. After a good long minute, he finally spoke like he's getting a toothache. Subspace is truly the most troublesome type of trouble. As we prepared to leave, the string of numbers pointing to 1885 in the chapel and the nun praying in the main hall was gone. It's possibly related to the power of that Captain Duncan, Vanna added, but we did not stay in the church for fear of the contamination spreading. You are right to be cautious, Bishop Valentine nodded slightly. We cannot be certain of that ghost captain's attitude, and now it seems that although he did provide us with an important piece of information, he also erased some clues at the end. In any case, he is not our friend. Vanna pondered for a moment and met the old bishop's gaze. Is there any reply from church headquarters? Have you reported the situation to the Pope? Valentine nodded firmly. I have reported all the situation here to the Central Storm Cathedral, and Her Majesty the Pope has said that she will send support as soon as possible. As you know, the church's ship is still far from planned. It is difficult for even the fastest clipper ship to arrive in a few days, so be prepared to be on our own if worst comes to pass. As he spoke, the old bishop sighed softly and turned to gaze at the statue of Gamana. Disaster is brewing, and we do not know when it will break out. Whether or planned can wipe away the haze will depend on our ability. Chapter 175. Dark clouds overwhelm the city. The sky had become overshadowed by thick clouds at some unknown point, therefore, it's uncomfortably gloomy as the cold air poured into the city, piercing into the bones of the citizens on this island. Old Captain Lawrence first noticed this weather when he walked out of the church's doors. Shuddering as he shrunk his neck in, he glanced up and mumbled, "Darn it, what back luck. My observation period just ended, and I'm going to get soaked during my walk home." Like the old captain of the White Oak assumed, other pedestrians are hurrying back to their homes due to the impending rain. They had clothes to collect, children to pick up, and storefronts to pull in. However, Lawrence was different. In his mind, he only had his grumpy wife waiting at home to scold him. For a moment, he's not so sure if he wants to go home anymore. Rubbing his arm to get the cold out, he was about to depart when a church guardian ran over to him with Heidi, the psychiatrist, in the rear. It can't be, Lawrence groaned subconsciously, then greeted the man with a stretched hand for a shake. Sorry, Captain Lawrence, I just received an urgent notice that you are to temporarily stay for further isolation. Therefore, you cannot leave yet. Isn't the observation period over? Lawrence's friendly expression visibly collapsed. You have to at least give me a suitable reason. I cannot give you the fine details, but, the young guardian also seemed slightly apologetic, it is a direct order from the Inquisitor. The situation has changed. All folks who have had contact with the vanished are to be kept within the church grounds. The corners of Lawrence's mouth twitched profusely at the name. He didn't need to be told why after hearing that infamous ship's name. Keeping his poor mood down so it doesn't show, I get it, but who will explain this to my wife? Sorry to interrupt, Heidi's voice came from the side before the old captain could finish. Do you have any concerns? Lawrence turned to look at Heidi. During the quarantine, he's dealt with the young psychiatrist several times, so she's not new to him. Softening up in his voice, I have been away from home for far too long, and my wife is not a gentle person. I denied the last shipping order to take a vacation. You can't expect me to spend half of it in isolation within the church and the other half in bed for rest. Indeed, no one wants to encounter such a thing, Heidi sighed, showing empathy due to her own vacation being ruined. Then pulling out a glass tube of something from her medical box, but now things are more complicated. It is better to follow the instructions of the cathedral first. Don't worry, someone from the church will contact your family in your stead. What is this? Lawrence took the potion tube and glanced at the liquid inside with some suspicion. No matter how often he goes through this, having someone pull out weird stuff from their suitcases will always creep him out. Something to calm, soothe, and enhance your mental protection, Heidi said casually. It's to help you with your next stage of quarantine. Damn, there's no getting out of it then. Lawrence felt a toothache coming when he heard the next stage of quarantine. Then popping the plug, he chugged the bitter potion down in one full swing before returning the bottle. The effect of the potion came fast, causing the old captain's gaze to dilute several times like someone taking a drug. Of course, he's not high or anything, but he's definitely calmer in viewing things. Do you need me to send you back? Heidi observed the old captain's expression and asked in a soft voice. No, I know the way. Lawrence's mood was a little low, but he quickly shook his head to remove the damp air. Ache, it's not too bad to sit around. At least I have a few sweet nuns to talk to back inside. Without batting an eyelash, the old captain swung around and began heading toward the two guardians already waiting at the door. Mr. Lawrence, as a psychiatrist, I still have to advise you that it's about time to retire. The boundless sea is not good for your mental health. Heidi's voice sounded from the rear before the old man could step inside. Lawrence did reply to that though, only waving his backhand to indicate he got the message. This drew a series of respect from the dock and guardians in the square. They have read the reports and know about Lawrence's family situation. Miss Heidi, do you know what happened? A guardian eventually couldn't resist asking. Rolling her eyes, you are a member of the church. If you don't know then how am I supposed to know? I'm merely the external consultant sent by City Hall. But you and the Inquisitor. She didn't tell me anything, and I haven't seen her since yesterday. Heidi shook her head before showing a curious face at the guardian in front. But I did hear she suddenly issued a large number of orders for an investigative operation. This morning, a team of priests even went to City Hall to request a bunch of files. Yes, a lot of investigative tasks, the guardian sighed, old files, visited communities, checked a lot of old accounts, and went to the port to set up monitoring on 12 fries cellars. Heidi. So now even we're guessing, the guardian sighed before looking up at the clouds. Gee, this damn weather. Morris, the old historian teacher, sat at his desk while brushing the rough edges of a heavy book with his fingers. He's trying to calm down his head, which he did to the point of being able to hear his own heartbeat. Seeing the timing was right, he looked down and flipped open the scriptures belonging to the God of Wisdom. After completing the most basic self-hypnosis and mental reinforcement by reading from the page, he lit the candles and incense on the table. Then through the mirror on the altar, he could see his reflection that showed a no longer young version of a charismatic man with a self-deprecating smile. I've gotten old, good thing I could still perform the fine details of this ritual. The crackling sound of the candle fire gradually faded, and the smoke rising from the incense slowly condensed into a undispersed cloud above the mirror. This blocked the senior's vision, making him unable to accurately see his own shadow in the mirror. I turned my back on you for 11 years, yet you're still willing to take care of me, Morris sighed when he saw that the ceremony had been completed so smoothly. Do you still have any expectations for me? The room remained quiet, with only Morris talking to himself. Nevertheless, the next reaction from the old historian showed he's received the divine guidance that he sought. He had opened the drawer and pulled out a bracelet made of 12 colorful stones. Morris hesitated initially, but then he steeled himself and put it on. Immediately, as if washed over by clarity, he felt the curtain shrouding his head for so many years finally lifting. He glanced at the layering smoke in the air, then huffed a grunt before pushing the door open to leave his study. Heidi wasn't home, and the empty mansion seemed exceptionally desolate. Of course, his wife was still in the bedroom down the hallway, but he didn't dare to look in that direction in his current state. With a gulp, the old historian practically fled the estate and dashed into the steam car parked outside the courtyard. His destination? The lower city where he visited the antique shop. Meanwhile, a white dove was speeding over the low, old buildings of the lower city. Eventually, the bird flew into the second floor of Duncan's antique shop, where she bloomed into a plume of green flame to form a gateway. Duncan had returned to his abode through AI's teleportation again. First glancing out at the bad weather through the window, he shifts his gaze to the clock hanging on the wall showing the hour. Since he still had some time before Nina came home from school, this gave him room to think about what to do next after the large harvest. Chapter 176. A Warm Family. A while later, Nina's figure appeared in Duncan's sight. The girl trotted over with a pleasant smile after seeing her uncle sitting in a daze in front of the antique shop. "Uncle, I'm back." She waved her hand to say hello. Waking up from his musing, Duncan put his thoughts aside for the time being and got up to greet his niece. However, he was startled by the girl's panting appearance and frowned. "Didn't I give you money for the bus? How come you still ran home instead?" Nina kept panting until she finally gathered her breath. Then, scratching her head in embarrassment, she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small paper bag. "I was passing by Drive Albert's clinic when I came back." Duncan took the package and squeezed it, realizing it was a couple of pills inside. "Drive Albert said you have been using alcohol for a long time to relieve pain. Although your physical condition is improving and you have successfully quit drinking, people who drink for a long time are prone to adverse reactions once they forcibly quit," Nina explained in a low voice. "This is a drug used to reduce alcohol withdrawal. If you are not feeling well, you can take a tablet. In addition, Drive Albert also said if your health has not deteriorated lately, you can stop taking the medicine from before. But it is still recommended that you visit his clinic for a thorough examination." Duncan silently listened to Nina's whisper that's borderline cautious. He knew what she was trying to do, so he waited until she finished before placing a hand on the girl's hair and ruffling it. "Uncle." Nina raised her head suspiciously but saw Duncan's expression had grown considerably more severe. This left her a bit uneasy inside. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or?" "I'm fine," Duncan suddenly laughed and bent down to eye level with his niece, "but don't use your bus money to buy me medicine in the future. There is no shortage of money at home now, and you can keep more pocket money in case you want to buy something. If you don't have enough, come tell me." Nina showed a stunned face at this. She's always felt something was different with her uncle and couldn't figure out why, but now she's starting to understand. With a nod, "Oh, okay." Then she thought for a moment and poked her head towards the inside of the shop with a hopeful face. "Uncle, then, can you teach me how to ride the bike? You said I can after school." "It's not a good time right now," Duncan raised an eyebrow. "It might rain soon." "But we're right at the door," Nina muttered but didn't give up. "We can go right back inside if it does." Duncan chuckled at the girl's insistence and nodded helplessly. "Okay, put away your bag first before we begin. We can only practice for a little bit before stopping. I haven't prepped dinner yet." "Okay." Nina immediately jumped cheerfully and ran inside. Casually tossing her school bag aside, the girl struggled to push the brand new bike outside due to how unfamiliar she was with the vehicle. "Actually, I think you have to learn to ride from scratch." Duncan sighed at Nina's clumsy appearance and stepped forward to help by controlling the handlebars. "We can start by teaching you how to keep your balance. Don't worry, I will keep my hands in the rear so that you won't fall." Nina nodded obediently. After Duncan helped onto the seat, she grabbed the handlebar and clumsily pedaled the wheels like she was tackling the most challenging thing ever. "Uncle, you must hold it. Don't let go." Okay, just trust me." A slightly salty and cold wind blew through the old streets of the lower city, rolling up fallen leaves and flying dust among the low, dilapidated buildings. Matched this dreary mood with the dark clouds looming overhead, it's giving this neighborhood an ominous and heavy atmosphere. Yet, despite this, the jingling bell and giggling here brought a ray of life to the street. Nearby, a black vintage car had just stopped in the open space around the corner when this was happening. Mr. Morris had just stepped out of the vehicle in his short top hat and long overcoat. At first the old historian only had the antique shop in his eye, but as the uncle and niece were practicing out in the open, his attention was soon drawn toward the sound. It's such a warm scene, a child and her guardian spending time together as a family. As an outsider, he shouldn't be involving the innocent. However, he also remembered his own daughter after she visited. Heidi only spent an afternoon here that day, and the protection had been activated. As a father, he couldn't turn a blind eye when something posed a danger to his only child. "May wisdom give me insight, enlighten my mind, see the truth, and see through the fog." Morris whispered this prayer after pulling out a monocle from his pocket. He placed the item over one of his eyes to let the blessing work. Immediately, Morris fell into a trance as he stared in the direction of the antique shop, the runes on the frame glowing due to the magic. "May wisdom give me insight." He whispered the chant again and clamped the monocle onto one of his eyes. This scene repeated again and again for several times until a gush of the cold wind changed the sequence. Shivering, Morris rubbed his shoulders out of reflex to warm up. That's when he finally noticed the bracelet on his wrist. It should have 12 colored stones when he brought it out. He remembered this clearly. However, the bracelet now only had 8 stones left. 4 were missing. Freezing as if struck by thunder, Morris found his heart pounding in fear as his blood turned cold and numb. He knew what this meant, and as if on cue to his horror, the giggling delight of a girl's voice caught his ear. "Uncle, you mustn't let go. Ah, it's crooked. The bike is going to fall." A middle-aged man with a gentle voice replied happily, "I'm holding it, don't pedal so hard. You can straighten it back if you keep the handlebar straight. Now slowly pedal while keeping your posture. See, you're not falling. You mustn't let go. I'm going now. Don't worry, I'm right behind you." Unlike the two voices, Morris's ears were hearing more than just a simple conversation. In addition to the niece and uncles, he also heard the static sound of countless murmurs mixed within. Rigidly turning his head, the old historian's gaze eventually fell upon the open space in front of the antique shop. Strong warning signs welled up from his soul, and the bracelet of the remaining 8 stones made a low and strange rumbling as if whimpering. Then each stone became scorching hot, trying vainly to pull a drowning man back to the surface. Of course, Morris also fought the temptation to look, but his body was having none of it. That's when he saw it. The madly wriggling vortex of light and shadow, a crumpled mirror that seemed to reflect all of time and space simultaneously. It's a giant, a huge being comprising of starlight in the form of a human carefully bent over to support a certain. Honestly, if Morris hadn't seen it himself, he would certainly not believe it. Right now, that being was helping an arc-shaped flame ride a bike. Then, the whole world went quiet for the old historian as his consciousness faded into darkness. Chapter 177. Critical point. After a loud bang, the whole world fell silent. Morris felt his consciousness drifting as if he had completely detached from his body. He didn't know where he was, what year it was, and even for a split moment, he had even forgotten his own identity. In his mind, the old scholar only saw endless nothingness that's surrounded by a turbulence of light and shadow. It took Morris a very, very long time to reassemble his fragmented soul. Then, he remembered everything: his name, place of living, job, and why he's visiting the antique shop today after learning something had nearly corrupted his daughter. The answer was right in front of him: this family was from subspace. Countless roars and harsh noises gushed forward like it's tearing the earth apart at the thought. He had just mended his soul, and now, he's about to be torn asunder just as fast. However, it's at the critical moment that a swirling mass of fog swept over him from every direction, shielding his senses from the chaos. This layer of fog was called ignorance and stupidity. One of the blessings bestowed upon him by the god of wisdom Lehem. Using this breathing room, Morris finally had the time to think and look around. From the act, he saw it, a flickering glimmer beyond the endless fog. It was a glimmer of light formed by many large and small light sources. In the center was a red light, which was the size of a human head surrounded by dozens of small blue, green, and red lights. It's like some kind of matrix, flashing rapidly without order. Yet, it somehow contained some logic and rhythm to it. These regularly flickering gleams became the anchor point that completely stabilized Morris's mind among the countless turbulent flows of light and shadow. Eventually, he also realized what these flickering gleams were. After a moment of astonishment, he's confronting Lehem, the god of wisdom himself. Every university and laboratory of the Truth Academy always has the exact identical depiction of Lehem within the sacred codex. It's described that the god of wisdom doesn't take a human form; instead, he's a series of shimmering lights beyond the boundaries of the fog. Lord! Morris stirred with intense emotions as he quickly kneeled in servitude. Are you here to guide me? Those flickering lights did not respond to the old scholar; instead, the lights issued a low sonic tremor that directly entered the old historian's head. Return, contact, understand, pass on. You, Morris stared at the light in astonishment. He couldn't understand Lehem's will, but the elusive god of wisdom did not allow him to inquire further. A strong sense of rejection swept over his soul in the next second, bouncing him right out of this chaotic and terrible space. His body shook, and his brain seemed to boil due to the overload of information that entered his senses at once: traffic sound, distant bells, blowing wind, and the bicycle chime. Then there was the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, the concerned voice of a girl that sounded vaguely like his student's. Mr. Morris. Why are you here? Are you all right? Morris raised his head in a daze and saw Nina standing in front of him, but in the next second, the girl transformed into an arcing flame surrounded by ashes swirling around the figure. Realizing it's no dream, Morris stiffly turned to the side and met the twinkling giant's gaze. The being was as chaotic as he recalled, with those eyes exuding the power of subspace, but the facial outline had turned into a friendly middle-aged man showing concern for him. The streets in the distance weren't normal either, they were shaking like an earthquake. The ground under his feet also squirmed like that of flesh. The door and windows in the antique shop had all become swirling black holes. Then there's the sky. Morris had no idea how it's possible, but the entire dark weather had become a sea of flame, constantly burning, churning, and spewing occasional amorphous limbs of screeching banshees bound within that hellscape. Nearly fainting again at what he's seeing, Morris lowered his head with great difficulty and looked at his wrist. He's still wearing the protective bracelet from the God of Wisdom, but this time, there's only 4 beads left. Of all the misfortunate things to befall him today, there's one good news: the beads had stopped crumbling into dust. Whatever madness invading his soul had been kept at bay so far, and now, he's able to perceive the truth. At least, until the beads all crumbled into dust and the madness took his soul away. He's an old scholar, so Morris didn't take long to judge his current condition. He's at the critical junction point of order and madness thanks to Lehem's protection. He may recover afterward, or he may find himself corrupted beyond repair and transform into an actual monster. Whatever the case may be, Morris had no say in it, that much he knew. While Morris was thinking hard and slowly, Nina and Duncan were also eyeing the old historian with concern. It's clear the school teacher wasn't in a good state. They were practicing with the bike earlier when they suddenly saw Morris standing in the clearing next to them. Originally Nina wanted to run over to say hello, but when she was halfway over there, she noticed that the expression on the old gent's face had gotten weird and freaky. Dullness, trance, unresponsiveness to the outside world, like falling asleep while standing with your eyes open. It couldn't be. Did he suddenly come down with dementia? Duncan muttered without confidence. Then reaching out with a hand to shake Morris back to reality, he turned to Nina after getting no response. Has your teacher ever fallen into a daze like this in school? No, Nina shook her head and said as she stepped forward to support the old historian's arm. Teacher has always been in good health, so how could he suddenly develop dementia? We can't be sure about old folks. Duncan grabbed Morris's other arm, then glanced up at the sky, and let's not talk outside. See, the sky's about to rain. Let's help your teacher inside first before he gets soaked. Nina agreed by nodding. First bringing the dazed Morris inside, the girl swiftly trotted back out and got her bike inside as well. Meanwhile, Duncan had helped the old historian onto a chair next to the counter. The old gent was still stiff, but some light had returned to those eyes that had focused on Duncan's figure. Return, contact, understand, pass on. Morris's last surviving sanity seemed to understand these words as they echoed in his ears. Is this the will of the God of Wisdom? Have me continue contact with this existence? At this point, Duncan's figure had temporarily stabilized into human form through Morris's eye. Although the scene around the old historian is still shaky and squirming like a cave of flesh, it's at least less chaotic than the nothingness he fell into initially. Here, he could still think and feel fear. This seemingly ordinary antique store owner was something that shouldn't exist in the real world. His own student, the girl who always smiled gently and was always sunny and optimistic, was not a normal human being either. And he, ordered by Lehem himself, was to continue to stay here and communicate with this family despite being on the cusp of falling into madness. Despite his woes, another crazier and bolder idea was propping up in this historian's heart: he's able to peer into subspace, the forbidden zone of mortals. As someone that's versed in history, Morris knows all too well what the great of knowledge seekers did in the ancient kingdom of Crete. Through a lifetime of preparation, potions, and ritual, these brave souls would use their last flicker of life to reach this equilibrium state to peer into the forbidden zone. It's both a sacrifice and a gift of knowledge to those still living. And now, Morris was standing on this battlefield where countless sages died in eras past. Slowly, the dazed look of the old gent changed from dullness to determination. Morris was no longer fearful but brave and strong, as all of those sages before him did when confronting evil. They are warriors of the book. They don't brandish swords or guns, but with knowledge and the book. He will fight. Hello, Mr. Duncan, the old historian spoke with force as his hand formed a tight ball to subdue the urge to tremble. Contrary to the combative stance of Morris, Duncan, on the other hand, didn't know what's going through the guest's head and only got creeped out by the powerful gaze that seemed to pierce his flesh. This old gent. Why is he making such a scary smile? Chapter 178. Friendship. Duncan kept a careful observation of the old man's face in front of him right now. He didn't know what's wrong with the other guy since he's no doctor, but even he could tell Morris wasn't in a good state of health. Do you need me to find a doctor? He asked with concern. How do you feel now? Is there any dizziness or nausea? Or is it mental trance? Morris rubbed his forehead in pain due to Duncan's voice. Unlike what the shop owner was saying, the old historian was being blasted by tens of thousands of overlapping roaring noises between those words. Like a patient being overloaded, he could only dully nod his head in reply. I'm fine, just need a little rest. The existence in front of me, the being that has its main body in who knows where, was expressing concern for me. Regardless of the truth, Morris did not dare to think about what was actually under the surface of this concerned being. Maybe there's 1,000 pairs of eyes staring at him, or densely wriggling teeth and tongues ready to chew him apart. In fact, are those words of concern even words of a human being and not murmurs from subspace itself? At the same time, the old historian had been trying to close his true eye after getting out of the car earlier. It's the ability granted to those who followed the God of Wisdom when exploring the supernatural, and now Morris finally got to experience why they say this blessing was called the greatest and most dangerous of all the blessings given by the four gods. He failed, of course. After opening his true eye, it cannot be closed for the next while. And what if he closed it? What would that do now with his mind in this messed up state? Morris dazedly thought for a bit before slowly speaking. I just came to take a look, give my thanks, yes, give thanks, for my daughter. Thank you again for your help in the museum last time. She had me. He suddenly got stuck like he didn't know if he should bring up his daughter. After hesitating for several seconds, he somehow came to a decision. She asked me to deliver a letter over. It's in my pocket. Fumbling around, the old man took out a carefully sealed envelope from his pocket and handed it to Duncan, who promptly received it and opened the package to find a greeting and the report regarding Nina's mental health. This was what Heidi summed up after the last hypnotherapy for Nina, which the doc did mention the results would be mailed over at a later date. You don't have to be so polite. In that kind of a situation, giving a helping hand is merely my instinct at work. Duncan puts away the letter and got all formal. Do thank Miss Heidi on my behalf. Nina is much better now after the last treatment, and she haven't had that strange dream lately either. Morris nodded, pressed his fingers to his temples, and organized his language while guiding himself not to stare into Duncan's eyes. Are you okay these days? Me? I'm fine, Duncan felt a little baffled by the question. In fact, he's finding it strange that the old scholarly gent would open the topic in this fashion, healthy, full of energy, and in a good mood, except that today's bad weather is a little depressing. There is nothing bad. Weather? This small change in the weather can still make an evil god feel depressed? Is this a new joke that has recently become popular in subspace? Morris found his mental state gradually getting better and could even mutter the protest in his head. Uncle. I put my bike away and closed the shop door. It's getting windy outside. How is Mr. Morris? Nina's yelled over the corner where she was busy with the bike. He's much better now, but he's unable to tell me where he's feeling unwell. Duncan leans backward and saw his niece trotting over. Why don't you stay with Mr. Morris for a bit? I can send a telegram or something to Miss Heidi later. No, I'm fine. Before Duncan could finish, Morris had raised his voice and waved his hand. Don't let her know. I'm just a bit old and need a little rest. Duncan was taken aback by the old gentleman's sudden and somewhat intense reaction. He eyed Morris up and down. After confirming the other party's state and attitude, he nodded. Okay, then I won't go. Nina, go upstairs and make some soup. A hot meal might make Mr. Morris feel better. Nina blinked, a little confused as she glanced between Duncan and her teacher. For some reason, she got this strange vibe hovering in the room that she couldn't put words into. Nevertheless, she still obeyed like a good girl. Okay. The girl ran briskly up the stair and quickly faded from their ears. After Nina left, Morris felt the mental pressure slightly receding. Although this relief was almost insignificant compared to the huge pressure brought on by Duncan, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Then the old man, who deals with history all day, was quiet again to organize the wording in his voice. Was my performance just now out of place? Duncan's gaze never left the old gent's figure. At first he only assumed the other party wasn't feeling well, hence the odd behavior. However, he's starting to get a hint of familiarity in the old man's behavior. He couldn't quite put it where, so replied casually, "Yes, just a little bit." "So, what's going on?" Morris hesitated for a few seconds again before speaking in a low and cautious voice. "In my profession, one is often more sensitive to the spirits due to what we work with." He merely wanted to test the water, to see what type of attitude this being from subspace held. Was he coming with kindness, or malice? Duncan frowned immediately after hearing the other party's seemingly meaningful words, then suddenly, he knew what that familiarity was all about. Morris's strange behavior also manifested in another acquaintance he knew, its dog, the Dark Hound. The undead hound was a demon gifted with the ability of seeing the truth. It's also the main reason dog would act so nervous and scared of him, and now, Morris was behaving in the exact same manner. Faintly guessing at what this meant, Duncan promptly peered into the old historian's eyes for the answer. "You see something you shouldn't, right?" Morris hissed at being caught. But in the next second, the expected end did not come. On the contrary, he once again felt that the mental pressure he was under rapidly decreasing to the extent that's bearable even for a mortal without Lehem's protection. This was the doing of Duncan. Without a word, the ghost captain had transferred his master consciousness back to the vanished. What's controlling the shell inside the antique shop now was merely a wisp of his true essence, just like a remote-controlled drone. "Is it better now?" Duncan's low, gentle voice sounded from the side, waking Morris up from the momentary relief trance. The old gent quickly raised his head and saw Duncan's stable, clear, and harmless human form. In addition, he also noticed that the surrounding environment had stabilized through the corner of his eye. The chaotic light and shadow are gone, the noise gradually subsided, the torn houses back to normal, the flowing flames gone, and the creeping and distorting darkness nowhere to be found. His mind was rapidly recovering, and the dangerous critical state of madness in his head was showing signs of improvement. He looked at Duncan in disbelief, who nodded apologetically. "Apologies, I really didn't expect a human to have such good eyes. Before this, the only one to ever see the true me was a shadow demon, and that's only because he had a gift." I'm much better," Morris gulped as allowed his senses to return to normality. He could feel his heartbeat ready to explode due to the rush of the confrontation. Regardless of his woes, the fact that he's capable of thinking was a boon to analyze the situation from a logical standpoint. Alas, I didn't expect to see your true appearance. These years of living away from my faith have left me careless." Duncan didn't pay attention to the muttering behind Morris's words. Instead, the ghost captain was running his brain on how to handle this meeting and the way to end it. This great historian wasn't dog that he could just muscle into submission. That's not only rude and impudent on his part, Duncan also didn't want to go that route. "I'm curious," he said suddenly in thought, "why are you able to see me?" Morris opened his mouth, hesitated, then decided to speak the truth. "I am a follower of Lehem, the god of wisdom." Chapter 179. Feeling guilty. Duncan recalled back to what he saw in the books. Lehem, the god of wisdom, one of the four gods who sheltered the world in the deep sea age. Like the goddess of storms and the lord of death, this god also wields two contradictory powers at the same time. He's the giver of wisdom and also the overseer of foolishness. The number of followers in this religion was small, and they often needed to undergo a rigorous examination to qualify for conversion. However, once they do, the believers would instantly receive both blessings after converting to this deity. One was wisdom, which enables a mortal to gain insight into the truth, to acquire knowledge, to understand the workings of all things more easily, and to detect truths that may interfere with their own fate. The second was foolishness, which could hold up a barrier called ignorance to keep the pollution and temptations of subspace away. Bluntly said, it's a blessing to keep the user from the other world since foolishness couldn't understand danger. With Nina busy working in the kitchen upstairs, the sound of passing cars and horses on the street outside, the antique shop became particularly comfortable under this quiet atmosphere. It's under this mood that Duncan sat behind the counter and crossed his arms to study the old scholar in front of him. The protection of the god of wisdom is indeed a good thing, but it is clear that his followers face greater dangers on a daily basis because of their professional habits and instinct for knowledge. I'm afraid only those who are the most outstanding and favored by the gods of wisdom can. Morris rubbed his head as it ached due to the shrill voices from Duncan's presence. You might find this a bit ironic, but most of the Lehem believers do not meet the qualifications of being taken away by you. Oh, so you're exceptionally blessed, Duncan muttered with a slightly strange expression, especially when he said the word blessed due to how awkward it sounded. The blessings you people have here is truly terrible. Hold on, how come you were all right the last time you came? Morris was a little surprised and taken aback. He didn't know if Duncan was truly in the dark or playing ignorant with bad taste, but in the current situation, he didn't dare to diverge his thoughts. Answering directly to avoid being tempted, even the blessed Lehem believers don't always open the true eye. I didn't use any of my powers when I came before, and this time. The old man smiled bitterly and pointed to his eyeballs. The monocle used to enhance the ritual effect had been removed, but one of his eyeballs remained faintly white with a floating halo seen between the whites and pupil. Now this intrigued Duncan. So you can't stop this effect at will? I tried to no avail. Morris shook his head, and even if it is successfully terminated, what does it matter at this point? I have already seen it, what you look like. Apologies, actually, I didn't mean to cause you the pain. Duncan was still feeling sorry and lowered his stance. Will you be able to recover after you go back? Or do you need some special treatment? Morris opened his mouth, feeling very much conflicted due to the interaction. In his earlier years of studies, he had imagined himself one day encountering a shadow of subspace at some point due to all his research. The difference though was that he didn't expect the shadow to be so intense and strange. I'm fine, the old gentleman finally shook his head. I'm much better now that you retracted your aura. I think I should be fine. Well, that's good to hear. It seems I will have to be more careful in the future. If there are more good-eyed individuals like you in the city, then things will get very troublesome. Duncan nodded, and then asked with more curiosity, then it's safe to assume you didn't visit today only to deliver the medical report? What are you looking for? A rocking thud hit Morris inside. When he met Duncan's gaze, all he saw was an ordinary middle-aged face with a little curiosity and concern, but around that face though, between the shelves and such, the environment was starting to twist and warp little by little. It wasn't until the other party's voice suddenly sounded again that the distortion in Morris's vision returned to its original state. You're hesitating, you're having concerns, and you don't want to answer this question. Duncan was able to read the other person's emotions from the eyes alone. Is it related to Miss Heidi? How do you know? Miss Heidi is a psychiatrist and seems to be a believer of Lehem. Though her experience doesn't seem to be as deep as yours, Duncan replied lightly. Now that I think about it, the last time she left with Miss Vanna, she did act a bit strange. Considering your reaction to my question just now, it's not hard to connect the dots. It's indeed as you said, Morris sighed, knowing that he could no longer hide it. After Heidi returned that night, I found that her mental protection had been bypassed. At that time, I only thought there was something dangerous in this antique shop. I didn't expect. He sighed again and looked at the already frowning Duncan on the other side. Heidi. The young psychiatrist merely gave Nina a hypnotherapy in the antique shop, yet her mental protection was pierced? I didn't know about it at all, and Heidi herself didn't seem to have found out either. There's unease in Morris's face as he watched the other man across the counter. He didn't know what the ghost captain was thinking to be so lost in thought, nor did he dare to ask so casually. Taking advantage of this short but quiet moment to repair his damaged mind, the old scholar also took the opportunity to secretly glance at the stone bracelet on his wrist. There are still 4 colored stones, the sign that Lehem's blessing remains intact. This gave a breath of relief to the old scholar. She doesn't know anything, right? It's then Duncan looked up and asked. That's right, Heidi doesn't know anything, Morris said immediately. Only when it came to matters related to his daughter did his mind become clear. She didn't even find out that her protective charm was damaged, let alone that I am here today. Then I won't bother her. As my apology, consider the debit with the museum settled between us, Duncan said politely. Speaking of this, he paused, and then thought of another question that roused his curiosity. So, can you describe it to me in detail? Describe what you just saw, if it's not too troublesome of course. Morris didn't react for a while, forcing Duncan to explain further. I'm curious about what I look like in the eyes of a different observer. Looking in the mirror will not solve this problem. Duncan was really curious about this matter, and understanding his true form in the eyes of different people may also help to master his special powers and uncover the secrets of this body. Morris hesitated for a moment. The inhuman horror he saw at the door of the antique store once again appeared in his mind, causing the sanity that had quelled to loosen again. But under Duncan's direct gaze, he gulped and slowly spoke in a low voice. I saw that you are a giant filled with chaotic starlight, standing on the twisted and grotesque street while supporting Nina. She's an arc-shaped steam of flame constantly erupting. Duncan originally nodded slowly when he heard the first half of the sentence, thinking that his image was indeed worthy of his reputation in the boundless sea. However, the second half of the sentence sent him into shock as his eyes popped. "Oomph! What are you talking about? What did you say Nina is in your eyes?" Morris got taken aback by the strong reaction, but didn't bother to think about why. "I saw an arcing flame that was erupting violently. Is there anything wrong with this?" Chapter 180. Historians talk about history. What's the problem? This is a big problem. Duncan glared at the old gentleman in front of him. However, he soon realized that Morris did not understand what the gushing flame meant or what it implicated. In fact, the old teacher most likely regarded Nina as another transcendent being that ran out of subspace and nothing more. "Nina, Morris sounded a little hesitant due to the worry for his student. "Nina is different from me. She's an ordinary person, always has." Duncan shook his head and slowly grew severe in his expression. "She doesn't know what is special about her. As for the flame you mentioned, that could be something else." "I don't quite understand." Duncan eyed the old gent some more. Once he's confirmed there's no lie, he finally decides to drop the subject and go around the sun fragment. "Do you know anything about the so-called real sun god worshipped by the scientists?" "Real sun god?" Morris frowned, not knowing why the other party would suddenly lead the topic here. Of course, there are quite a few texts about this subject. Those cultists existed for far too long, so many have tried to research this topic. The true sun god is what they call their god, but the rest of us don't call it that. We usually refer to it as the black sun or dark sun god. Actually, there's a third name for it from some older texts by ancient scholars. They called it the creeping sun wheel. Creeping sun wheel? Duncan raised an eyebrow. He had heard of the black sun, but the name creeping sun wheel was the first time. Also, this name made him recall the incident with the sun mask, a glorious dead eyeball covered by dead limbs constantly roasted by flames. Yes, outside the professional field, this name is rarely mentioned because this is a record handed down from the ancient kingdom. Its original manuscripts were written in Cretan script, which tends to draw certain mystical tendencies from unwanted shadows. Morris nodded like a lecturing teacher and seemed to have forgotten he's still talking to a great being like Duncan. In fact, the buzzing interfering with his brain had stopped as well. The ancient kingdom of Crete, Duncan was surprised, those cultists actually have such a long history. Yes, while this is unbelievable, those heretics do date back to the heydays of the ancient kingdom, surpassing even Vision 001 when it rose from the sea. Morris paused to ponder if he should continue. Actually, the four main churches have always been reluctant to discuss the subject, but when you consider the age of Vision 001, the black sun is in fact older. Duncan didn't say anything for a while because he didn't expect to get this bombshell so suddenly. Turns out the four churches are the blasphemous ones, and the scientists are the actual righteous cause if going by status and age. After half a minute of silence, Duncan suddenly spoke up. "So, the preaching from the scientists is true. Before the deep sea age, it was their Lord who was shining on this world. There are many factions and theories in academia, and this is the most divisive of all the deviant claims. You can even say it's half a foot on the border of heresy," Morris sighed, "but the existence of many manuscripts in the kingdom of Crete makes it impossible to avoid this question. Let's just assume those cultists held some truth and leave it at that." Duncan shook his head slightly, but that doesn't change the fact that their beliefs are now very dangerous to the current world. After all, no matter what their Lord was like before the deep sea age, his current state is. Morris pricked up his ear at the last bit and grew sharp. "Hold on, your meaning?" "I happened to meet it once." Duncan felt it was necessary to come up with some weighty information to get this gentleman's attention. He had already gained so much knowledge from this scholar. If this friendship were to last, he must also give something in return. How to say it? "That thing was so miserable that I couldn't bear to watch. There's no hope of recovery for sure, and whatever act these scientists are doing, it will only push their Lord toward a crazier and twisted direction." He paused and glanced at the old gentleman opposite to him. "Do you want me to tell you what he looks like now?" "Maybe it will." Morris instantly exclaimed and cut Duncan off. "No need." Immediately afterward, he noticed how offensive his behavior was and quickly coughed to clear the air. "This is not a knowledge I should be exposed to." "Oh yes, apologies." Duncan returned to his senses and quickly waved the subject off. Then let's not discuss this topic in the future. So, about the Black Sun faith, what achievements have they made throughout history? Have they ever succeeded anywhere after performing so much human sacrifice? The Suntists caused a lot of damage. There's no question about that. As for resurrecting the Black Sun, I can only recall a few records with wide-ranging effects. The earliest records are at the end of the chaotic era. Due to the long-term accumulation of a vast number of historical legacies after the collapse of the ancient kingdom, several city-states continued to break out into fighting and famine. The Suntists took advantage of this void to create a big blood right within a city-state called Karen. They summoned a huge fireball that hovered over the island for 5 full days. At the end of it all, the entire city had become one big piece of glass. Another time occurred in the era of the classical era. The exact cause is no longer known, and the result was that several smaller city-states on the edge of the civilized world disappeared overnight. Witness records show huge luminous fissures in the sky, in which the creeping sun wheel rose and stripped the ocean of these islands with gravitational force. The most recent one occurred at the beginning of the new calendar, and it was also the strangest one because there was no evidence left of the incident. In fact, no one even remembers what exactly happened and where. Duncan listened with a stunned look and couldn't resist asking for more. No one can remember its occurrence? Then how did everyone know the Suntists were behind such a large-scale event? That's the weird part. This is already beyond the field of what most scholars could dabble in. However, my status within the Truth Academy allowed me to peer into some relevant information within the library. Morris nodded and then made a grim face. That event did occur. There's no question. Because on one random morning, a message suddenly appeared on the most sacred artifact of the flame bearers, the chronology pillar. The line refers to a city-state that does not exist at all, and there is only one sentence in total: Wilhelm's last message. They finally summoned the Black Sun from history. We've failed. Chapter 181. History, Pollution, and the Black Sun. A message that suddenly appeared on the chronology pillar, a city-state that no one knew about, the battles that no one remembered, the defeats and sacrifices that no one saw, a history that did not exist in anyone's memory, and after its demise, there was only a trace of its existence left in the world. And even if the message amounted to nothing more than an extremely short sentence, it's likely at the cost of countless lives from those flame bearers to transmit this message. After listening to Morris's explanation, Duncan fell into deep thought due to the shock. He's got a general idea of what this faith did according to the Flame Codex he read. Unlike the Storm, Wisdom, and Death Church, the flame bearers followed a teaching that's much more ethereal and harder to grasp: its history. History was the memory of civilization. If history becomes corrupted, so does the memory of civilization itself. When that occurs, even reality itself could be bent to the corruptor's will. Control history, control the world. To combat this threat, flame bearers are constantly working behind the scenes to fight against those who pose a threat. They are often forgotten, often never seen, and often perished within history itself. Nevertheless, their impact continues to be felt today in the form of everyday living. So who did they worship? The eternal flame Tarujan, a giant who guards against the corruption of history, the embodiment of civilization's memory. According to the Flame Codex, the giant integrated the first flame created by mortals into its body. Through this flame, it records the correct history and grows with it in size, and once Tarujan grows big enough, he will be immune to corruption and safeguard history in its entirety. Of course, the origin story was nothing more than bullocks in Duncan's view. He wouldn't dismiss the flame bearers did work to combat the corruption of history, but the flame giant was a whole different matter. So they did something like that before already, Duncan muttered thoughtfully. What did you say? Morris didn't process the comment and asked, did what before already? What do you mean? It's nothing, just talking to myself. Duncan shook his head and met the old gent's gaze with a certain severity. The intel you brought is very important. The intel I brought? Morris now got really confused. You mean the message? The one that appeared on the flame bearer's pillar. Duncan nodded with a frown. But there's one thing I'm curious about: did the Black Sun have the power to corrupt history? This, Morris hesitated, obviously unsure due to this not being within the scope of his expertise. I am not very clear about the authority of the Black Sun, which is probably only understood by those experts who specialize in fighting against evil gods. But as far as I know, the Black Sun should theoretically not have this ability. While Duncan nodded and continued to dwell on the issue with unease plastered all over his face, Morris took the time to observe the subspatial shadow sitting opposite of himself. This Mr. Duncan has always been polite and patient. He likes to discuss academic issues with me and ask questions from time to time, just like the last time I visited the antique shop. Now, he seems interested in the flame bearers and their mission of preserving history. But why though? Does he suspect someone's polluting history? Is this the reason why Lehem ordered me to get into contact with this being? What is his relationship with Lehem? What is his stance on the order of this world? Am I stuck in the middle of games between gods? The chaotic thoughts rose and fell in Morris's mind, forcing him to become more cautious in what he should do and what role he might be playing in this mission. In fact, Morris got this inkling sensation that Lehem was watching the conversation through him as an avatar right now. He didn't know why, but that's what he's getting. While the old gentleman was having wild thoughts, Duncan finally ended his musings and looked up, half curious and half lamenting. I say, those scientists have done so many bad things in the past. Doesn't anyone want to do something about them? Like eradicating the group? How can it be that easy to eliminate an evil god's faith? Morris subconsciously shook his head. Heretical beliefs are like mercury entering the body, pervasive and permeating. No matter how much they are eliminated, new ones will always be sprouting. In the end, the main source of the problem remains with the evil god. Until we remove the core of the problem, the branches that spawn from it will keep coming. As Morris explained, he sighed harder at the situation. Most individuals are good people at heart. They work hard and live to their fullest, but because of a single unexpected setback in their life, they would fall from grace and touch upon forbidden knowledge. You see? Any ordinary citizen can become a heretic by donning the black robe of the evil gods. How can the authorities clean them out when you have an open invitation like that? Speaking of this, the old gentleman subconsciously glanced at Duncan again with a strange glint in his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Duncan appeared offended at the accusing look. With all due respect, Morris took a gentle breath and plucked up the courage, but shouldn't you know this all too well? About a mortal being corrupted. Spreading his arms out, Duncan shakes his head in denial. How am I supposed to know? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even in my free time, I will report on the closest heretic to the authorities. Morris. The older man obviously didn't buy it and nearly choked. Not minding the accusation, Duncan figured he better shift the conversation back on track lest this spiral out of hand. But I understand what you mean. Unless we can directly target the evil god, their influence will never wane. However, something is bothering me. Is the Black Sun's influence really that strong? I've seen its lifeless state. Even when it communicated with me, it had to do it through a mental echo instead of speaking. How does a being that's so weak able to pollute the world? The corners of Morris's mouth visibly twitched. No matter how bad the state of the Black Sun is, it is only weak in your eye. Unfortunately, we, mortals, are not so durable. Duncan felt an indescribable urge to rebuttal that claim and say he's human too. However, he reconsidered the idea after taking the mental and physical health of the old historian into account. Besides, spouting something like that would only make him look weird and awkward when the other side already saw his true appearance. It's then Morris seemed to think of something else. After a pause, he added, but your doubts may also point to the crux of the matter. If the state of the Black Sun is really as bad as you say, his pollution of the world really shouldn't be so strong, at least it shouldn't make the scientists this tricky to handle. All this may perhaps have something to do with the existence of those sun heirs. The offsprings of the sun, muttered Duncan thoughtfully. His mind couldn't help but think of the tall, thin black shadow that had appeared in Shirley's dream before. Although there was no clear evidence, he always felt that the thing was probably related to the legendary sun offsprings. The Black Sun has long fallen and can no longer shine on this world, but the heirs of the Black Sun continue to this day. If there's any power causing the influence, it would be the next of kin. But another key problem remains unsolved. The Black Sun doesn't have the power to pollute history, and its descendants most certainly couldn't. Yet, the forgotten city-state of Wilhelm did send a message that the Black Sun has returned from history. That meant history has been polluted at least once. In that case, who's helping the scientists to resurrect their god? Chapter 182. A peaceful tomorrow will still come. The atmosphere in the shop had fallen eerily silent after the last exchange. Morris was still seated in the chair, but his mind was a fluctuating mess of reverberating murmurs like a broken record. Sadly, he couldn't just flee before this Mr. Duncan. Until the subspatial shadow was satisfied with the conversation, he must endure. Last question, if something is really polluting history, how do we solve this problem? Is there really someone contaminating history? Morris raised his head sluggishly and faced Duncan in confusion. Who are you referring to? No matter who it is, Duncan said lightly, it could be subspace, it could be the Black Sun, it could be other heretical gods. In short, if something is trying to pollute history, how can it be solved? How do the flame bearers cope with such a crisis? Morris was stunned for a moment, shaking his head hesitantly. I'm sorry, I can't answer you. This is beyond my knowledge, and even the flame bearers, I'm afraid only the most powerful saints or chosen ones know the secrets of history. Most of the flame bearers, like the guardians of the Storm Church, are only doing daily work such as eradicating heresy and purifying pollution. After all, real historical pollution is almost impossible. You're right, my question is too in-depth, so it is difficult for you to answer these questions, Duncan sighed softly. He realized that his curiosity had spiraled out of hand, and he might have unintentionally caused harm for the old gent by adding psychological pressure. Then let's stop here today. An unprecedented sense of relaxation suddenly swept over Morris's mind, allowing the poor fella to heave a sigh of relief. His mind has been groggy since just now, his thinking intermittent, and there are many questions lingering in his head that couldn't be organized. At this time, Duncan's willingness to end the conversation was a godsend. Meanwhile, the shop owner had turned away to glance out the window. In terms of hour, it was still a while before sunset, but the gloomy sky had made it completely dark outside. Even the gas street lamps had lit up in advance, illuminating the gloomy streets in contrast to the dark clouds overhead. It's a bad day, Duncan withdrew his gaze and looked at the old gent. Do you want to stay? Nina should have finished prepping dinner. Morris's heart suddenly pounded as he recalled a popular phrase in the Truth Academy, which was used to describe those scholars who chased the most crazy and legendary knowledge swimming in subspace, bullshitting in front of evil gods, watching the gods fight, and rubbing the soup bowl together at the dinner table. Let's pretend this antique shop was subspace, and let's pretend Mr. Duncan's rank was equal to the gods, as let's pretend this subspatial shadow was having a bout against the god of wisdom, then Morris most certainly has now achieved 3 of the 4 wonders from that popular phrase. All that's missing was an exchange of the soup bowl. Actually, Morris carefully watched his phrasing. Actually, you want to leave, right? Duncan nodded without waiting for the old man to finish. He's not so clueless to be this blind, although I want to say that the weather is bad and you should stay for a bowl of soup. I'm sure you much prefer to get some relief from the pressure of being in my presence. Morris quickly got up and nodded. Frankly, every minute is torment. Of course, I don't mean to offend, it's just. No need to explain, I understand. Duncan waved his hand with a slightly helpless expression on his face. If we can change to a more relaxed environment of meeting, then I would love to chat some more about history and the gods. I'm very interested in knowledge. Of course, there is no malicious interest on my part. But from the look of things, this meeting won't work. Truthfully, I had fallen into a trance several times already and nearly forgot the truth I saw. Your curiosity and friendliness are true like a friend, and the first time I ever met someone as friendly as you. The old man felt honestly tied inside. He wanted to find more positive points to say, but he didn't have the vocabulary in his mindset that's fitting. If you can't find the right wording, then don't, there's no need to force yourself. Just don't report me after leaving, okay? Duncan chuckled at the troubled historian. No, no, no. I would never do that. Morris waved his hand again and again when he heard this. You did save Heidi's life regardless of the truth, and you have always showed a friendly attitude. I have no reason to report it. Not to mention. The old man suddenly hesitated, smiled bitterly and spread out his hand. Looking at your appearance, I don't think you're afraid of anyone reporting you. It would make me feel troubled though, Duncan said casually, but it's probably not a big problem. Then he paused and glanced up in the direction of the 2nd floor. If the weather improves tomorrow, Nina will go to school as usual. Nina, Morris blinked, causing the old historian to remember the flaming arc he saw. With a vague guess of the truth, he decides to muster up the courage and ask, Nina, is she part of what those scientists worship? He didn't get to finish because Duncan had started shaking his head. Nina is Nina, you don't have to be curious about the secrets behind her, Duncan said softly. Just treat her as usual. That way nothing will happen. I see, Morris lowered his head slightly and felt a sense of great relief after hearing Duncan's statement. Then it's time for me to leave. Please say goodbye to Nina on my behalf. My current state, is not very suitable for seeing her again. Duncan nods and got up to personally see the old gent out as proper etiquette. There are almost no pedestrians left on the streets, only the glow of the street lamps illuminating the cloudy city that's starting to pick up wind and frost. Morris tightened his coat at the cold temperature and pressed the top hat he was wearing, but before walking to his car, he couldn't help but glance back at Duncan. It's still the peacefully smiling man of the shop, and this time, the streets were no longer twisting and warping in the terrifying manner as it was in the beginning. Mr. Duncan, Morris said suddenly, you actually like this place, don't you? Yes, I quite like it here, Duncan laughed and waved his hand at the old man, so go home and go safely. Planned will be safe tomorrow, and every day after that. Morris tipped his hat off for that as gratitude and immediately entered his parked car on the side of the road. Duncan didn't turn and go back inside right away, instead, he watched the vehicle depart until it's completely out of sight. He's pondering something in his head after this unexpected meeting. The first question was whether the old man would report him after he went back. The conclusion he got was the possibility being extremely small. If he's just an ordinary cultist, or even a slightly more advanced Suntist priest, then Morris would have 100% reported back to the authorities. But today, it seems that his image in the eyes of the other party wasn't an ancient god, but a friendly shadow that just wants to live in the city. This pushed the odds down to 0. Of course, Duncan had a very good logical reason for that thinking. Unlike the required manpower to exterminate a few cultists or a priest, merely a team of guardians who could defeat an evil god of subspace. The bishop up in the cathedral? Forget it. In fact, Morris had better odds of succeeding by reporting this to his god of wisdom than to the church. And even without considering all this, Duncan actually didn't care if he's reported. After all, Vanna the Inquisitor, who was at the apex of the guardians in the Storm Church, was honestly quite weak in his eye. Now, compared to this trivial question, Duncan was actually more concerned about Nina's current state. A flaming arc that's constantly gushing out fire. This is the truth that Morris sees in Nina with the true eye given to him by the god of wisdom. Sun fragments. Duncan raised his head and peered up into the dark sky. What exactly is the sun in this world? Chapter 183. The invasion after nightfall. Did the teacher just leave? Nina came to the first floor and immediately moped after finding Morris had left. Why didn't you ask him to stay, uncle? The weather is so bad, and you still let teacher leave. Any later and it will get dark, Duncan casually said as he turned to lock the door. Then walking over to the stairs, he drove over so a little rain won't hinder him anyways. But teacher doesn't seem to be feeling well, Nina protested as she went upstairs. He should have rested a little longer. Duncan contemplated the idea, thinking that if the old man really rested here for a while then he might have felt even worse. But he couldn't explain it to Nina, so he could only say a few pointless words to fiddle through the subject. Once inside the kitchen, the pair quickly seated themselves for dinner. Nina had prepared beet soup, toast, vegetable rolls, and sliced ham. Clearly, the assortment was meant for more than one person. If we can't finish then save the leftovers for the morning, Nina muttered, then looked up at Duncan curiously. What did you tell teacher? I couldn't hear your conversation while upstairs, but the noise was quite lively. Duncan eyed Nina's lively appearance. As always, she's bright, happy, and full of life without an ounce of negative air. No matter how he looked at her, there's no hint of a supernatural entity possessing the girl. Sun fragment, what exactly is that thing? Duncan originally thought the item was something tangible, but now, it appears he's jumped to conclusions. Whatever the sun fragment was, it's slumbering inside Nina's body. Uncle Duncan. Nina noticed the weird gaze coming from across the table and squirmed uncomfortably. Is there something stuck on my face? No, nothing. Duncan shook his head and decided to change the topic by ripping a piece of bread. By the way, have you been feeling any discomfort lately? That weird dream from before, did you re-encounter it? No, Nina waved her hand. I stopped having that weird dream after Miss Heidi gave me that therapy session. I'm feeling full of energy every day. She paused, then looked at Duncan a little worriedly. Uncle, what's wrong? Why do I suddenly feel like you're acting weird? Did you and Mr. Morris talk about, it can't be about my last exam grade. No, don't get weird thoughts. Your teacher didn't visit just to complain about your grades. Eat first. Nina nods and readily agrees since she's not going to be lectured. She could see something was bothering her uncle but didn't know what. In the lower city, deep in the dilapidated and dim alleys, the hastily lit gas lamps finally dispelled the surrounding darkness before night completely enveloped these streets. Under this condition, Shirley lay next to the windowsill and stared out into the dark streets with fascination. "You're looking outside again. What's there to see?" Dog's voice sounded from the side as the chains connecting the pair rattled due to the movement. "I can't sleep because it's early, and there's nothing to do." "It's boring," Shirley muttered. "Do you want to go out tomorrow and continue to make trouble for those cultists?" "No, I doubt we will get anything out of it," Shirley shook her head after thinking about the idea. "I don't know if the church people really improved their skills, but the cultists in the city seem to have been cleaned out recently. I can't even smell their stench. The scientists are indeed mostly gone. Maybe they really have been caught by the authorities." Dog leaned over and lazily lay at Shirley's feet, "But I don't think you are like this because you are bored." Shirley suddenly rolled her eyes, "Then what else could it be? Are you thinking about that side?" Dog raised his head, the shimmering red light flickering from his hollow eye sockets, "Thinking about that warm home, the bright room, and the hot meal. You miss how someone is willing to wake you up in the morning for breakfast, and, maybe you miss spending time with that Nina? Or perhaps, you're thinking about him." "Shut up. You're so annoying." Shirley tugged the chain with her right arm and rudely interrupted Dog, "I'm not a crying little baby anymore. How can I be so weak?" Dog didn't care about Shirley's rough reaction. "Longing for light and warmth is not a weakness. It only proves that you are still human." Shirley suddenly froze, followed by a look of disgust. "Why are you acting so mushy with me all of a sudden? You're sounding all scholarly as well. I'm still human? Are you praising me or insulting me by saying I haven't grown bigger after so many years? Don't think that after fusing with me that you're actually a demon yourself. There is nothing wrong with admitting your human side." Dog shook his ugly head. "Besides, don't forget, it's not just this chain that connects me to you. I can feel any emotional changes you experience, remember." "Shut up," Shirley turned her face away like she's irritated at being read like an open book. "You don't have to keep pressing me like this. If you do, I will really go visit Nina tomorrow and bring you along. I'm sure Mr. Duncan will have fun talking with you until you wet your bones." Dog finally stopped talking, which only roused another light kick from the girl at the awkward silence. "Quit fretting about me. I have you, don't I?" Shirley teased. "You're mushier than me when you start." Dog moved away and caused the chains to rattle. "Any more and I might vomit, then there's going to be a new hole in the floor from the acid." Despite their innocent quibbling, the pair obviously enjoyed each other's company, especially Shirley, who was feeling slightly down from having her life scrambled recently. "It's good like this. Everything is back on track, and everyone can go back to their lives like before. That warm and peaceful place isn't for you, Shirley, it doesn't belong to you and is dangerous." After comforting herself, Shirley heaved a soft sigh to only freeze in the next second. She sensed something, an ominous and dark-natured presence that's fast approaching. It's sending her alarm bells ringing. Dog also jerked up from his position and took an aggressive stance toward the darkness inside the house. He's vigilant and ready to strike at anyone or anything that might pop out. Due to the need to save money, most of the rooms here were dark due to Shirley turning off the oil lamp on the table. Usually, this wouldn't be an issue since the light from the street lights would faintly spill over and hit the window. Unfortunately, that seems to have been a mistake. Tonight foulness had started to ooze from the cracks in the walls. "Dog." Shirley subconsciously tightened the chain in her hand. "I know." Dog lets out a low growl simultaneously. "I'm watching. Something is coming. They're surrounding us." "Gruer. What the hell are these things? My eyes are going blurry." Before the words from the dark hound could finish, Shirley had noticed the faint light from the street lamps warping and disappearing as if a thick layer of fog had barricaded this room from the outside. Sure enough, even the picture from the window had disappeared, replaced by a murky darkness of swirling nothingness. Once completely isolated, the shadows finally pierced through and converged into several figures opposite of the two occupants inside. They were dressed in tattered black robes that exposed their thin, wood-like arms, and their waists hung a pitch-black Bible that seemed to be drenched in a suspicious dark liquid that's constantly dripping. But that's not all though. On each of their chest hung a spiked iron emblem that embodied a pale and creepy white flame. "Thou shalt perish." The leading black robe raised a finger and pointed it to the stunned-looking girl in the room. "He's an Ender missionary." Dog's exclaiming cry was so loud that it knocked Shirley straight back to reality. Chapter 184. The final attack of the Ender missionaries. The roar of Dog's broken recorder voice exploded like thunder, echoing in the dilapidated hut and shocking the assailants by sheer magnitude of its shockwave. Then in the following second, something even more shocking occurred, with Shirley flipping the chain and pulling the dark hound into her hand to commit a meteoric smash at the nearest ender. The girl actually didn't know much about these ender missionaries and only had vague idea that they're cultists. However, what she did know told her they're crazier and more extreme than the Suntists by worshipping subspace itself. As to why they're here for her, Shirley honestly didn't have a clue. But it didn't matter. If they want to fight, then so be it. The huge dark hound whizzed through the air like a cannonball and instantly smashed into the nearest ender. After the muffled sound of flesh and blood colliding with bones spilled into the air, the attacker flew out and crashed into the nearest wall, making an audible splat at impact. Not missing this chance, Shirley promptly pulled the chain back and dragged Dog back to her side and swung at another. Sadly, a sneak only works if it's done without the foe knowing. In the ensuing fight, the black robes scattered and avoided further damage. They obviously had more combat experience than those grunts from the Suntists. "Thou shalt perish!" One of the Black Hoods point and shout at Shirley after narrowly scraping past Dog's skeletal head. "How about you eat my meteor hammer?" Shirley was extremely irritable at the moment and wanted nothing less than smashing the foe into mush. The girl did just that by taking another swing with a more focused attempt. However, it's through these new swings of her weapon that she noticed something terribly wrong with her body. Shirley felt tired, not in a severe manner, but the exhaustion did start to get noticeable. Not only that, there's also a strange buzzing sound plaguing her head, causing the girl to grow irate and an urge to charge at the enemy regardless of the cost to her own safety. "My brothers and sisters, the curse of flesh and blood will not take us." The first ender that had taken a direct hit suddenly cried out with a chant. His body had started to make a hair-raising crunching sound from the ground as if the bones were being bent and snapped while he crawled up. Then, as if blessed by the divine prayer, the surrounding enders all stopped their evasive maneuvers and raised their arms in worship. The way they're behaving was no different from someone gaining infinite courage and strength. This shocked Shirley because she was witnessing the changes of these freaks in real time. Their skinny figures had begun to expand, twist, and crunch from being bent and extended. First it was the arms that grew longer with the nails turning into Wolverine-like claws. Then secondly, those legs had bent into an animalistic shape, similar to Dog's back hind legs to give it more jumping power. Lastly, that face had turned feral with vampiric fangs that extended past the lips. They're truly more beast than man at this point. What kind of thing is this? Of course, Shirley did not sit around to let them finish their transformation. Almost simultaneous to their change, the girl had flung her chain in a wide-arcing whip at the nearest foe. It made a perfect hit, fracturing bone and snapping tendon at the impact. Although the ender in question wasn't killed on the spot, it did interrupt this one's mutation, meaning one less foe to deal with afterward. Unfortunately, the drain on her strength had also increased, as well as the urge to violently charge and die with the enemy. These enders are crazy. Who voluntarily embraced subspace? Both their words and presence are carriers of pollution. Dog's unprecedented impatience suddenly sounded in Shirley's mind. Don't let them continue their prayer. Smash whichever bastard that speaks. And don't look them in the eye. Between the electrifying moment of life and death, a cold glint suddenly shot out from the edge of Shirley's peripheral vision. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but the bone spear came way too fast and stabbed her right in the arm. This directly hindered the girl's ability to swing the chain and counterattack, which only got worse by the ever-increasing drain on her stamina. Taking advantage of this opening, another ender spread open his arms again and chanted a vicious prayer, "Thou shalt not heal." Bang! "Get lost, you!" Shirley rounded the crazed bastard's head with Dog's own skull, causing a huge splat of brain and blood to smear across the nearest wall. But then in the succeeding exchange, a sharp stinging pain speared into the girl's back and made her hiss. A spike made of pure bone had stabbed straight in from Shirley's back and out through her chest. If the girl's body hadn't been toughened up by Dog's demonic symbiosis, she would have surely died right on the spot. Still, Shirley's body didn't fall and involuntarily stumbled forward instead. Alarmed and horrified, Dog promptly got in front of his partner to block the attackers who wanted to pursue, opening his mouth to spew a blast of corrosive black acid. This forced the enders to back off, leaving Shirley to lean in against the nearest wall for support. But that didn't matter for the enemy. The contamination was done on their part. Although a shadow demon's ability to resist corruption was high, Shirley was still mortal at her core. First, the muscle tissues would convulse and lose control, then it would be her mind's awareness until everything turns to darkness. With so much effort, I only killed 3 of them. Shirley spat the excess blood and groaned at her pitiful state. It's not bad already, came Dog's equally pained and sluggish grunt. As the first line of defense for Shirley, the Darkhound's condition was far more severe and affected. These Enders are priest-level bastards, not the rabbles we mowed down in the basement of those Suntist gatherings. Us fighting them is equivalent to sieging the Storm Cathedral. It's not a loss at all. What the hell is not a loss? They're a bunch of adults beating a harmless little girl and her dog. They're shameless bastards that only knows how to fight with numbers. Shirley still wanted to beat the enemies to a pulp if she could. There were 3 Enders still standing in the room, all of them had turned into bloodied deformed monsters that's more beast than man. And like a hunter to a prey, they most certainly wouldn't respond to Shirley's taunt. Knowing her words were useless, Shirley looked around the wrecked-up home with a sad face. The table got flipped, the cabinet smashed, her few pieces of clothes now ruined. Even the oil lamp, which was the only valuable piece of item in the home, was now destroyed. I only had this much and you've destroyed it all. Shirley deflated at seeing her only possessions ruined. Sliding down painfully against the wall, the girl started to tear up and sob, "Bastards, I'll make sure to pummel you all bloody later." No answer came though, only a volley of bone spikes. Then, everyone slowed to a crawl as the projectiles flickered with phantom images in mid-air. A ball of green flame had suddenly materialized in the middle of the room, putting up a wall between the girl and her assailants. Our fighters are at war with the enemy. Teleportation successful. From the intrusion came a hideous undead bird and a shrill voice that sounded oddly familiar. Chapter 185. Safe and sound. The undead bird circled around the room before blowing up a vortex of flame with her body. Through this ethereal door, Duncan stepped through and came before Shirley. "I remember telling you to ask for help when you are in trouble." Duncan lowered his head and quietly spoke to the girl covered in blood. "Why didn't you look for me?" I forgot," Shirley blinked, feeling a sense of relief as the buzzing noise evaporated from her head. Then showing a tangled expression, "I was very confused just now, that's right, these guys won't stop screeching in my ear with their weird prayers. It made me all dizzy." Slowly turning to glance at the attackers frozen in stasis, Duncan could fault the girl for losing her cool. It's the first time he had seen something this strange as well. They're more beast than human at this point. If not for the tattered clothes on their body, Duncan had every reason to believe they were actual monsters from a horror flick. Then Duncan frowned after recalling another detail. "Were they the ones who hit you? Where did they all come from?" "They hit me," Shirley immediately proclaimed like a distraught child running home to tell her parents. It's weird, but that reaction came to her out of reflex. "I don't know where they came from." Dog said they're Ender missionaries, the crazy bastards that worship subspace. Ender missionaries, people who worship subspace. Duncan didn't expect an encounter like this on a random night. Looking over to AI, who's still flying around the room, "Don't zap them yet." As he ordered, the few surviving Enders had already shown signs of being erased by AI's powers in how they're flickering like a shoddy TV signal. "The network is connected. The network is connected." AI flutters back to reality and lands on Duncan's shoulder, her beak pecking the ghost captain in protest of interrupted work. All right, I get it. More fries for you later. First, send them to the ship instead." Duncan nodded to the dove. "I'll pick them up on deck over there." Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Giddy with joy, AI took to the air with hurricane speed and swept the Enders up with a green vortex that instantly spirited them away. Shirley was stunned to see what was happening in front of her. In fact, the battle ended so abruptly and strangely that it didn't feel real at all. Mr. Duncan didn't make a move at all. In fact, the man didn't care what tricks or special curses the Enders had from beginning to end. He just showed up here, and then, as if he had a slight interest in the group, he plucked them away like someone casually picking up a stone from the roadside. He may not have even realized that those cultists have combat power. "How is your injury?" At this moment, Duncan's voice suddenly came, interrupting Shirley's cranky thoughts. "It hurts like hell," she grinned and waved at the guy, only to have her wound pulled and relapse into pain. Duncan made a concerned face. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "Don't!" Shirley cried out instantly, "I don't have any money." Duncan was dumbfounded. "Is this a time to worry about money? You're already in that state." "I didn't finish." Shirley finally sat up after much struggle. "My physique is different from ordinary people's. I will definitely be discovered when I go to the hospital." If I attract the church's attention, I won't be able to explain it. You see. The girl raised her right arm to show Duncan the healing wound. After the curse was dispelled, the healing ability returned and quickly closed the gash. As for the heaviest injury on her back, it's healing too, but slowly, and hurts like hell. As long as those enders stop yapping, then I'm not afraid of them. Shirley glances down at the blood soaking her dress. They wouldn't have stood a chance otherwise. Eee! It hurts so much. A slight crackling sound suddenly came from nearby, interrupting Shirley's muttering. She and Duncan followed the noise simultaneously and found it's coming from one of the corpses in the room. The body had already been deformed and mutilated, but the greyish-white smoke fuming out of the corpse was alarming. Imagine a burning ember crackling and turning red from the heat. That's exactly what's happening to this corpse. Before they knew it, the entire body had disintegrated into a pile of ash before suddenly sinking into a black hole that manifested on the ground. The enders dedicated themselves to subspace, and now it is their time to pay that price. Dog's hoarse voice answered the question from the side, not even their ash will remain in this world. At least they're environmental when they die. No one has to clean up after them like the mess made by those scientists. Duncan throws out his thought without considering how poor of a joke his sentence was. Then looking down at the palish-looking Shirley, "Are you feeling better now? If you are, come with me." After he said that, a cluster of dark green flames emerged out of thin air. "Go with you." Shirley took a second to grasp the meaning. "Where to?" "You're not going to spend the night here today, are you?" Duncan raised his finger and pointed to the mess in the room. "Do you think this place can still be inhabited?" Shirley looked around the hut that she and Dog called home for many years. Everywhere she looked, it's smashed furniture and debris from the fighting. There's nothing of value left in this place. The girl didn't say anything for a while and only glumly looked down at the ground. The patrolling guardians don't seem to have noticed the commotion here. "We can still pack your things if you want," Duncan sighed. He knew Shirley's mood couldn't be good, but there was nothing he could say to comfort her. "But regardless, you can't stay here anymore. Even if you don't mind the broken furniture, we don't know if those enders will revisit this place. You're a target to them now." Duncan didn't have the heart to continue. He knows Shirley was a child that's far more mature for her age due to the harsh environments she grew up in. "Will pack some stuff," Shirley said sullenly. "Need help?" Duncan asked. "No need," Shirley shook her head. "I have, very little." Indeed, the girl had very little to pack. Duncan only waited for a short while before Shirley finished the task: a small tin box for carrying, a rag doll, and a few tattered clothes she had salvaged from the former closet. "We're taking all these, so we're not coming back in the future." Dog peeks up at the small tin box and sullenly asks, which doesn't get a response at all. Duncan knew he had to do something now after hearing that. Coming over to Shirley's side, he lowered himself to eye level and patted the girl's head in a comforting manner. Let's go home." A green fireball promptly shot out of the old-looking hut and soared through the night sky. Its destination, Duncan's antique shop. Chapter 186. Local products from the city-state. On the first floor of the antique shop, Nina sat anxiously in a chair next to the counter. From time to time, she would get up and peer out the window, searching through the empty streets with those eyes for signs of her uncle. Oh, how can Uncle be like this? Why did he go out so late into the night? There's a curfew out. Nina sat back down and moped. If the guardians on patrol find out, he will definitely be detained again. That's already not the first time she's muttering to herself like this. But then, the slight sound of movement came from the door, followed by the doorknob turning. Nina perked up immediately, looking up in the direction of the entrance with anticipation. Sure enough, the familiar figure had come into her view. "Nina, I'm back," Duncan said as he met his niece's gaze with a smile. "See? I'm not too late." Nina practically threw herself at Duncan's chest as she complained, "It's not too late. What time is it? Do you know how dangerous it is to go out past curfew? You just suddenly got up and said you're going out. You left me home alone." The girl's chattering complaints came out like a storm on the sea, forceful and continuous. However, her barrage swiftly halted after noticing the small figure hiding behind Duncan's leg. Shirley, carrying the small tin box, had peeked out with her head and waved at Nina nervously. "Nina, it's me." Relieved that he's found an opening, Duncan promptly closed the door behind them and slid to the side so the girls could speak. "Shirley. You. Why are you here so late with uncle? Wait, how come there's so much blood on you? Nina's eyes widen in shock at the terrible state of her friend. Ah, don't worry, Shirley hurriedly waved her hand to indicate it's nothing. Although the injury on her back hasn't completely healed yet, she still tries to portray a bright smile. I encountered a small little problem. I'm perfectly fine. That's not a small problem at all. Nina hurriedly took the small box from Shirley's hand and carefully examined the blood stains on the girl's body. Growing shocked at the number of wounds, you got so many injuries, we must find a doctor quickly. I'm really okay. But, calm down. Shirley quickly grabbed Nina's hand and showed a helpless expression. Have you forgotten I'm not an ordinary person? Nina wanted to say something, but her attention was interrupted by Duncan's following cough. Ahem, Duncan interrupted the increasingly chaotic communication between the two girls. Don't ask so much, Nina. Shirley's injury shouldn't be a problem. Go take her upstairs and shower and change out of her clothes. I'll explain the specifics later. Nina's gaze flickered between the two before the girl nodded in confusion. Meanwhile, Shirley was rubbing her stomach with a flushed face. Is there anything to eat? I'm really hungry. Normally Shirley wouldn't have such a craving in the middle of the night, but perhaps it's due to the effect of her rapid recovery. She's feeling empty in the belly and drastically needs sustenance. Ah, yes. Nina took a second to respond, but once she did, she promptly got to work. I overcooked today, so there's still plenty of leftover from dinner. I'll go warm it up. Quickly running up the stairs, Nina's footsteps soon faded away from their ears as Shirley stood at the doorstep with a stunned face. She turned left and right, then up and down to see the familiar shelves, the familiar merchandise, and the smiling Mr. Duncan. I'm back again, Shirley mutters softly after accepting this was her home from now on. Yes, you're back, Duncan smiled and bent down to pick up Shirley's small tin box. We'd better discuss how to explain your injuries while we have the chance now. We also need to come up with a reasonable excuse to have you stay here permanently. But don't fret about it. I believe Nina would love that arrangement, so you don't have to worry about her opinion. It took a good second for Shirley to realize what just happened with her possession. It's okay, I can do it myself. Meanwhile on the vanished, Duncan, the infamous ghost captain, was staring at the three surviving Enders. They still hadn't regained consciousness, but the monstrous form they took had started to revert back to their human state. These twisted guys can become normal people again? Suddenly, a series of light footsteps rushed over from the rear. Alice was crying out happily in her gothic dress. Captain, I just heard Mr. Goathead say you are sending something to the deck again? You bought more things from the city. Alice came to a jerking halt halfway through her sentence. Whatever excitement she showed had turned into puzzlement. Captain, is this also a native product of the human city? Sort of, Duncan thought for a moment and shrugged. I haven't encountered anything like them before, at least. They like to pop up in the city-state like sprouts during the spring season. Alice nodded in confusion, then scratched her hair again with even more confused. She didn't know what the man meant by sprouts growing during spring because she's never seen it. They should be human, right? The puppet muttered. Captain, what are you doing with 3 of these things? You probably didn't buy them, right? I didn't buy them. I picked them up from the roadside. Duncan casually coped with the fragmented thinking of the puppet while also paying attention to the 3 subspace believers who had almost completely returned to their human form. It seems that AI's teleportation process is as reliable as ever. So, does this mean I can use AI to transport ordinary people to the ship in the future? Duncan contemplated the idea's feasibility and gradually grew happy at the other possibilities this opened. Aside from testing AI's ability, Duncan had other plans in mind for other projects. Like what the Vanished's environment would do to others and what Alice's guillotine ability would do to living people if they got into contact now. What other better test subjects were there than these cultists, who just happened to drop into his lap tonight? He could only thank nature for the plentiful gifts he's gotten. While Duncan relishing at the good harvest, one of the Enders finally showed some movement. First, it was a slight twitch, then came the groan from the one that sat up. You're awake, the gentle voice mixed in with the sea breeze stimulated the nerves of the alienated captive. Here is, the cultist slowly turned his head, finding Duncan and Alice already staring down at him. Due to the sluggishness of his brain, the guy had to take a second to process the image, but once he did, the hostility instantly showed. Who are you? Oh right, You haven't seen me before, Duncan laughed as he watched the other two Enders slowly recover as well. Welcome to the Vanished. You can call me Captain Duncan. The Vanished. The first cultist was stunned because he obviously knew the name. This is the ghost ship that returned from subspace. That's right, it seems that you understand the situation, then our communication will be simple. Duncan nodded. First of all, I have some questions. His words did not get far because the cultist opposite to him had already raised both hands into the air, those eyes filled with ecstasy and madness. With a loud shout, "Oh subspace! You have finally opened the door to me and the others. Eternal life in the last days. Redemption in disaster. Annihilation for a rejuvenation. The Ark of Promise has come. The Ark of Promise has come." Duncan's face visibly twitched after that proclamation. What illness does this cultist have in his brain? Chapter 187. Ender Missionaries. The newly awakened subspace believers fell into an inexplicable state of ecstasy after learning they were on the Vanished. It's so wild that they even scared Alice with their fanatical behavior. Fortunately, Miss Doll had kept those hands on her head during this so that part didn't fall off like usual. The souvenirs this time are so scary. Miss Doll stared and kept hiding behind Duncan. What's wrong with him? How would Duncan know? He hasn't even finished asking this yet. Immediately afterward, the other two final Enders also woke up, and after they figured out the current situation, they fell into the same ecstasy as the first person. They began to yell frantically, saying stuff like the promised Ark. The gatekeeper of the subspace has come. Regardless of what Duncan and Alice said next to them, they remained unable to communicate. But by this time, Duncan had vaguely guessed the reason why these Enders fell into ecstasy. The Vanished was a ghost ship that returned from subspace. In the eyes of such madmen, the Vanished was likely a miracle. But isn't this fanatical energy a little too much? The three cultists kept hugging each other, both crying and laughing simultaneously. On occasion, they would even say something that should have been impossible to produce with a human throat before kissing and licking the deck. Their last action annoyed Alice, who was watching the excitement from the side. Without delay, Miss Doll grabbed the nearest mop and smashed one of the cultists' head. "I just washed the deck." Alice's fury did not go unnoticed. The two buckets and mops nearby also got into action and started to beat the fanatical lunatics on their own accord. Before long, the rowdy ruckus of mops and buckets was flying all over the deck. Duncan naturally became stunned as he watched this weird and chaotic scene. He knew Alice had built a good relationship with the items on the Vanished, but he didn't expect her one battle cry would be enough to raise an army. She's absolutely a boss with a bunch of henchmen. Stop! He stepped forward and ordered before this farce got out of hand. The buckets and mops stopped, leaving only Alice to continue with a mop in hand. It's only after she gave one last kick before she huffed indignantly and walked away. "I just washed the deck, and now it's dirty from all their licking. Although I also think their action is a little disgusting, we still shouldn't do this." Duncan glanced at the doll helplessly and turned his attention back to the few cultists who had just been beaten to a pulp. "Calm down yet." Despite the beatings they just endured, the Enders did not flinch in the slightest and were still energetic with their creepy grin. For individuals with such thin and scrawny bodies, they sure have an astonishing level of tolerance for pain. Haha! Gatekeeper of the Promised Land, Ghost Captain at the helm, Navigator of the Ark. The first Ender to regain consciousness seems to have come back to reality and spoke. I can see your heart. How sad. You have received the greatest blessing, yet you rejected his gift. You had the right to enter the Promised Land, but you rejected it. You fool." Duncan slightly frowned while Alice immediately came over from the side. "Captain, do you want me to beat him up again?" The bucket and mop next to her also jumped over and swayed behind Alice to support the idea. "All of you just behave over there for now." Duncan shooed them to the side and focused back on the Ender. "It sounds like you know me very well since you called me the Ghost Captain." Subspace whispered your name, whispered your foolish refusal. The cultist grinned as the blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "You have the qualifications to be the most blessed being. Why did you have to flee? Don't you know that subspace is the eternal and ultimate destination of all things? You've reached the end, so why did you turn back when you reached the end?" Duncan just quietly stared at this fanatic with an unwavering expression. However, his heart wasn't so calm though. Instead, it's rising up and down like a tidal wave at the information he's just heard. This group of fanatics knows a lot, perhaps, they might even be right in some parts of their religion. And he mentioned Captain Duncan escaping from subspace. Rejecting the blessing? Could it be, the real Captain Duncan actually didn't fall into madness and escaped at the last moment? So the rumors were wrong? If that's the case, when did the real Duncan lose his mind and die? Duncan suddenly remembered the goat-head's attitude towards subspace, wary, resistant, and faintly unnerved. This seems to confirm what this Ender mentioned about the great escape from subspace. Afterward, the Ender fell back into a daze, muttering something that couldn't be understood and laughing wildly in the next. As for the other two captives, they never regained their sanity to begin with. This told Duncan he would have a hard time talking with these individuals. Likely even harder than the scientists. Is it because of the influence of subspace? Or did they actively destroy their sanity to embrace subspace? After getting no further response for a while, Duncan figured he had to take the initiative and provoke a reaction. Why did you attack Shirley? Sure enough, the three cultists reacted to the question. One of them raised their head in confusion and began swaying as he answered, "Attack? Attack whom?" "What you just did." Duncan's voice was cold and heavy. "You attacked a girl with a hound. Why did you attack her?" "The attack." "Oh, attack," the confused fanatic suddenly started to shout. "We are merely setting everything back on track so that the correct history can progress smoothly. Loopholes, flaws, a little hidden danger. Hidden dangers must be ruled out. She should have died in the correct history. As long as she lives, loopholes will continue to sprout. The correct history." Listening to the crazy nonsense of these cultists was definitely having an effect on Duncan's brain power. Nevertheless, he's able to capture the key detail and press for more. There is a problem with the historical line of planned. Were you people responsible for it? Something went wrong? No problem at all. We're just getting everything back on track. The madman raised his face with martyrdom in his eyes. The world should get back on track. The fate of destruction has been postponed for too long, and everyone has rebelled against the gift from subspace, against the destiny that should have come. We are correcting history to the right trajectory. Correct history to the right trajectory. The other two Enders began to shout feverishly as if being infected by their peers' worship. Only when we return to the right history line will everything be destroyed. Through the end comes renewal. Subspace will devour everything, and subspace will reshape everything anew. The fire has been extinguished, but the embers are ready for ignition. Only by lighting a second bonfire can the world survive in that gift. Chapter 188. The Crazy Man. The clues seem to have all connected now. There are traces of pollution in the history of planned, distorted and closed space-time junction points in the chapel of the sixth block, and a subspatial rift hidden in the statue head of the storm goddess. Shirley was one of those who remembers the fire from that year. She should have died like everyone else when it burned, but she merged with a dark hound and survived. As a result, the girl escaped the historical pollution and retained her true memory. Now, a group of Enders has attacked Shirley to correct the flawed loophole. Of course, Duncan wouldn't believe the absurd truth from their mouths, and even listening to their crap about correcting history was only to lure out more information. However, there's one thing he's certain of: these fanatical Enders are definitely the culprits behind the whole false history. But not all problems have been explained yet though. How did these madmen suddenly discover Shirley's loophole? What does historical pollution have to do with the Black Sun, and what role did that sun god play in this matter? And most importantly, will Nina, the carrier of a suspected solar fragment, also be targeted by these cultists? Duncan observed the three crazy fanatics with cold eyes as he raised a finger. A cluster of green flame ignited upon one of the Enders. This flame burned the cultist's body, which could be regarded as a transcendent object, causing him to curl up in agony as he screamed. This also had the direct effect of silencing the other two cultists. Fire, blasphemous fire! The cultist's eyes widened with a fanatical frenzy crazier than before. This subspace follower, who never showed fear before, had finally learned what terror meant. Blasphemy, blasphemy! Oh blasphemy! If you don't want to get burned, then cooperate with my questioning. Duncan orders the flames to ignite all over the deck, intertwining into a web of flame to surround the three cultists. Answer me, how exactly did you people pollute history? Did it start in the sixth block? We are putting history back on track. Even though they were intimidated by the ghost flames, the Enders did not forget to retort and even shouted defiantly, the sixth block was just a failed attempt, but that's nothing, nothing. The sixth block was just a failed attempt? Duncan immediately frowned at this word. The other party did not answer honestly but still revealed some vital information. First of all, the fire that year was indeed the doings of this group of subspace fanatics. It wasn't simply a fire caused by the sun fragment as he had thought at the beginning. Secondly, these cultists' attempts to pollute history did not seem to have gone as intended, or at least not yield the full result they wanted. Immediately after that, he thought of another key year number, 1885. Vanna found the number under the chapel, pointing to the year when the nun died in battle. So in theory, it should also be the year when the church was invaded by subspace forces. Then there's the 1889 Great Fire. Between the initial corruption and the outbreak, there's a 4-year gap in between. It took that much time for the Enders to produce that failed attempt. Things are starting to make sense for him with a clear picture of the truth. You actually failed twice, Duncan said, gazing down at the Ender, who was being burned by the ghostly flames. In 1885, you guys invaded a chapel and tried to use it as an anchor point to spread the pollution of history, but a nun ruined your plans with her life, sealing up both that year's invasion and her own death in the underground church. 4 years later, in 1889, you carried out a second plan to create a fire in the 6th block where the chapel is located, trying to blanket reality with a historical branch of the city-state being engulfed by a huge fire. But that failed as well because an unknown force erased that reality. It did not continue to burn. Then you guys lurked in the city to this today, looking for an opportunity to continue the plan until you discovered Shirley's loophole. You believed the plan's failure back then was related to her survival, so you wanted to get rid of this hidden danger first, correct? Instead of answering or lashing at Duncan's speculation or truth, the burning Ender only made a creepy grin under that intense searing pain. You don't have to answer. I can see the answer in your eyes, the resentment, which means I'm right. Duncan didn't care about the other person's provocation and calmly continued, next question. What is the connection between you and that black sun? The fire of 1889 was sparked by a sun fragment. You made that fragment. The Enders remained silent and didn't answer. Duncan became even more forceful and spread his flame onto the other 2 Enders. He watched as they curled up and twitched from the pain that could burn even their souls. If you won't speak then I can only guess, Duncan sighed, waving his hand to disperse the flames. He had realized that this simple torturing method wouldn't work on these subspace fanatics. Their spirits and flesh are no longer human, meaning the simple definition of pain no longer applies to them. I guess you have some sort of cooperation with those suntists. No wait, maybe there is a partnership with the heirs of the sun? They promised your group something in return for the collaboration. Duncan paused, hoping for a response and got none. In the early days of the new city-state calendar, there once existed a city-state called Wilhelm that no one knew about. The name left on the flame-bearer's pillar was its only evidence of existence. You guys summoned the Black Sun from history and succeeded there. So, the process to summon it is to pollute history, right? Duncan's imagination and memory were at their greatest when all the trivial clues and lines were put together. Things that were once incomprehensible and bizarre before now looked like concrete facts, and he's now certain he's getting closer than ever to the whole story. Ordering the ghostly flames to converge, he forms a circle to jail these 3 as he peered down at them menacingly. There should be more than a few of you who have infiltrated the city-state. Where are the others hiding? What are you going to do next? Continue to eliminate what you call loopholes? Or is it waiting for an opportunity to set off more pollution? Still refusing to answer. Duncan's questions were thrown out one by one, and finally, one of the cultists caved. The skinny maniac slowly flicked his lips into a snarling grin while slurring the words, "We are a not hitting in these so-called chitty statey. We are a hitting in this cursed, twisted, long overdue history. We nit beacons, it won't end. What the flame bearers can do, you can do, Mr. Captain." The grin on this cultist's mouth became deeper and deeper to the point it's derogatory. "I just saw it now, your humanity, it's really dazzling. Where did you pick it up from?" Duncan's eyes immediately got ugly as he stomped forward. "What do you mean?" "Have a nice day, Mr. Captain." The Ender seemed to have flicked a switch there and became a well-mannered citizen instead of the batshit crazy fanatic from earlier. Ah! The Promised Land, the Promised Ark. Chapter 189. Alice's Test. After that, Duncan never heard anything of value anymore from these Enders. All he got was their idiotic grin and silence while they took in the fresh salty air of the boundless sea. Nevertheless, the damage was done, and Duncan could no longer forget the last comment made by one of the captives about his humanity. Did they figure out the original Duncan is gone and someone else had taken over this shell? And these cultists mentioned they were not hiding in the city-state, but in a cursed history? What does that mean? Could it be that these crazy enders are not usually in the normal time and space but rather hiding in another dimension? Duncan stared uncomfortably at these delirious fanatics, his mind rising up and down as he checked his ship for any changes. He's worried something might have happened without his knowledge. The goat head was still honestly driving the helm in the captain's room. That's good news. He didn't seem to be paying any attention to the deck, so it's unlikely the statue overheard the conversation. As for the other parts of the ship, everything's operating as usual without any strange anomalies. Now that leaves only Alice sitting on a large wooden barrel not far away with her head in hand. Miss Doll was obviously a little bored before and had taken the liberty to comb her hair. After an unknown amount of time, Duncan finally exhaled a soft sigh after finding nothing. He's obviously wasted enough time on these cultists and was starting to get affected by their crazy words. I have already obtained a lot of useful information from these people. Any more time will only be wasted. Exactly then, one of the enders froze again as if a switch got flipped. He looked up into the illusory sail above and spoke in a hallucinatory voice, "Is it time to disembark? There is no place for you on this ship to begin with." Duncan glared at the captive with a deadpan expression, "But you can still come in handy before I throw you overboard." Instead of unsettling the three enders, the ghost captain's words only excited them with that creepy grin. Honestly, it unnerved even Duncan, who's fully in control of the situation. "Alice, come here." Skillfully popping her head back on, Alice trotted to the ghost captain's side. "Captain, you called me. Can you not pull your head off in the future? Your joints aren't good to begin with. If you keep removing your head, the connection will only get worse with time. Also, your intellect drops whenever you do that." Duncan lectures with a frown, "I'm going to conduct a test now, so stop it." "Test?" Alice was stunned for a moment. "What test?" "To see if your uncontrolled guillotine ability is still there." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you've forgotten about it." "I forgot." Alice nodded reasonably. "I just remembered it as soon as you reminded me." Then she ignored the subtle changes in Duncan's expression and greeted the three enders. "Hello, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Alice, and I'm the ship's cook." "You should tell them about your other identity," Duncan said lightly. But as he spoke, he didn't forget to catch the reaction from the three cultists. "It's Anomaly 099. The eyes of the three enders finally showed a huge change, and not for the better either. "I thought you were all numb to the point of not being afraid of dying." Duncan smirked mischievously. "I hope you madmen can enjoy my next arrangement for you all. What I want is simple: stay near Alice and survive, or die by beheading." Alice suddenly leaned over and muttered after hearing that, "Captain, you really look like a villain when you speak like that." In amazement, Duncan faced the puppet. "Which side are you on?" "Death means nothing to us," one of the final enders finally spoke while the two were discussing. "It's just one more pause in the long journey. You stupid fools who have rejected the gift of subspace, obsessed with the obstructions of the real world, can never know the truth beyond life and death." Duncan quickly tugged at Alice's arm. "Did you hear that? This is what you call a villain?" Alice nodded. "Oh." Duncan then looks up at the glowing rift in the night sky. "How long have these guys been aboard so far?" "It's been hours, right?" Alice thought for a while. "My sense of time is quite accurate. A few hours. In other words, the guillotine's effective timing must have passed at least once." Duncan mused over what this implied, but no matter, we can conduct the next round of testing. "The next round of testing?" Alice blinked in confusion. "How are we going to test them?" "Well, we can roughly be certain your guillotine ability has not taken effect yet. Whether that's due to the vanished or me being present is another matter," Duncan said as he swept his gaze across the three captives. After confirming their heads were still in place, in a few hours, after confirming another cycle had passed, "I want you and these three to leave the vanished for a while." Alice became shocked at the plan. "Temporarily leave the vanished? Where to?" Miss Doll promptly looked around the terrain and saw nothing but endless water around them. "There's not a single piece of land in sight." Duncan didn't actually iron out that detail in his grand scheme. His initial plan was to have the group keep some distance from the ship and from a populated landscape to avoid unintended casualty. "There are a few lifeboats on the side, and they're all in good condition. I'll put one down and you can ride aboard one of them during the experiment." Duncan stared into Alice's eyes. Don't worry, all you're doing is floating out at sea for a while. I'll have the vanished waiting nearby and won't leave you behind. Miss Doll immediately shrunk her neck at the unreliable arrangement. Do I have to drift across the sea again? I had psychological trauma for the first time. And the view of the sea is so poor at night. What if you lose me? What if a gust of wind causes a wave to sweep the lifeboat away? What if the boat capsized? Duncan didn't wait for the humiliating puppet to finish before interrupting her. Stop, stop. As if there are so many what ifs. I'll have AI hover overhead to keep an eye on you, okay? But then again, what are you afraid of? When I threw you overboard the first time, you actually used your box as a raft to row back aboard. Even 8 cannonballs couldn't keep you away back then. Alice's nagging immediately sauntered at the reminder. Nevertheless, the doll kept peering out at the boundless sea with worry. If that's what you say, Captain, but don't lose me. Duncan. Why do I get the feeling that this doll is getting more and more useless the longer she stays aboard the ship? She's nothing like the wave-riding surfer the first time we met. Chapter 190. Gone like yesterday. With the giant rift known as the world's creation hanging overhead, the cold breeze of the ocean blowing against her skin, and the constant waves finally battering against the rowboat's side, Alice felt like she was in a dream. Of course, she didn't really know what a dream was since she had been asleep for so long. However, if she had to guess, this would be how it would feel to her if she were human floating in a big place, her thoughts drifting away with the currents driving her to a different world. Oh, there's also the 3 Enders sitting across from her in the vessel, but that's unimportant since they're tied up like dumplings at the moment. From her view, these are very bad people, the worst of the worst. Alice didn't know any humans so far, but if she did, Miss Doll most certainly wouldn't want to be friends with these folks. Are you afraid? After holding back for a decent amount of time, Alice finally couldn't resist starting a conversation. She's really uncomfortable sitting here by herself without anyone to talk to. Although she knew this was a safety test that had to be done before she operated in the human city, it's still unsettling to be off the vanished park not far away in the distance. Stupid filth, clumsy shell, one of the Enders responded to the puppet's voice. His thin skeleton-like head slowly raised and stared into Alice's eyes. Your soul is pale and empty, and subspace will not take in. Alice was stunned by the rude response and took a moment to react. Hey, don't be rude to others. Unfazed, the Ender on the opposite side only let out a mirth of hoarse and ugly laughter that frightened Miss Doll even further. Sulking at being disrespected, Alice shook her head to get rid of the bad mood. I'm not angry anymore. This caused the second Ender to glance up inquiringly. I shouldn't be angry since you can only protest like this. After all, it is you who is tied up and not me, and it is you who have to do this head-dropping test, not me. Captain said, one mustn't get carried away when you are riding the wind, otherwise you will capsize in the end. Despite the Enders acting all quiet and indifferent, the doll still managed to catch the subtle changes in their body language. They were exchanging silent looks and moving their necks from time to time. This gives the impression that they're wondering why their heads are still intact. At least in Alice's eyes, that's how they were behaving. Actually, I am a little afraid, Alice said suddenly. I'm afraid your heads will suddenly fall off. Captain said I could decapitate people, which startled me because humans don't have the same ability as me. Their heads can't go back on afterward. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from above and caught Alice's eye. She could tell it's AI who had come to check on her. Next thing the doll knew, AI had dropped a gorgeous wooden box next to the boat. My box! Alice cried out in surprise and immediately imagined the picture of being swept out of her home. However, she quickly noticed a small note sticking to the top. The guillotine ability may also be related to your wooden box. Sent it for resting. Also, stop imagining you're going to be kicked off the ship again. Alice flipped the note up and down and couldn't understand what's written there. She's illiterate. But soon, she saw something else on the back of the note. A scrawled stick figure of her rowing back to the vanished with a smiling face at the end. That she understood. At ease now, Alice casually fished the wooden box out of the water with her hand and threw it next to herself. Then turning to face the cultists sitting across from herself, are you hungry? Naturally, Miss Doll didn't expect a response and only asked out of courtesy, although Captain said that you are people that deserve to die, he also said that he won't kill you if you can complete the test. He will instead send you back to the city-state. And then, what's it called? The puppet lady was a little stuck as she tried to recall the wording. Oh, to show the concern of an enthusiastic citizen worried for the city's safety. He said, "You're worth at least 7 bikes. What is a bicycle? Subspace will feed us. Subspace will give us peace. Subspace will bless the perished after all life comes to the promised end," one of the Enders muttered randomly as if to answer Alice's rambling. "We are walkers of the end, abandoning our cursed flesh and blood for the promise. Our minds are open and await the new world." "Hey!" That confused Alice. "What are you talking about?" No response came though, only a boring one-person conversation between Alice and her box. She couldn't be any happier when dawn finally came. Best of all, she didn't behead anyone. "It's dawn. You are still alive. We can go back now." The celebratory words didn't affect the 3 captives, but the glimmer of light did. They looked up and made a creepy grin. "Oh, our day is over," the madman sighed softly and slowly turned his head to meet Alice's perfect jewel eyes. "Doll, we will meet again someday." "Hey!" Alice was stunned. "What do you mean by that? You can't just escape into thin air." Unfortunately, Miss Doll had spoken too soon. As the morning glow spread, the Enders' bodies were silently disappearing, fading into nothingness like phantoms of yesteryears. Alice popped her eyes in literal bafflement. Did they really just escape into thin air? Chapter 191. Alternate History. After listening to the messy description of this embarrassing puppet, Duncan widened his eyes in astonishment. "Disappeared? Just disappeared out of thin air before your eyes?" Duncan stared at Alice dumbfoundedly. Then shifting his gaze onto the rowboat that had just been hoisted up, he saw the ropes still left from the Enders just lying there on the plank. "That's right. They were gone all at once. Not even a sound." Alice gestured to Duncan about her bizarre experience. The moment the sun's light hit them, they disappeared as if they never existed. The moment the sun shines on them, Duncan frowned. He had imagined countless ways for those Enders to escape or resist, but he didn't expect the other party to disappear out of thin air, which made many of his preparations useless. "I can understand them even if they jump into the sea. At least they are soluble in water, but how are they able to dissolve in sunlight? Could it be related to the sun? Does the sun's exorcising ability make it impossible for them to survive in the real world?" "I don't know," Alice righteously states with her head held high. "I wasn't asking you." Duncan glanced at the doll. "Then what happened before they disappeared? What did they all say? Or did they do some weird ritual?" "They just kept chanting weird stuff about subspace, the promised land, the destined reincarnation of the last rebirth or something." Alice rubbed her head before abruptly recalling another detail. "They said another day is over." Duncan's brows instantly furrowed up into a knot. He hadn't forgotten what one of the Enders said to him before on the deck they hid in accursed history. He's had some outrageous theories before, but compared to his own theories, the world's truth seems to be even more outrageous. "Captain." Alice got worried after seeing the expression on Duncan's face. "Do you have something in mind?" "It's nothing," Duncan shook his head as if talking to himself. "It's just that I got this crazy idea. What if those Enders are from a different historical timeline?" "Different timeline?" Alice was stunned despite having limited brain capacity and knowledge. "What does that mean?" "Don't ask. It's hard for me to explain to you clearly with my intelligence." Duncan glanced at Alice, hesitated for 2 seconds, and shook his head. "It's just that I suddenly understood one thing, why the book that Morris gave me said that the Ender missionaries are the most mysterious cultist in this world and the most difficult to discover and capture. This is so outrageous. Hiding in the offshoot branch of history, removing themselves from reality during the day and night cycle. If both points are true, how was one supposed to ever capture these fanatics? One night you could arrest them by setting a trap, the following morning and they're gone like a phantom. Is it because they're followers of subspace? That they can remove themselves from the main timeline? Blessings of subspace." "Captain, you're in a daze again," Alice eyed the captain with a nosy face. "I'm okay." Duncan sighed softly and ditched the jumbled thoughts. Brainstorming too early wouldn't do him any good. "Did you see the note I gave you?" he said casually to the doll. "I did." Alice nodded happily. "I was shocked when I first saw the box. I thought you were telling me not to go back, but then I was relieved when I saw the note. I couldn't read the words on it though. Good thing you drew some pictures in the back." The corners of Duncan's mouth visibly twitched as his heart cried, "You really can't read?" "That's right, I can't read." Alice was as straightforward as ever. I have been lying in the box for so many years, it is already good enough that I managed to have some common sense. How am I supposed to recognize words? Captain, what are you thinking? I suddenly had an idea. I wonder if it's feasible to run a cram school on the vanished or the antique shop, Duncan sighed. Counting you, I already know 2 illiterate people, and if we count Dog, there are 3, enough to form a study group. Alice mused over the idea. What is cram school? What is a study group? I'll explain it later. Duncan waved his hand, then his expression became slightly more serious. Let's talk about the previous test. Those 3 cultists were all fine before they disappeared, right? Including after sending the box over, they were not affected in any way. I think so, their heads were still on their necks. Duncan rubbed his chin in thought after getting the confirmation. Although the characteristics of those enders are strange, they certainly do not have the strength or extraordinary resistance of saints. After all, Shirley can smash 3 people at once when she swings with Dog as a weapon, which shows that their flesh and blood are also conventional substances that can be destroyed. At most, their tolerance to pain is far beyond ordinary people's. And now, the 3 enders managed to survive Alice's company. Does this mean her guillotine effect is really gone? Alice watched the change in Duncan's face. No matter how slow she was, the doll was still smart enough to know what this implied for her future. Captain, did my test pass? Can you take me to the city-state? The test. Should have. Although the weird characteristics of those final enders still make me uneasy, the results though, Duncan spoke slowly because he was still thinking and deliberating, but he finally nodded. All right, the test is fine, your guillotine ability seems to be under control. He paused, and before Alice could celebrate, he added, I will take you to the city-state, but not immediately. This is because you seriously lack an understanding of what humans consider common sense. Also, there are still exposed spots on your body, such as your fingers and wrist joints. The former will need some more, but the latter needs a disguise. I know. Alice nodded vigorously. She didn't seem to be frustrated by the difficulties and problems mentioned by Duncan, but rather motivated instead. Mr. Goathead also told me about this. He said that the human world is very complicated. Even going out to buy a vegetable has a lot of rules. I will work hard and make up for my deficiencies by learning a lot and asking a lot of questions. Don't ask him. Duncan didn't wait for Alice to finish and cut her off. He's sweating just merely at the thought of Alice learning from that statue. Who knows what sort of knowledge the Goathead might install into this clueless doll if he's not looking. He's just as bad as you when it comes to common sense. You learning about human society from him? Where's your brain? Alice looked all innocent. I don't have one. Duncan almost couldn't breathe at that answer. For the longest time, he couldn't muster the energy to speak. I admit that you are right. Hee. In short, don't learn anything from that statue in the future. He can't teach you anything good. Duncan sighed at the lack of helping hands aboard the ship. I'll put aside some time to teach you in the future. I'll also come up with a plan to disguise your joints. Now that there's nothing for you to do, let's cook something up for breakfast. Alice nodded vigorously, but just as she was about to walk away, she seemed to recall something. So what are you going to do, Captain? I have something to discuss with Goathead. Duncan tiredly waved his hand. Something that has nothing to do with you. Alice nodded and turned in the direction of the kitchen in a good mood. Her steps were brisk and dignified after a whole night of work. She's so elegant when she doesn't open her mouth. Pity her character is so silly. Duncan sighed at the doll's back. Chapter 192 The Promised Ark. As always in the mapping room, sunlight from the boundless sea spills into the room through the portholes, reflecting the old objects that have experienced a century's worth of time as they sit here. Mr. Goathead was no different, sitting in the corner of the table and driving the vanished towards a projected route with planned as its final destination. The door swung open then and Duncan's figure appeared at the doorway, causing the wooden sculpture to immediately creak its neck in that direction. It is your excellency, the great captain, who has come to his loyal first mate. Are you still doing well? You've been busy since yesterday. Are you in a good mood today? The weather. Stop. Similar greetings don't have to be repeated several times a day. Duncan raised his hand to interrupt before the other party could finish speaking. Then his gaze seemed to inadvertently linger on the face of Goathead for a moment. The fellow was, as always, expressionless, and the obsidian eyes were still strangely cold. However, they no longer gave the ghost captain the evil presence as it watched this side from the mapping table. In fact, the sculpture behaved well and gave him the impression of a hard-working sailor driving the ship. "Your Excellency, Captain, you seem to be preoccupied." The voice of Goathead sounded again with a familiar boot-licking enthusiasm. "You seem to have taken some captives and returned. But they don't seem to be on the ship anymore." "They disappeared as soon as the sun rose," Duncan said lightly as he plodded down behind the mapping table. "A few enders." "Ah, the ender missionaries. Troublesome and dangerous fellows they are. Difficult to catch and always scurrying within the shadows." Goathead immediately started rambling after the topic got opened. This wooden sculpture had never been one to stay quiet for long despite Duncan's vexation. "But how did they provoke you? Those crazy enders don't usually show up in the open. At least compared to the scientists and annihilators, they are low-key and rare. They attacked a human I was keeping tabs on and captured them to test Alice's ability," Duncan said casually as he observed Goathead's reaction. "They also said a lot of things related to subspace. How much do you know about these cultists?" "If you may permit me, Captain, but I advise against paying too much attention to their crazy preaching, Mr. Goathead advises immediately. "Just frequently calling out the name of subspace may attract dangerous attention, let alone dealing with the kind of madman who worships subspace. Of course, such a great being as yourself may not be affected, but it is still not a good thing regardless." Then it paused and spoke more cautiously. "I can tell you this though, I don't know much about those madmen, and not many people in this world know about them either. The Enders should be regarded as the most eccentric group among all cultists. They are good at being elusive, their thinking is fragmented, and they don't have a large number of low-level rabbles like the scientists. They are much fewer in numbers and no one can properly communicate with them." Mr. Goathead went on and on until the conversation started to get off topic. Nevertheless, Duncan still got enough to pick up on the key details from the barrage. According to Mr. Goathead, the number of Enders out there was far less than that of the other two big cult forces, i.e., the scientists and annihilators. And judging from the current records, their number may only be 1,000 or even less. There are a large number of ordinary people in the general cult forces as bottom believers. These rabbles have little power but everyday social life, except that their thinking has been corrupted. Bluntly said, they are basically no different from ordinary folks. On the contrary, the Enders do not have such a bottom structure as long as they appear. They must be priests with great power. No one knows how a cult group operated and survived to this day without the support of the bottom ranks, just as no one knows the specific conversion process of those scientists and annihilators among ordinary folks. In addition, the Enders may have the word missionaries in their name, but by no means do they spread their teachings. Sure, they like to chant about the truth of subspace and all that. It's unheard of for anyone to be converted to become an Ender. At least, not a case that's been recorded. In other words, it was theoretically impossible for Enders to increase their number by preaching. Lastly, the Enders are extremely difficult to catch. In this regard, Duncan has already experienced it firsthand. "A group of Enders who are so insane that they can't preach," Duncan muttered thoughtfully as he rubbed his chin. "Where did the original Ender missionaries come from then? Who knows?" The neck of Mr. Goathead creaked and swayed. Maybe they grew directly from subspace. Duncan didn't mind the obvious joke there, nor did he want to mention the alternate timeline theory. Right now, he's wondering why no one has come up with this theory besides himself, or maybe, there has been people within the city-states. It would explain the weird coming and goings of those Enders. "Captain, you seem to be very concerned about those Enders." In the silence, the voice of Mr. Goathead suddenly broke the silence in the room. "It's rare to see you showing such a serious expression." Duncan raised his head and glanced quietly at the wooden sculpture. "You say, if the history of an entire city-state is polluted, can it still be saved?" he said suddenly with the frank and casual tone of someone discussing an academic subject. The wooden sculpture was stunned for a moment, although it's hard to tell with a face that's expressionless, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before he responded. "Historical pollution? Oh, this is a high-end topic. It sounds like something that can only be done in subspace." "Can only be done in subspace?" Duncan raised his eyebrows. "Why do you say that?" "Except for subspace, which is a dangerous thing that is chaotic in its own time and space, what else can casually pollute the history of a city-state?" Goathead said casually, "There is nothing in the world that has such power." "Oh wait, I can't exactly say there's nothing actually. If you consider the thing hanging in the sky, then that's another. Duncan's heart literally jolted at the new info. The space-time continuum of subspace itself is chaotic? That's the first time I've heard of this. No book from Nina's school ever mentioned such a fact. Then a vivid picture once again popped up in his head. It's the words the Frost Queen said to himself during that trip into the past: please do not contaminate history. He frowned and suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart for the time being. Then returning his gaze to the wooden sculpture, who also noticed the captain's gaze, stopped yapping and reacted, "Ah, no wonder you suddenly paid attention to those enders. Could it be that they're probably doing a big job," Duncan said darkly, "and it's making me a little annoyed." He looked quietly into the eyes of Goathead, and the wooden sculpture did the same with that obsidian bead eyes. However, no information was gained by either partner through this visual contact. The city-state has its own protectors, and the flame-bearers are constantly watching the context of history, Mr. Goathead began, "Anyways, those enders can't threaten you no matter how much commotion they raise. Even if they pollute history, they can't pollute the Vanished or you." Duncan raised his eyebrows. "Can't pollute the Vanished and me?" "We returned from subspace, Captain," said Goathead slowly. "Everything in the world can be polluted except for subspace. We've been in subspace long enough." Duncan frowned harder, and for some reason, some crazy words that the enders had said suddenly appeared in his mind. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but mumble softly, "The Promised Ark." Chapter 193. Captain. Listening to Goathead's words, Duncan started to ponder some more. However, he doesn't get to think long before the wooden sculpture interrupts him. "Captain, you are beginning to be interested in things within mortal civilization. Before this, you had always been focused on sailing beyond the borders. Is there something in the city-state that might have interested you?" "Sailing beyond the border?" Duncan's heart slightly thumped, but the expression on his face remained unchanged as he replied casually, "It's just a simple concern. No reason is needed." "Ah, well, you're the captain. You have the final say," Goathead replied immediately. Then it went quiet for several seconds before whispering as if hesitating or thinking about something, "Just in case, I want to ask you a question." Duncan raised his eyebrows as he heard the deep, menacing voice from within the wooden sculpture. "Name?" "Duncan Abnamar." Duncan was expressionless as he replied. Then out of reflex, he actually chuckled at the rhetorical question, "Actually, I'm curious, what would happen if I said something else?" It was the first time he had asked this question, and it was his darest overstep to date. The life he's had on the ship, his many encounters with Goathead, and his growing understanding of his own powers and characteristics, are all the things that propelled him to take this tentative step. Goathead fell into a long silence after this question, and it was only after a full minute before its low, hoarse voice sounded again in the captain's room. "Then try not to tease me so much, Captain. The Vanished still needs you to steer it." Duncan bellowed out a laugh. As he thought, Goathead had seen through his camouflage long ago and only remained ignorant. Being the first mate that's been with the real Captain Duncan for the past century, this wooden sculpture likely knew more about the captain than the man himself. Under those circumstances, how could a newcomer that just came out of nowhere fool someone that close? There must be a reason for not breaking the thin sheet of ignorance, but what? Was it a necessity? Or a rule aboard that must be followed? Perhaps, the Vanished merely needed a Captain Duncan, and whoever played this role no longer mattered. Duncan didn't bring these questions to the forefront, of course. He's just a little curious about why it would be himself and, whether the fact that he's here was unplanned. According to the general assumption, wouldn't it be better to find someone that's actually cursed to be helming a cursed ship? A person like that would surely make a better candidate as the captain, and clearly, he's not cursed. You still need your loyal first mate to serve you, and the Vanished still needs a great captain to steer itself. What do you think? The voice of Goathead came from the side, sounding a little expectant and even eager. Duncan turned his head and stared into the other party's obsidian bead eyes. "Of course," he said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked to the door of the captain's room. "I'm going to leave first. You take care of the ship. Of course, your loyalty first mate will wait for you here. I wish you all the luck." Goathead had returned to his boot-licking attitude as before with that cheerful tone. Duncan had pushed the door out of the room, blocking out the words behind his back. Here, standing on the aft of the deck, he sighed softly and swung around to read the letters inscribed on the frame of the door of the lost. A sense of calming ease filled his heart for the first time ever. He's no longer worried about being exposed, fearing being expelled from the ship, and no longer worried about losing his life. Reaching out, he grabbed the handle and gently pushed forward, stepping through and into the murky fog. Back inside the captain's room, Goathead had sensed Duncan's departure at the same time. He didn't make a scene, only silently sitting on the mapping table while subtle creaking sounds were coming from the ship and its items aboard. Oh mama, he didn't get angry, right? He shouldn't be angry, he definitely didn't get angry, he shouldn't be. Eventually, Goathead broke the silence with a rather nervous and anxious voice. The various subtle noises in the room became more pronounced. I know. It's not that I have to ask for the name 3 to 5 times per day. But isn't this for the safety of the voyage? What if we suddenly fall back into subspace? At least we will be prepared that way. Quit arguing, I'm still a mess inside, if not, you ask. If you guys won't then quit making a ruckus. You also know it, on the entire ship, only I have a mouth. The doll? You're not sick, right? How could she know about the situation? Wait, when did you guys get so good with her? Is it because you're all constantly fighting and bullying her too much? That's why you guys are feeling guilty. Okay, everyone back to work. Focus on the voyage. Who knows when the captain will return? He may ask about the progress when he returns. Anchors, can you learn to paddle? Whipping around will somewhat provide some power. Maybe you can imitate a propeller found on those steamships? Okay, fine, pretend I didn't say anything. If not, have both lifeboats jump down and push? Okay. Pretend I didn't say anything. The various noises in the captain's room gradually dissipated, and the wooden sculpture returned to its focused state of driving the ship towards planned. Meanwhile, on the foggy mapping chart, the city-state's shimmering point of light was gradually getting closer and closer. Zhou Ming pushed open the door of the bachelor apartment and walked back into his original world again. The window was still shrouded by fog outside, and everything remained the same as he had left it. There's nothing out of the ordinary, only the computer screen shimmering with the prompt network not connected popping up repeatedly in the lower right corner. He sighed and walked to the shelf at the end of the room. The miniature model of the Vanished was still lying quietly in the lattice where he had last placed it. Zhou Ming picked up the vivid model of the ghost ship, opened the door of the captain's room, and peered inside. The sailing table was still empty, and Goathead could not be seen inside. Zhou Ming thought for a while, placing the Vanished back in its place, then turned to sit at the desk. He needed to sort out the information he had learned. But suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something on the desk. Strictly speaking, not something, but a phenomenon. He saw some very tiny flames constantly jumping on the empty table. The flames were like tiny sparks. Under the outline of these faint and light green flames, some faint images were flickering in and out. Gradually, his expression grew serious because he recognized some of the outlines portrayed by the dancing flames. That's a neighborhood of planned. He could even discern some details of the coastline. The fire was burning, and Zhou Ming remembered the order he gave to the flame when he sent it out to hunt and chase that thing with the black umbrella. Now it has spread to almost all corners of the city-state. Prey is everywhere? Zhou Ming's brows furrowed a little. He thoughtfully tracked and distinguished the trajectory of the spread, looking for the law of their gathering and the direction in which they might converge next, just like a hunter tracking the smell of his prey. Chapter 194. Transmit. Vanna had returned to the archives yet again. Although she didn't know why she even wanted to return here in the first place, an inexplicable sense of discord and crisis urged her to recall the details of rummaging through the materials here. She's forgotten something crucial, and she didn't know what. Of course, another reason for returning was that there's nowhere else to go anyway. Due to the growing connection with the Vanished, she was now effectively in a state of constant surveillance. She's still the inquisitor of the city-state of Planned, but only because there wasn't anyone to replace her important duties at the moment. Therefore, she must always remain within the cathedral except for the essential required attendance outside. Under these circumstances, Vanna's only option was to look for a distraction. As it so happens, the archives were an excellent way to block off the outside variables. As she stepped through the empty archives, only the rows of lumbering bookshelves accompanied her footsteps. However, she's not alone here though. Not far behind her, a middle-aged priest had kept tabs on the lady with the lantern in hand, exuding a warm and soft glow to repel evil. Finally, Vanna stopped at the section supposedly containing the materials pertaining to 1889 and 1885. She had rummaged through the records before, found the suspicious clues of sporadic heretical sacrifices, and eventually discovered the missing files. All of these memories were groomed into her mind over and over again. Everything was flawless in the saga, but the Inquisitor's instinct told her something was wrong. Enough to make the lady doubt her own memory. "Your Excellency!" The middle-aged priest's voice sounded from behind after the extended lingering. "Something is wrong, something is wrong. I definitely didn't come here alone the last time. Someone did accompany me, but who was it?" As if she didn't hear the voice behind her, Vanna just focused on the problem. Once again, the memory of the 6th block chapel and the deceased nun came up. Everyone had forgotten that area ever existed, hence the reason why it went unnoticed for so long. Is this the same forgetting that I'm experiencing? Everyone forgot the same thing about that chapel, so no one could fill the hole. But what did I forget like everyone else? When did the forgetting happen? "Your Excellency!" The voice of the middle-aged priest sounded from behind but with more force. Vanna felt the storm's power converging, and the middle-aged priest's hand had quietly approached his waist where the gun was holstered. "How long have you been an administrator here?" Vanna asked suddenly. The storm's power dissipated, and the middle-aged priest lowered his guard before bowing his head slightly. "It's been 7 years. I've been here since I retired." "You shouldn't be the only administrator here, right?" Vanna asked again. "There are 2 of us. The other is an older lady in charge of the night duty. We're both retirees from the Guardian Force." As if chatting casually, Vanna continued to stroll between the bookshelves. "2 people, do you ever get overwhelmed with work?" "Not usually. The work of an archivist doesn't have much to do. Trainees are usually the ones to fill and organize the files according to our instructions. Aside from the rare case of transporting dangerous materials over for storage, we rarely need to move around." The middle-aged priest didn't beat around the bush and explained his workload. "If there is anything worthy of note, an archivist must be on constant watch for any irregularities. After all, we are the ones with the most experience, so those younger than us would often come to request our insight." Speaking of this, the middle-aged priest paused before adding, "Of course, having only 2 on a work rotation isn't the best arrangement. If an unexpected matter arises, we will usually be in a bind and must wake the other up to cover the shift. I've always felt that the ideal staff number should be 3. 3, Vanna muttered to herself, then asked, "Are the files of 1885 still unfound?" "Yes, it still hasn't been found yet," the middle-aged priest said, shaking his head. "After you mentioned the abnormal situation here, we immediately organized staffing to check the entire archive, utilizing hundreds of trainees and clerics for the job. Sadly, we found nothing." Vanna nodded and said no more. She only stared at the priest in silence like she's in deep thought, which roused a nervous smile from the other party. "Don't worry, I only met with that ghost captain once. I'm not at the point of delirium yet. However, warn me if there's any odd behavior with me, and I will do the same. I still haven't lost my professionalism." "I beg your pardon," the middle-aged priest sighed, "I've seen too many comrades in arms disappear from this world due to one's carelessness." Vanna didn't object to that advice and circled the aisle as if searching for something. Then, in a trance, she saw an imaginary glimpse of a fleeting figure standing at the desk near the entrance. The young Inquisitor's eyes nearly popped out at this sight, only to have the figure disappear in the next. "Your Excellency, what have you discovered?" The middle-aged priest noticed this sudden behavior and asked. "Maybe I was mistaken." "No, let's go over and see." Vanna hurriedly began walking without waiting for the other man to reply. She had already taken several steps before she could be followed, and soon, she was practically jogging over to the curved desk. There was no one at the table, only a mechanical machine left in plain view that's used for administrative purposes. Vanna went around and behind the desk to investigate. There, she found a few scattered parts randomly discarded behind a baffle on the table's edge. The pieces had rusted, and it looked as if they had been discarded for an unknown number of years. Judging by their shape, it seems to be part of a mechanical cube. For some reason, Vanna had a strange smell hitting her nose when she saw these items. It's the scent of mechanical grease mixed in with incense that's been burned together. "These things? Who left them here?" A puzzled voice belonging to the middle-aged priest said after catching up from behind with the lantern. "There are traces on the table." Vanna had already found other clues next to the parts, which looked like some oil that's vaguely resembling a drawing. She felt her heart pounding. Then out of the blue, a harsh noise echoed in her head, causing the lady's vision to blur between light and shadow. However, this discomfort not only didn't bring panic to the Inquisitor's heart but made her go wild with excitement. Vanna knew why this was happening. It's her blessings from the goddess activating, warning her. Whatever clue or truth she's searching for, it's here, in the archive. Silently chanting the name of Gamana, the storm goddess, Vanna stretched her hand to the side. Lend me the lantern. The middle-aged priest immediately handed over the lantern that's been inscribed with runes and fueled by divine grease as fuel. Here you go. Vanna took it and carefully brought the light closer to the greased tabletop. Under the light, some fine smoke or mist had appeared out of thin air before fading quickly. Then, she saw it between the crimps of light and shadow, the smudge. It was written in dark red blood, like a dying man's last-ditched effort to mark something on the table as a message. It looked like a cluster of bonfires with a cylindrical thing standing at the center of the flame. It was not any kind of sacred symbol used by the Storm Church, nor a blessing given by the storm goddess Gamana. Yet Vanna still recognized the symbol. It turned out to be the mark of the flame bearers. Flame bearer? Why is the mark of the flame bearers doing inside a storm church? Vanna wondered in her heart. Although the four righteous gods are indeed in the same camp, and there are many cooperative relationships between the four churches, they're still part of different religions. The flame bearers. The chapel in the 6th block. The forgotten nun. The forgotten event. Another planned hidden under the real world. Vanna's breathing became rapid as she instantly connected the dots. This symbol was a warning, the only message left behind by the forgotten defender on this lonely battlefield. Someone polluted history. The young inquisitor exclaimed and jerked around to face the administrative priest. Yet, the archives were empty. From the beginning, it was as she's the only person here the entire time. Chapter 195 disappeared. With a clang, the silver fork in Dante Wayne's hand fell onto the plate. This startled the maid that's standing on the side of this partially empty dining hall. Quickly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Mr. Dante. Dante did not respond to the maid's inquiry. Instead, he sat in his seat in a daze, acting like his soul had been sucked out. But the admin suddenly blinked, and his consciousness seemed to abruptly return to reality with the paleness of someone on the brink of drowning. Mr. Dante, are you okay? The maid's voice came again, thundering in the ears of the city admin. Dante Wayne stared blankly at the fork on his plate, seeing not only the tableware, but also flashes of images from the past. It came so strongly that the prosthetic ruby eye had started to burn and sting with pain. Out of the blue, the man swung his head towards the maid and broke the silence with a deep, heavy voice. Did Vanna send any news over? The maid was stunned momentarily before responding to this respected city admin. Who is Vanna? In the next second, the maid was startled by Dante's livid face and gloomy aura. The man's face had changed so suddenly that even the air around him was cold and ominous. But after several seconds of this, the city admin finally clawed back his rage and maintained a calm air before waving the maid away. You can leave me. I won't need any service for the time being. As the slightly nervous and confused maid left the dining hall, only Dante Wayne remained seated at the table. He didn't move or budge as if he's been here for the past 11 years using only this posture. Layers of intricate memories were floating through his mind, and reality from a different dimension seemed to override his perception through this, but Dante didn't flinch or fret. Instead, he only softly muttered the following words as if he were praying, Vanna is still alive. Vanna is still alive. But the man jerked his head in the next after catching the sight of another figure sitting across from himself. It was another him, at least it looked like another version of himself. The thing was a grayish-white entity, wearing the same clothes as Dante Wayne, with the same appearance and hairstyle, and even the wrinkles on the back of his hand were the same. However, the facial features of the figure were slightly blurred, and its eyes were nothing more than two sunken sockets that were filled with endless emptiness. Dante quietly stared at the grey version of himself, and the other party also stared directly back at him with a taunting smirk. Ah, a hole finally appears in your heart, my other me. The thing spoke with squirming lips. Dante Wayne froze to a halt, his eyes now glaring at the reflection opposite himself. What did you do? Frankly, I don't know. It just happened so suddenly that even I was caught off guard. A loophole took the initiative to eliminate itself. The thing across the table shook his head. But don't you want to see how it plays out? You no longer have to bear the pressure of the truth, and you no longer have to worry about the responsibilities of the future. Everything is back on track, and eternal liberation and tranquility await us all. Just as the wish you were granted, everyone's wishes will be granted too. The thing spoke weirdly but clearly as it slowly stood up with a broken grin. I know your heart better than anyone. Dante Wayne also slowly stood up. There were no weapons in the dining room, but he always carried a short dagger with him just for these occasions. He gripped the handle and glared ferociously at the greyish figure. You're just a hollow shadow of nothingness. What right do you have to judge the heart of humanity? I am the reflection in your soul brought to life by subspace. The grey figure spread his hands out despite the hostility shown. Subspace knows everything, including the shallow and ridiculous human heart. Come on, kill me, see what happens. We've done this many times already in the past. It doesn't hurt to try again when things are coming to a close soon. But then, the grey shadow's words ended abruptly at a sudden cluster of dark green flames wrapped around its body. This not only caught the shadow off guard, it also dismayed and shocked Dante across the table. A harsh howl and a strange whistling sound came simultaneously, and the sharp shockwave instantly shattered the glasses within the dining hall. However, this noise never got transmitted to the outside as the space here had become confined to another dimension. The more the phantom resisted, the more the echo reverberated within these walls. Until everything started to glow green. The vanished. These were the last words from the phantom's mouth before it was extinguished. Dante Wayne watched it all in awe until a burning pain pierced his own flesh. It's the inverse effect of having his reflection killed. He dropped the dagger to the floor and curled up, feeling the intense heat devour his own existence. The pain was soul-wrenching, but he didn't lose consciousness as his vision caught sight of the spreading flames roaming around his body instead of eating him. He was confused, rightfully so. However, he's more confused than ever at the animalistic behavior of a flame. It's behaving like a predator that had caught something revolting, the revolting thing being him. Then a wave of intense shock smothered his senses, pulling him into dimming darkness as the consciousness faded away. But before then, he could vaguely hear the exclaiming cry of a maid and many chaotic footsteps running inside the hall. After realizing she's been caught in something, Vanna calmly searched the empty archive for traces of the priest. For the first 2 minutes, she didn't move anywhere, didn't rush or try to flee, and didn't touch anything in her field of vision. This was to prevent herself from accidentally being polluted by the source of this illusion. It wasn't until she confirmed the items in her sight were normal entities and finished shielding her mind that she came to the back of the curved table. There, she decisively reached down and pressed a button under the desk. That's the bell to sound the alarm, and it rang with a sharp and deafening harsh ring. Done, Vanna lowered her head again and stared at the lantern in hand. The middle-aged priest had disappeared, but the lantern he lent her was still here radiating a warm glow with that haloing light. Although it was not dark in the archive, the flame that was created with grease still carried the divine properties of repelling evil. This gave Vanna the confidence to circle around the area again, finding nothing but herself within this building. Finally, her sight fell upon the scattered parts and blood marks left on the table. No one came inside still despite the alarms going off. Now, the young inquisitor understood why it's not the priest who disappeared, it's herself. The moment this thought emerged, Vanna felt a veiling curtain finally lifting from her chest. Reality and lies, both versions have now collapsed into one, revealing the truth of what this world truly was: a flaming inferno as far as the eye could see. And in the raging sea of fire, a thin, scrawny figure holding a black umbrella was standing in the near distance from the lady. You, the umbrella man raised an arm to point at Vanna and spoke hoarsely. Vanna only listened to one syllable before she took off with her giant broadsword at the foe. The inquisitor did not hesitate in the slightest and swung down with one hand while carrying the lantern in the other. By the time her attack was about to come down, she's already closed the gap to 3 meters. Heretic. Chapter 196 Reckless Player. Vanna didn't immediately recognize the origin of the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, mainly due to the other party's whole body being covered by a long black trench coat and a big black umbrella. Moreover, her own consciousness was briefly stunned by the glimpse through the curtain, causing the momentary loss of sharpness. But when the monster made its hoarse and low growl, when the other party's dirty and profane breath was revealed, and when the polluted and corrupt outline showed between its raised hands, she finally recognized it. It was heresy, the heresy of the Black Sunday. Things became very simple then, and Vanna loves simple things. The heavy greatsword whistled terrifyingly through the air with a smooth grace, and the sacred lantern dispelled the unclean breath as Vanna's tall figure jumped up like a mountainous wave. When she finally came down, the assault had brought with it the power of the tsunami, which caught the foe by surprise due to how sudden it came out. Then, like a broken boat hit by a huge wave, even the umbrella and person were split in two down the middle. The dregs of the sun air got blown off into the distance with an audible splat, leaving a trail of blood and gore in its wake. But unlike the flesh of the air, the broken umbrella had dropped on the spot, expelling a series of crackling blue flints and a splutter of blue crystals from the disconnected segment. Vanna crushed the umbrella with her foot the second she got the opening. She must remove any unknown variable from the fight when she could, because the split body of the sun air had already begun to reform. It didn't take long, only a few seconds before her foe was standing again. This time though, the mangled flesh that made up its head was even uglier than before, and it squirmed ferociously with those grotesque tentacles. Even its growling roar was more pronounced, bringing a shockwave that could knock a regular person out. Yet, Vanna was smiling at this behavior. Regenerative ability did not equal invincibility. She could tell, this thing had gotten weak and in a lot of pain after losing the weird black umbrella. Casually strapping the lantern to her waist, Vanna adjusted her sword stance and strode towards the monster with her weapon in hand. But suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a momentary distortion of the flames next to a bookcase. Years of combat experience and intuition told her to stop, which her body did by swinging around. In the next second, a squirming tentacle had launched out of the fire, whipping a sheet of metal at her like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the injured sun air had just finished its regeneration when it transmorphed into a glob of oozing black shadow, firing off two tentacles of his own at the lady's neck and back, effectively creating a pincer attack with its hidden companion. Vanna clicked her tongue at the annoyance. She snapped around and raised her sword to lance it out as a projectile first, spearing the shadowy glob directly in the center as a result. It pinned the foe into the nearest wall from the sheer force of her sword and caused another splat. Simultaneously, Vanna didn't forget to catch the steel-plated projectile that's already in her face. With a pinch that's so fast that it left an afterimage, the lady caught the scorching metal with 2 fingers and left only several inches of space between her skin. It seems that you are the ones responsible for this. As if there was no pain, Vanna casually tore the piece of steel in half and threw it aside. At the same time, she beckoned to her sword to return, summoning it with an invisible force that had also brought the squirming blob of blackness over. With a flick of her right hand, Vanna casually threw the monster nailed to her sword into the ground. Then without looking back, she left the rapidly regenerating monster and walked forward, leaving only one sentence to her rear: "You stay here and regenerate, I will purify your accomplice first." The creeping flesh and blood that was pierced by the giant sword had lost the protection of the black umbrella. Even if she left the monster to do its own thing, it would be far weaker and too slow to try anything. Knowing this fact, the Inquisitor now shifted her focus at the burning bookcase that launched the sneak attack in the distance. A second sun air. Seeing its position discovered, the second shadow had stopped hiding and stepped forward from the flames. It's just like the first, tall and thin with a series of tentacles squirming out from the long trench coat. The thing was growling disgusting words at the Inquisitor, cursing her to not get any closer. Fear, anger, confusion. It seems that they also have emotional reactions, not just a group of split bodies who lack a complete mind as many people thought, Vanna said calmly as she walked forward. She didn't forget to watch out for more sneak attacks, and as a mean to combat the blasphemous roars from the monster that might affect her mind, she started to speak to it as well as a counter. The dregs of the sun airs. Since you are here, it means that at least one of the sun airs are nearby. Where? In the depths of the sea of fire? Outside the church? Or? The monster launched into an attack before the lady could finish, sending a tentacle out from the side to slice off Vanna's neck. Of course, this didn't work since the Inquisitor's ready for it. With a simple sidestep, she casually avoided the hit and grabbed the thorn-riddled tentacle to unleash a skill of her own, a vibrating shockwave that she used in her dream with Duncan. Is it in that fire of 1889? Or in that chapel of 1885? The tip of the tentacle in Vanna's hand exploded into a cloud of blood first, then the main branch of the appendage exploded as well, spreading like a plague into the main body of the shadow. It wasn't until 1/3 of the shadow's figure were gone did it get halted, which was fine for Vanna since it's enough time for her to charge forward. Raising her giant broadsword, she swung it down like a club at the monster's head. With a loud bang, the monster's roar abruptly stopped and flew into the distance like a filthy lump of meat. It landed next to the remnants of the first sun air that had partially finished regenerating into its thin, scrawny self. And like before, the tentacles had mimicked the shape of a black trench coat that's essentially being used as a form of protective shell. Pleased with herself, Vanna casually came before the two attackers and peered down condescendingly over them. Although I don't know why the black sun managed to mix itself into the pollution of history, and I don't know what your main body has prepared for me, but one thing is definitely true. I'll fight you all here to see if you are truly endless. Either I kill all of you, or I will prove my loyalty and faith to the goddess. With a raised greatsword, the sound of meticulous chopping continues. Vanna's idea was simple: the heirs of the sun have powerful regenerative abilities, but no matter how powerful their regeneration was, it's not invincible. As long as their recovery consumes their strength, then it's not a problem to solve. It's okay to make small careful cuts. If it doesn't work, she could always cut twice. Shirley opened her eyes after a heavy slumber, finding an unfamiliar ceiling and the faint sunlight streaming through the nearby window. The bed under her body was comfortable, and the quilt had a fresh and dry smell to it. This kind of dryness was difficult to come by in the slums because the oldest pipes and silted sewers were always gathered in those guttered alleys. Even if one did hang the quilt out to dry, it would only soak in more of the sewer smell into the fabric due to how proliferate it was in the damp air. Shirley lay quietly in bed, reluctant to even turn due to the comforting sensation. But in the end, she propped herself up with both hands to look around. Nina was no longer in the room, and based on the angle of the sunlight coming through the window, it's likely already noon. "Dog," Shirley called softly, "how long have I been asleep?" Dog's voice immediately sounded in her heart, "It's at least 10:30 now, maybe 11. You fell asleep directly in bed after eating and taking a bath yesterday. So, at least for 12 hours, that's normal after expending so much energy." Shirley was still a little dazed right now. What happened yesterday felt like a dream, floating in her head with segments popping up without intent, which would take time to sort out and confirm what's real and fantasy. Then she raised her head and looked into the corner of the room. A simple little box sat quietly there. That's her all for the past 10 years. She and Dog's everything. "We really moved here," Shirley muttered, "it's like a dream." "Don't say it, I'm still panicking right now." "Mr. Duncan is cooking in the kitchen, and I don't even dare to think about what he might serve to the table later." "Dog, why do you have such a big opinion about the food here? You have been uttering that more than once already." Don't ask." Listening to Dog's complaints, Shirley suddenly broke out into laughter. "The sun is so nice today." Chapter 197 Sunny Day. The sun shone brightly outside the window, and the previous horrible weather seemed like a distant dream now. The only traces of that rainstorm would be the water left on the windowsill and the wet ground out on the streets. It's a good day to take an afternoon nap. But Shirley had slept enough. In fact, she had never slept for so long in one sitting, and her stomach was growling a little, the signal to get up. Unlike a normal child, Shirley had some pretty unpleasant memories of lying in bed with a hungry stomach. It was when she was still extremely young after losing her parents, the first winter of that year. She had no one to help but Dog. The weather was cold and snowing outside, and the tiny hut she found to cuddle in for the night leaked. As a hungry child desperately needing sleep, she would have died from the frost without help. Thankfully Dog was there, keeping her company and awake. Falling asleep while hungry during such a cold winter night would have left her dead. "Shirley! Are you awake? I heard movement." It was Nina's voice that came from the hallway after Shirley had just finished changing out of her clothes. I'm awake," Shirley stammered for a reply to the voice. The door got pushed open, and Nina, wearing a white shirt and light brown skirt, came waltzing inside with a smile. "You slept for so long. How are you feeling now? Does your back still hurt? What happened to the wound? Let me see, let me see. I expended a lot of energy, so I slept for a bit longer than usual." "I'm okay, really," Shirley tried to dodge the overly enthusiastic Nina to no avail. In front of this infinitely energetic girl, it's better to submit than to resist. "It's just a small injury. I am very resilient, and, you're tickling me, don't be itchy, haha. It's really healed." Nina finally let go of Shirley, who had jumped to the side with a look of fleeing a predator. "It was still such a big wound last night, and now it's not only gone but not even a scar is left. How did you do it? Didn't I tell you before? I live in symbiosis with a shadow demon. The characteristics of Dog are a strong body and regenerative ability." Shirley straightened her dress. The one she wore yesterday had been destroyed in the battle, so the one she had on was a different one rescued from the rebels. "Actually, my regenerative ability can be a little stronger, but Dog said I am malnourished, so my regenerative ability is reduced. Then you have to eat plenty here. Uncle's cooking is excellent, Nina said immediately. Then making a curious face, are you all like this? I mean, is everyone with a shadow demon so powerful? Specifically, it depends on what kind of demon symbiosis they have. The powers of a Darkhound are strength and regeneration, as well as a certain increase in perception. We're also more resistant to spiritual pollution. Anyways, there are many types of shadow demons with different abilities. I don't know all of them, just that they're all unique in their own ways. Shirley suddenly paused at the mention, her expression growing more severe while meeting Nina's gaze. Speaking of which, I suggest you don't get too involved in this field. You should already know that under normal circumstances, those who coexist with the shadow demons are the madmen of the Annihilation sect. They are different from me, and their demons are not the same as dog. I know, I'm not a child, Nina waved her hand quickly, still unable to hide her curiosity, but have you seen any other demon symbiotes? I mean those Annihilation believers. I haven't seen any, and I don't want to meet any. It's disgusting enough to listen to the description given to me by dog, and if I do meet them, I will definitely BEA. I will report them to the authorities, Shirley said with a frown. Nina, you have a lot of questions today. You didn't ask so much when you met dog before, so why did you suddenly change your heart? What happened at school today? You will live in my house from now on. Of course, I must know more about you. Uncle said your home was destroyed by a gas explosion, so you don't have anywhere else to go, Nina said with a serious face. Then snatching Shirley's hand to bring her out, in addition, school is on holiday. I have 2 months of vacation time now, didn't you know? How do I know? I haven't been to school before, Shirley muttered subconsciously while already being dragged out the door. Even from their distance, the girls could smell the intoxicating scent of food wafting through the air. Isn't Mr. Duncan there? Uncle went down to the first floor. He said he needed to entertain someone first, so let's eat on the second floor first, Nina explained while pulling Shirley toward the kitchen door. But then she quickly turned towards the bathroom after remembering something. Alright, wash your hands and face before eating, otherwise, Uncle will nag again. Oh. Shirley literally became a doll at this point, being dragged around left and right without a say in her choosing. It's borderline abusive if one watches their antics. Nevertheless, it's a good type of abuse, the kind that's only found in a warm bodily home with people around. At the same time, next to the counter on the first floor of the antique shop, Duncan was explaining something to the person opposite of himself. It's a young lady wearing a delicate and elegant long dress. She had long blonde hair with a dignified and beautiful appearance. Dignified and beautiful blonde lady, no. Alice in a wig, yes. That's pretty much it. There is a lot of common sense that you need to know about in human society, but the most basic part is what I've told you. With your current scope of activities, it should be enough. Just get familiar with the store and its occupants first. Like cleaning and greeting the customers when they come in. Duncan finally finished explaining what to pay attention to but still looked uneasy at the smiling blonde girl sitting across from him. Do you remember what I taught you on the ship before? Remember, I remember. Alice nodded vigorously. Then just as quickly, she reduced the speed of her nod to portray an elegant lady. Don't worry, I remember it clearly. Yes, the nod should be small. It seems that you remember this part at least. Duncan exhaled and reviewed Alice's appearance to confirm the last few details. The original long silver hair had been covered with a golden wig, slight makeup applied to adjust the details in her appearance, and the lower half of the face covered with a veil to keep others from recognizing her. As for the joints, she also had a neck ring to cover that area while wearing long white gloves to hide the arms. That effectively camouflaged any joints that could possibly show up. Of course, it's still possible for someone to notice the oddity in Alice's appearance if they knew the Frost Queen personally, but the odds of that happening was negligible. Raynora was a queen from half a century ago. For the odds of someone from Frost visiting Planned, then coming to the lower city and visiting Duncan's antique shop, that's effectively impossible in terms of odds. Duncan couldn't help but sigh at his own ingenuity. Truthfully, he had initially planned to wait a little longer to let Alice come aboard the city and see the world. But when he last checked up on this doll, he had seen her constantly mourning along the deck of the Vanished, peering out into the distance like a bored child with nothing to do. No matter how firm he was on staying safe, forcing someone to do nothing was equivalent to torture. Duncan was no monster. So, taking the opening while Nina and Shirley were still eating upstairs, he grabbed AI and had her transport Alice over from the ship for the first time. And just as quickly, he regretted the decision right away. The doll had instantly jumped to the shop window and pressed her face against the glass like a buffoon, constantly asking this and asking that over whatever she saw moving about outside. Even now, while conversing, Alice fidgeted and turned side to side without meeting his eyes like a nosy kid. Chapter 198. Alice's first day in the world. Duncan was a little creeped out with the way he was being stared at by the puppet. Then after calming down for a few seconds, he finally couldn't help but ask with a frown, "What are you looking at?" Alice was honest, "Looking at you." Duncan now got confused, "What's so interesting about me?" "It's the first time I've seen you talking like this," Alice said in disbelief. "Although you said before I have another body and identity here, I still find it incredible when I see it. Captain, your appearance is completely different from that on the ship, not so tall or gloomy, you look like a good person." Duncan's eyes widened when he heard this, and before he could speak, Alice hurriedly added, I shouldn't slander you, Captain. How many times have I said it? Don't learn random stuff from Goathead. Praising others as good people is not slandering, it's the same for me too." Duncan stared at the idiot in front of him, feeling a brain aneurysm forming. "And you forgot the reminder? You can't call Captain on this side. You have to call me Mr. Duncan or Mr. Shopkeeper, understand?" Alice shrunk her head, I remember ca. Mr. Shopkeeper. Why don't you just call Mr. Duncan?" Duncan sighed wearily, "At least you are still familiar with this name, and the probability of calling it wrong is relatively low." Okay, Mr. Duncan." Alice hurriedly bowed her head and agreed, only to hear Duncan helplessly reminding her halfway, "Don't bow your head, otherwise, your head will fall off again. If you drop your head in full view, your journey to the city-state will end." Alice agreed with a hum but then frowned in the next. "I seem to have heard AI mutter a similar sentence to what you just said." "What did she say?" "The head, the crown will." "Do you have a crown on your head?" Duncan glared. "You have a wig on your head, and it's stronger than your head." Alice thought for a while and giggled, "Hee." Then, after 2 seconds of silence, the doll began to act out again. "Captain. Can I touch your face?" Duncan looked puzzled. "I don't mind, but why?" Alice had already started on him when she heard the words "don't mind." It seemed that after leaving Captain Duncan's majestic main shell, the doll's boldness had swelled unprecedentedly. She stepped forward and pinched Duncan's current cheek, making eyes of surprise as she did so. "So amazing. It's real. When I was on the ship, you looked like you were carved out of stone with that face." Duncan was extremely taken aback inside and wanted to break free from those hands. "Are you done yet?" Before his words could finish, he heard 2 brisk footsteps coming down from the direction of the staircase. "It's Nina and Shirley," with the former calling out pleasantly, "Uncle, I've finished eating with Shirley." "What are you doing here?" Duncan turned his head like a robot, showing the awkward face of someone being caught in an embarrassing situation. "So what's so embarrassing?" Alice still had her hands on the man's face, thus creating a rather fluttery scene of 2 partners having a go at it. Why did you stop suddenly?" Shirley asks after bumping her head against her friend's back. Alice immediately withdrew her hands over the interruption, folding both hands in her lap to put on a dignified posture of a Victorian-era lady. Meanwhile, Nina had become so shell-shocked that she couldn't process the image. "There's a gorgeous lady in her home and an elegant blonde that's likely from the upper city at that. Dog, quickly look, who is that sitting across from Mr. Duncan? Is she human? Can you beat her?" Dog's voice hesitated for a long time before coming through, sounding extremely cautious. "I can't see clearly through your eyes, but the more you look at her, the less she looks like a person. I don't know if I can win. Regardless, definitely don't fight her." Now Shirley got shocked. "Why? You can't even see what she is, so why are you so afraid? Are you dumb? She actually dares to pinch Mr. Duncan's face." Dog's voice sounded so cowardly that it was painful. "Just that fact alone is enough to put her on the level of being able to stew us, and not just any stew, the type where I will go chop the firewood for the stove. Dog, you are too embarrassing, you know that. I call this knowing when to be the dead dog. Do you know how many human beings spend their entire lives mastering the art of survival? Shirley didn't want to talk with Dog anymore because it's too humiliating. While the pair talked through their mental connection, Nina had already arrived before her uncle and the blonde lady. "Uncle, who is this lady?" Nina asked curiously and subconsciously looked at Alice on the side with surprise and speculation in her heart. "Oh, good timing. Let me introduce her." Duncan coughed lightly to alleviate the embarrassment just now. Then with a calm face, he raised a finger. "Her name is Alice. Remember what I said before about getting help at the shop? She will be working here." After that, he immediately pointed to Nina and Shirley. "This is my niece, Nina, and this is Shirley, who will temporarily live here for the time being." "Hello," Alice immediately took the initiative to greet the girls. This time she remembered Duncan's reminder and stopped goofing around. However, her gesture only made the doll appear more noble-like, showing an indescribable level of elegance found only in those with a high upbringing. Girls' first meeting, epic misunderstanding. "You." "Hello," Nina gulped nervously, nodding to Alice as if her lax manner would offend the other side. "Nice to meet you." Shirley didn't dally around either and closely followed by saying hello. She was also a little nervous, but her nervousness came more from what Dog said earlier. "Hello, I too am, glad." Then the scene froze, with faces tense on both sides. Shirley and Nina didn't know how to continue. In their mind, whatever they said would only displease this elegant character that's clearly not from the lower city. Meanwhile, Alice had even simpler ideas. Her mind was blank in this case. Thankfully it's not much like on some occasions. Fortunately, Duncan had expected this situation. When he saw the cold scene on both sides, he knew what was going on and immediately broke the silence with a light cough. "Ahem, Shirley, how is your injury?" "Inju. Oh. My injury is completely healed." Shirley took a moment before reacting, then quickly stood up and answered Duncan's question like a report. "And I ate a lot just now. I'm not hungry at all anymore." "I didn't ask you this. But if you like today's meal, that's good to hear." Duncan smiled and nodded. "Spend the next 2 days replenishing your body. I will make something nutritious to restore your vitality." "Nina, do you have any plans for today?" "I'm going to take Shirley out to shop in the neighborhood," Nina said immediately. "She needs some new clothes and shoes." Speaking of this, she turned back to explain her meaning. This was to prevent her friend from being offended. "This is a meeting gift for you, and it is rude not to accept it." Shirley didn't know what to say for a while. Ultimately, the poor child could only nod. "Okay, thank you in advance, and Mr. Duncan." Duncan nodded with a smile. "Then don't go too far and come back before evening." "Shirley, you are in charge of protecting Nina." Shirley immediately straightened her back and replied with a military voice that startled Nina. "Yes, Mr. Duncan." Afterwards, both girls bid their farewells to Duncan and Alice, heading for the main doorway with Nina still muttering as she walked. "Why did you yell so loud?" "It scared me." "Uncle?" "My uncle is not scary. I'm being polite. I've been learning politeness lately." Listening to the fading muttering of the girls, Duncan couldn't help but smile before turning back to Alice. "Why are you staring at me again?" "Mr. Duncan. You're very different here than on the ship." Alice looked at Duncan very seriously, "much more cordial than on the ship." "Okay, don't fret about unimportant stuff," Duncan smiled helplessly. Of course, he knew why Alice would feel this way since he had actually been tensed on the ship. Even if he had relaxed in the recent period, it was not at all as free as on the city-state's side. But he didn't bother with this matter and quickly moved the topic elsewhere, saying, "Let's talk about you first. You don't have a legal identity, so it's best not to go to the upper city to attract attention. I will first have you help in the antique shop during this period. It will allow you to adapt to the environment, and on the other hand, you can also help me do something while I'm out. Like taking care of customers behind this counter." "Wait, I suddenly thought of something." With a strange expression, Duncan stopped and stared at the puppet before him. "You know about money?" Alice's face was full of curiosity. "What is money?" Duncan. Chapter 199 The Vigilance of Historians. Duncan felt that he had been careless. He only thought about Alice's lack of common sense to live in the human world. What he didn't take into consideration was the extent of this ignorance. To think Alice didn't even know what money was. In that case, how is she supposed to help around the store? But then it's quite reasonable if he thought about it. After all, the lady doesn't need to spend money while lying inside the coffin box. Ache, while Shirley and Nina are away, I'd better continue to make up lessons with you. Duncan sighed at being forced to give up his afternoon plans. First of all, I must let you know the most basic things in the human world, such as currency. He paused and sighed again. Ache, now that I think about it, I really have to open up a study class with you and Shirley. Oh, Shirley, the short girl just now, right? Alice immediately showed a face full of joy, like she was happy to meet someone new. I heard you say she is just like me. What's it called again? Illiterate. It's not something to be happy about. Duncan knocked on the table, and even Shirley is better than you. At least the girl knows how to evade the bus fare when taking a ride. Alice, what is fare evasion? Duncan. Heidi sneezed hard after feeling a chill run down her skin. Getting up to close the living room window, the doctor sniffled her nose and muttered in complaint at the fluctuating weather. Then, with a worried look, she peered over at her father, who was sitting in a daze at the coffee table nearby. School had been out for the holidays. Normally, her father would spend the next 2 months visiting the major libraries to kill time during the autumn months, but Morris had been acting strange and lethargic today for some reason. Father's been acting this way since he returned from Mr. Duncan's antique shop. He didn't even go to his study when he returned. Did something happen during his visit? Are you all right? Heidi finally didn't hold back and bent down to ask with concern, are you not feeling well? After asking twice in a row, Morris finally heard his daughter's voice. Quickly raising his head, the old historian felt the buzzing subside slightly before waving his hand. I'm okay. Oh, you didn't go to church or city hall today? Didn't go to the clinic either? I've already completed the work from the church and city hall. And the clinic is closed today. Heidi's furrowed brows did not loosen after the response. I remember you asking me that this morning already. Oh right, I forgot. Morris lightly tapped his temple and said with some hesitation. He knew he wasn't in a great state. The man knew this. However, he couldn't explain it to his daughter either. After all, revealing the existence of a subspace shadow lurking within the city was a huge matter. It might anger Mr. Duncan and pollute Heidi's mind in the process. The low buzzing sound sounded in his head again at Duncan's name, which interrupted Morris's train of thought. But soon, the noise subsided after a sting, allowing his train of thought to stabilize for the second time. Static noise, the consequence of returning from that antique shop. Morris knew that he should be thankful for being able to keep his life and sanity. Yes, he's got some symptoms of critical madness lingering, but after some self-assessment, Morris was sure the problem would subside on its own after some rest. But before the symptoms disappear entirely, he will have to keep worrying Heidi like this. Morris frowned suddenly, remembering that his daughter was a brilliant psychiatrist. She could not be allowed to continue to notice his mental state. Did you talk to Mr. Duncan about anything yesterday? I feel like you've always been absent-minded when you come back. Heidi's voice came again. Some topics in the field of knowledge, very profound knowledge. Morris couldn't suppress the information about the creeping sunwheel in his mind, recalling the news of what Mr. Duncan revealed about the current situation of the Black Sunday. The information acted like it had a mind of its own, wandering through his head like a parasite that's trying to devour his brain. It's quite consuming of my brain power, so I couldn't figure it out yet. Don't mind me. Anyways, let's not talk about this matter. What happened to the appointment with your friend? Didn't you say you're going to the theaters on your day off? Heidi was stunned. Friend? I don't remember. Which friend did I make an appointment with? Are you sure you? Did I make a mistake? Morris rubbed his temples. For some reason, he suddenly felt his temples throbbing as if a trance had overtaken his mind. But I clearly remember you saying that there was a friend the day before. What's their name? A very tall one, and someone I'm familiar with. The throbbing in his temple started irritating Morris, causing him to gently pound his head with the fist instead. Her father's action naturally alarmed Heidi, who was initially only puzzled, but now, she's downright panicking. Squatting down to grasp the old historian's hand, are you okay? Is it a headache? Do you want? Shall I give you a hypnotic relaxation or calming? Or find another doctor? I don't need a doctor, I don't need it, Morris waved his hand vigorously. The noise in his head had returned again, but this time, it was different from the last. Unlike before, the sound seemed to be desperately trying to convey some information, desperately waking up something. It's as if another consciousness had awakened in his mind. That consciousness was still his own, but it had a subtle deviation from his current thinking. I just need to recall something, recall a very important thing. Heidi, you have a friend, listen, you have a friend, a very important. The worry and nervousness on Heidi's face became more and more severe. She squeezed Morris's other hand hard, and her words were already filled with calming power out of reflex. Of course I have friends, but which one are you talking about? Morris could no longer hear Heidi's words. A sudden bang roared within his head, which was the momentary release of all the compressed noise at once. Then, the static plaguing his thinking had disappeared entirely, with many strange memories pouring into the depths of his consciousness. He had fallen into a trance and saw things a giant, full of starlight, twisted and fused by crushed mirrors, and then he saw the green flames. It burned away the fog clouding his head. This time, he did not lose his sanity by witnessing the giant. On the contrary, the impression gave him the strength to break through the invisible curtain blocking his vision until now. Where is Vanna? Morris suddenly raised his head and stared into Heidi's eyes. Heidi was stunned. Who is Vanna? Inquisitor of the city-state, one of your best friends, niece of Admin Dante, Morris said slowly. His breathing had stabilized, and his eyes returned to their former depth and sharpness. Right now, two very different memories existed within his mindset, one clearly identifiable and recognizable, the other distant and unfamiliar. Imagine two historical scrolls laid out side by side. That's what's happening with him. You don't remember, do you? Heidi hesitated. I don't know who you're talking about, but your state worries me. Don't worry about me. I'm in very good shape right now. Also, it's not me we should be worried about, it's Vanna. Morris suddenly stood up, his expression more serious than ever. Heidi, a big problem may be happening within our city grounds. We have to take action. Heidi subconsciously followed by getting up, and she could feel her father's spirit returning again. As to why? She still didn't know what. Action? What action? Go to the main cathedral, go to Bishop Valentine, tell him, Morris said quickly but stopped halfway through. After weighing what should be said, he nervously shook his head. No, Vanna's accident may also be because she realized the truth. Find Bishop Valentine. Tell him you are seeking asylum, the highest level of asylum. Tell him I made you do this, that the most eminent historian of Pland made you do this. Do not say anything else other than that. Heidi listened in a daze. She sensed that something dangerous and urgent might be happening, things that could not be said in the open. Controlling her urge to ask, she readied herself according to her father's instructions. What about you? What are you going to do, father? She asks after getting surprised by Morris taking the coat up from the hanger. Go to the antique shop, Morris said in a deep voice. Chapter 200 Interception. It was obviously still sunny in the morning, but now the sky had turned gloomy for some reason. Grey clouds and fog blanketed Pland from top to bottom, leaving the bell towers and chimney in the distance looking like structures of black ink. Two cars drove out of the Underwood family's mansion under this weather, one heading straight up the avenue and towards the city center while the other swerved onto the side street to the lower city. Morris sat in the driver's seat and cautiously steered the vehicle along the roads while constantly keeping track of the weather outside. The sky had grown even darker than just now, and the chaotic downdraft caused everything to flap and howl with a sense of eeriness. This unsettled the old historian inside. From what he recalled, the last visit to the antique shop was exactly like this bad weather. Raising his right hand and patting his head to refresh himself, Morris glanced at the string of stones on his wrist using the corner of his eye. Between the intricately structured knots, only 4 colored stones remained. These divinely blessed stones shimmered faintly in the groggy skylight, carrying an atmosphere that calmed his soul. Lehem's protection allows scholars to temporarily save their lives in the face of incomprehensible knowledge, but the usage had limited utility in the face of truly dangerous entities. Morris didn't know what awaited him at his final destination or whether the stones could protect him like the last, but he still decided to go. As long as you control your curiosity, as long as you don't open your true eyes, as long as you don't observe Mr. Duncan and all the things around him, you are safe, Morris. The subspatial shadow is friendly. As long as you don't cross the line, he will not harm you and may even offer help. Morris took a gentle breath and let his pounding heart to slowly calm down. He knew that he had touched upon some terrible truth beneath the peaceful surface of the city-state, but instead of choosing to report it to the church himself, he rather go meet an unspeakable being from subspace. This was undoubtedly a rebellious or even heretical act. But he still made this bold decision. Heidi had already gone to the cathedral to seek refuge with that cryptic message he ordered her to convey. If Lehem's will permits and prevails, it should raise the vigilance of Bishop Valentine. That's all he could do in that regard. Right now, his duty lies in reaching the antique shop down in the lower city. He's already certain something has happened to Vanna. If the foe could take down the Inquisitor, it implies even the church itself may not be enough to handle the enemy this time. As a man of wisdom and knowledge, Morris couldn't place all the eggs in one basket. He must seek reinforcement. A thunderous bang suddenly rumbled across the sky, jolting Morris back to attention as he drove. The noise startled him of course, but he was even more surprised by the faintly rising smoke in the distance. It seemed that the falling thunder had set a roof ablaze somewhere. Grumbling irritably after realizing the flame would hinder his route since it's up ahead, the old historian cursed and drove into the closest turn for another path. However, he did not get far before several crazed dogs suddenly sprang out of an alley and caused him to stomp the brakes. This wouldn't be so bad since it only gave him a light scare, but another man had suddenly stomped out of the shadow with a club in hand. The person was clearly drunk in the way he was cursing at the stray dogs and waving his weapon like a maniac. What a madman, Morris frowned, honking the horn hard to get the drunk out of the way. However, the other party didn't seem to hear his horn and ignored it. In fact, the noise seemed to anger the drunk, who suddenly smashed the front of the car with that club. Morris was surprised by the hit, but the shock only lasted a second before his eyes locked onto the drunken man's frothing gaze. Immediately, he recited in a low, harsh voice, the geometric law of Modazero. Huge chaotic knowledge suddenly poured into the drunken man's head, sending a brief but substantial informational storm inside the consciousness of the drunk. Without a fiddle, the reckless and drunk man issued an agonizing roar of pain before running off in the opposite direction. Morris restarted the car immediately and pumped the gas to ditch the barking dogs in the rear. He's grown edgy and alarmed now, which he rightfully should since a ditch pipe in his field of vision suddenly popped out of nowhere. The escape steam instantly blocked his view, sending the car to swerve wildly at the lack of vision. He's sure of it now. It's not the bad weather, poor luck, or his bad state of mind, but rather someone's trying to stop him from moving forward. This was not a strict blockade, nor was it an outright lethal threat, but a series of unexpected events akin to a stress response, like an alarm rule set by the Creator. How does this alarm rule come into effect, and how did they find out? Is it because of our awakening? Or a specific action? I only vaguely glimpsed into the truth and did not even have the chance to confront the shadow in the background yet, and the response is this strong? Then what about Vanna? What did she discover to be erased from reality itself? Morris silently recited Lehem's holy name, catching a glimpse of the colored stones still shimmering on his wrist. Then, once confirmed he was not under anyone's influence, he cranked the gears and changed course toward the main street of the fourth block, knowing various obstacles may come out of nowhere at any second. What will they do if I go out in the open? Morris blinked after that thought, suddenly catching a figure sitting directly behind himself through the rearview mirror. It's a man dressed in tattered ascetic robes with a thin and shriveled build like that of a skeleton. Currently, this individual was making a grotesque smile at Morris. Good afternoon, Mr. Morris, the shriveled figure spoke suddenly, still polite but creepy. Where are you going? I should have known. When I discussed the Wilhelm Summons affair with Mr. Duncan, I should have thought of your kind, Ender missionaries. Morris slammed on the brakes and swung his head around to confront the intruder in the back seat. When did you get inside my car? It's hard to say, it could have been yesterday, or maybe it was 1889, or even the day when you and your wife bought this car. The thin man seemed to be pleased by the hostile glare from Morris and showed a wrinkled grin from that shriveled-up face. Is there something of importance to be in such a hurry? Morris replied with silence, but the thin ender was unimpressed and continued to speak politely. Apologies, but I cannot allow you to reach your destination. I won't take your life though, after all, you did pray to subspace during that great fire too. From a certain perspective, you're also a partial compatriot. Oh, forgive me, you didn't know, did you? You didn't know who you were praying to. Morris's face became ugly and white before finally showing a wry smile. So that's why. As we always say, subspace is the promised land, which will respond to all wishes of the living. The Ender raised a hand and said reverently before gazing at Morris, what will you do next? Try to expel me? I have learned about the power of the God of Wisdom. His believers are given the power of the word, right? You can turn your knowledge and memory into power, shooting out words like bullets. I would love to see. Bang, bang. A series of 6 deafening gunshots exploded within the car, and before the Ender could finish speaking, he was already turned into a corpse by a large caliber revolver. 2 bullets had made a hit, one entering the heart while another landed in the forehead. As the shriveled body quickly turned into pale fragments and scattered like dust against the wind, Morris raised his right hand with a smoking revolver gun in hand. I have all the bullets I need here. Why should I waste words on you? After muttering those words, he casually reloaded the bullets and started the car again. He knew his journey was still difficult, and something might still be blocking him ahead. Therefore, killing a single Ender would not end everything. In fact, this same one might just return tomorrow and continue pestering him. He knows this because the fact that the other side dares to show up in his car means his death meant nothing.